from those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Onto the text here because there's no more sustain.
Now the feed is filled with Virtus Pro. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Benny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
My gamers, it's time to do or die, peak or perish, win or wonder what could have been. We are here in the EMEA Marvel Rivals Ignite playoff bracket, and already the lower bracket has been populated, so we've got to send 2 teams home already. I'm Logan Day, joined by the wonderful God Moxie.
Yes, today is going to be a day of stress for every single team involved in these playoffs for 2 very different reasons. In the lower bracket, if you lose your games, you're out of the tournament. In the upper bracket, if you win your games, you're sent to Atlanta and your spot is guaranteed, as we can have a look and see how exactly that bracket is going to be looking. It's going to be Vice versus Insomnia and FaZe versus OG Seed for continued survival. The Citadel go head-to-head against Na'Vi, and Chopped versus VP to see which of those 4 teams are going to be able to instantly guarantee their position into that end of year LAN all the way over in Atlanta DreamHack.
Yeah, I think looking at this bracket right now, there are no surprises, Mox, as to how it played out. I think that everything pretty much went the way of the favorites. Anyone that was a little bit more contentious was probably FaZe versus Chopped. I thought that one might be a 3-2, but I thought the Chopped would probably come out on top towards the end. But now our teams in the lower bracket, they've had their mulligan. They've had their free L, and now it's win all the way, because as you said, the Marvel Rivals Ignite 2025 Grand Finals over at DreamHack Atlanta needs to be populated. There are 3 spots here from EMEA. America got 4. Somehow. But we need to fill them nevertheless.
I mean, I am just saying, EMEA did walk away the winner of the previous mid-season LAN, even though we had 2 positions. So EMEA still currently on top, and we do go to the end of the year LAN though. I can't wait to see how EMEA is going to start playing into regions like America, especially since FlyQuest have been looking incredibly strong. So we can have a look at our overall price pool. As we've talked about, there's a lot of money on the line, but these teams, they want those spots. First, second, and third are all going to be the teams that get sent over to America in just a couple of weeks. It's right around the corner. So you want to be secure. You don't want to have to go into the next couple of days with that sort of doubt hanging over your head, because then that's going to play havoc in terms of the amount of pressure and stress that's put onto all of these players as they go into those matches.
Yeah, the turnaround time is going to be crazy for these teams, and we're probably going to be moving on to a new patch as well, because we tend to iterate patches between our tournaments. Daredevil, of course, is coming out next week alongside a slew of balance changes, including, thank you, Gong and Gio. we managed to get Phoenix. We ladies and gentlemen, we got her.
Actually triple strategist too, given the fact that Venom is going to have anti-heal now applied as well. So they're definitely going for the sustainability of certain compositions that we're going to be seeing throughout the entirety of the day, so far as we can have a look and see how our schedule is going to be matching up. Those lower bracket runs going to be the first half of the day before we head into the upper bracket on that second half of the day, which will be covered by Ryan and Tetya. So there is a lot on the line for these next two matches, and I think, like you said, when we were looking at that overall bracket, right, it did kind of go the way a lot of people were expecting. But that's good for all of the teams involved, even the teams in the lower bracket, because it means that they were actually already able to start preparing for these matches. There wasn't a curveball. It's not like you were preparing for an opponent for like 3 days and then found out, oh, hold on a minute, you have to prepare for someone else entirely.
Yeah, they're mostly facing exactly who they expected in these matches, but sometimes teams are forged into diamonds under the pressure of the lower bracket. So some teams, they have their early fumbles, you know, and then they really do lock in. It can be moments like these of high stress and real stressful stimulus that can turn squads into like brothers in arms for life.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you get to be, like you said, that diamond coming on through with the Emma Diamond form, and other times you're the Doctor Strange just getting carved and crushed in that Emma's grasp before I've
like a wizard.
Oh, but these first two matches, I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth because, especially for the first one, both of these teams have shown the same vulnerability to dive compositions coming on through, and we've started to see as well the meta not just move away from, you know, just the triple strategist lines, but also now into 2-2-2 compositions where you can either go for the double duelist and you just play either a crossfire or just so much poke damage, or you play, as we've seen, Na'Vi, Citadel, FaZe, even Virtus Pro to a point as well, aggressive dive coming on out, and that was something that Vice struggled against yesterday.
Yeah, our roster of teams is kind of split into the two echelons, right? We have the slower, more methodical teams, and we have the puncher in the face with dive teams. And neither of these teams is really on the puncher in the face with dive side. They do like it a little bit slower, being a bit more methodical. Honestly, Vice, they run some of the weirder strats that we have available because of Knuten's love of Moon Knight and Iron Man. We see like a lot of what I'd call unironic Moon Knights. Especially in like breaking 3-3 spawn holds with 3 Vanguards and 3 strategists. But I think Knuten has been playing a lot of unironic Moon Knight outside of those situations as well, and sometimes it can be rewarded. Let's jump into our roster here because Oligator is back, baby.
Yes, Oligator is going to be back, which means that Vice are going to be able to run things like that Namor Hulk that we've seen them go for as a counter dive component. Lugia on the Hulk has been an absolute standout. Even yesterday, we got to see so many good jump cancels onto flying components like Star-Lord, as well as that Human Torch. Missouri, too, on that Magneto, has been able to do a lot of good work with things like that Meteor M, as we can actually have a look and see Lugia coming through on that Hulk, putting so much pressure, having to worry, though, about things like the force physics coming on through from Alex with Citadel's side, because that was the thing when we saw them play yesterday. It was just a case of Citadel identifying how Vice would try and counter them and making sure that those counters were constantly under pressure.
Yeah, Baby Bat and Ken really have been very stalwart in the backline as well. No surprise why these guys got picked up when Vice were generating this roster. And Knuten, still a bit of a star. I think that Lugia is probably the quintessential, or maybe the progenitor of the Vanguard cope swap to Wolverine. Like, it's such a good part of Lugia's hero pool overall, and obviously Vanguard is the noted bully of Vanguards everywhere. So you learn real quick what Vanguards don't want to be grabbed. Really?
He started on Wolf, actually. Yeah, so all the way back in like season 0, if you cast your mind, well, I can't believe it's almost been like a year. There were like 4 Wolverine players who all understood that Wolverine was really good into Vanguards, and Lugia was one of them. So he actually flexed over to the Vanguard role after he got picked up, as we can have a look and see Insomnia's lineup, as we've been seeing a lot of flexibility coming through from this team, being able to rely on things like Line Pro on that Invis, and then Parsiwo too with that Captain America in the back pocket. But a lot of the time we're seeing the strength of the Venom coming on through. He's only going to get stronger when we move into that 4.5 patch, but currently his survivability as well as the pick potential with the ultimate is too strong to ignore.
Yeah, the sustainability is crazy for all of these teams, and a lot of it's because Passwell is so good at that Venom and constantly manages to draw aggro by making these soft dives. Like, if there's anyone you want to learn to soft dive on Venom from, it's probably from Passwell. To be able to draw out so many of those resources, get attention to like relieve the pressure on the remainder of your team, but also not soak up a huge amount of the own healing that's needed by everyone else.
Yeah, and it plays really nicely off of Twitsy's hero pool too, as we got to see when he was playing for Q Mystery in MSC. That was a team that really relied on Twitzy being able to carry the damage numbers with things like the Human Torch and the Psylocke. And we're seeing Psylocke start to creep back into the meta, either for the soft dive hits or to come on through with those hard dive engagements that we got to see on Yggdrasil Path yesterday. So I think we're probably going to actually get to see that Psylocke come out to play just a little bit if something like an Ultron manages to creep through the ban phase.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a rarity if Ultron makes it through, but often if it isn't the first ban, which sometimes, like, Jeff seems to have really taken that first ban spot amongst most of our teams, you often see that first protect come through onto either Mantis or Ultron, depending on what kind of composition you want to pivot onto. But Ultron does have the advantage when he gets picked, but it kind of necessitates a ban onto the Human Torch afterwards.
Yeah, but we're starting to see Ultron also get paired up with the Star-Lord, and Star-Lord's pick rate has absolutely skyrocketed over the past couple of weeks. He's very strong into other flying units, like as we talked about, things like the Ultron and the Human Torch, with Galactic Legend being able to put so much more pressure onto those flyers up in the sky, but he's also got really good synergy to go alongside the dive components of things like a Venom or a Hulk. Especially if you're able to get Invis Woman through, as every single time we get to see the Star-Lord POV, it's always accompanied by that Guardian Shield stagger in front of them so that they can receive as much healing as possible.
All right, happy music in the background. Krakoa's Hellfire Gala is ready to begin as we dive into our ban phase, Mox. These are different from your regular ranked bans, and they are only for the other team.
Well, Insomnia are going to prioritize the damage boost components of the Mantis, which is going to weaken that damage output of a Venom. Vice are going to prioritize taking the Jeff out of the way, so no stability of the 100 heals per second coming in through from the It's Jeff. You also don't have to worry about holding onto a CC immunity ultimate to deal with the Landshark, and they're actually going to secure themselves not one-sided Jeff, but one-sided Luna, which means that they can open the door for their duelists to playing a little bit more aggressive on those flank plays. Something like a Namor, a Star-Lord, and a Phoenix all looking immensely strong off of the back of that save.
All right, Mantis protection. It's interesting to see Luna be such an early protect here for the side of Vice, given that for many teams it's not a priority ban until like the later stages of the bans. There's going to be Adam taken out, so Insomnia are likely going to have to try and match that one. Oh, okay. This does mean that Adam could be on the table for a Light and Dark Karma team up with the Luna, but I don't know if Vice particularly want to bring out the Adam themselves.
Yeah, do Vice now go for a ban onto something like that Venom so that they don't have to worry about the Mantis damage boosting the Feast of the Abyss? Luna's still up for grabs though on the side of Insomnia, which is going to make this ban really tricky for Vice to try and figure out what they want to do, because they're not going to be able to remove every single form of the damage boost. Mantis is already out, but if you take the Luna away, at least you don't have to worry about Feast of the Abyss or Ensong Inferno being bolstered by something like that Fate of Both Worlds. As we can see, Insomnia have actually saved themselves the Invis, so they can play both the double strategist backline while also having a triple strategist lineup still open and available for them. As we can see that Vice have indeed removed that Venom so that we don't see the damage boosted Feast of the Abyss, nor the soft dives coming on through from Passover.
Maybe an Adam ban last here to make sure that it is at least not going to be one-sided in favor of Vice. They could walk away from this one. Yeah, there it is, the Adam ban. If that didn't come through, I would have had some questions for Insomnia on domination, at least, where Adam is at his most powerful. Oligator, Lugia Goats could be showing off an early Namor look here.
Yeah, I mean, Adam on Krakoa, especially if you manage to win the dice roll and get the sub-map of Cradle, where you can res on the other side of the portal so that your opponent can't even really chase you down. Although that's become a little bit less necessary now that we actually get to see that shield buff come through after the res has finished. So we actually even see sometimes teams resing directly behind the point of just natural cover. But like you said, we are going to be getting to see that Oligator Namor coming on through. And remember, they got the Invis Woman, which means that there's going to be a lot of Guardian Shield stagger for control of those off angles, and that Namor to be able to apply a lot of pressure as well, forcing Vice to have to split their attention.
All right, might be some split attention from Vice, but all of your attention should be on the screen, because these teams, once again, it's do or die. If they do not win here, their season for this year of Marvel Rivals Esports might just be over.
Yep, and you don't want to start off in a best of 5 losing a domination map type too, because it can become real hard to recover from a tilt this early on in these matchups. And you don't want to lose that first fight either, because having that point percentage and allowing you to take control of those spaces for things like a dive, for the Starlord not to get checked out, as well as that Namor being able to have already developed that angle and apply the spam, there's win conditions hinging on that space control for both of these comps.
Cautious approach here from Vice, wondering if maybe they were going to get assaulted by a portal early on from Insomnia. Both teams putting a lot of stock in their duelist, but Twitsy's going to be running solo here on the Starlord up against both a Namor and a Phoenix, which is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, but they've got damage boost, and that damage boost is going to be able to go out onto the Starlord, but also the Vanguards, which means the Paso is going to be able to build up ultimate incredibly quickly. Not if he already gets taken down, but damage boosted Emma Frost is just going to mean that Vice have to play really carefully around the Carbon Crushes and the energy builds up, as Missouri is going to get out damaged by Forever if they go into a 1v1.
Oligator's already used their bubble here, desperately needs a rescue coming through from the strategists, and well, Forever's more than happy to try and chase this one down at 100 charge on the beam. The damage is going to be difficult to try and sustain on through, even with the Guardian and Aegis shields raised. Twitsy noted on the other side, Lugia is going to be responsible for trying to remove Starlord from this annoying flank and open the space back up for their team, but Forever's just having an absolute barn burner of a game so far, still on 100 charge, still unbothered, brings out the ultimate, emerging from the cocoon of invisibility to grab the minds of Vice one by one and draw them into the spider's web of Emma Frost.
Yeah, big play coming on through from Insomnia. Vice did have control of that point first, however, so they did build up 25% to it, and that means that Insomnia are going to keep the pressure going so that they can equalize and then surpass the percentage charge. Baby Bat 2 is going to be tried to be desynchronized from Oleg's ultimate so that the damage boosted Horn of Proteus can't find that instant pick value, as Insomnia do go for that dive, disrupting the backline and forcing them to have to return with an Emma ultimate.
Nocta already down, so Relaxing Sky, yeah, has to just plug up the gaps here with the Fate of Both Worlds, giving overall that healing. Now Insomnia, though, might be a little bit more difficult to try and disengage. Ken, oh, quick flip round the back. Was that from Lugia? They might just steal it out from under Insomnia. That's a little bit of objective discipline, which hasn't been observed here. Gives Nocta time to return, though, and that makes it all the more easy for Baby Bat to fall. Canute in short order as well. Insomnia, they're like an elastic band. They just snap back with more force when you start to bend and break them.
Yeah, Freedom Charge allowed Insomnia to go aggressively running towards Baby Bat, which means that the Lunia was desynchronized from the Namor, gets taken down before they can use the Fate of Both Worlds to boost up that Horn of Proteus so it doesn't have the pick potential with that one-shot capability. Canute now is onto the Iron Man, just trying to put the pressure onto Insomnia's dives when they decide to show one up, but they're just going to be able to keep up that aggression with the Soul Resurgence and running directly at them with the better damage boost.
Oh, that might be a little bit tilting as well, just being spawn camped in the playoffs. No way like that. Oligator can't get away. Already used the bubble. The blessings of the deep have expired. Cthulhu has left your good graces. A quick TP here, maybe from Missouri. Is Forever going to TP in behind them and use the area?
Yeah, it feels like it, and then you force either the Luna's ultimate or the Invis boundary off of the objective. Canute at least has threatened a back cap, and now we get to see that Sonic Seduction coming on through. The Line Pro actually utilized the Invis boundary earlier on. It's not going to be on the objective, but it's still more than enough aggression for someone to be able to take down the Iron Man first.
Ain't gonna lie, I don't know what Line Goat was cooking with that one. That was a bit of a wild cue if ever I've seen one. Twitsy hovering above it all. The damage is good, but it is going to force Lugia to use their own here. Knutson up in the sky needs to gather some pressure for the remainder of the team. Vice, with a big investment here off the back of the World Breaker Hulk, will be able to flip.
Yeah, but now they're in control of the space, which is absolutely big for them. You don't have to rely on your Hulk developing the angle for the Namor, and at the moment that was the problem for Vice. The Hulk wasn't able to develop those angles because he was constantly having to hopscotch between playing the front line and peeling his back line. Somni and I might get scouted on out, however, with the portal they can rotate all the way to the back of point, and I threatened the cap without getting spam damaged out.
All right, the Horn of Proteus ready to sound its sonorous call. Could well doom Insomnia here. Canutum up close and personal against Passimo. Wasn't able to reflect that, which is a bit of a rarity for the cat with the on-demand shield. I think it was broken by the remainder of the team. Gamma Monster already taken on. Dan, that was time to roll forward for Insomnia. Fate of Both Worlds drives them forth with Massive amounts of healing, and Oligator, slept for a moment, sedated by the Mantis. Is there going to be enough peel coming through here as the Horn of Proteus finally strikes? Seems to have only hit Relaxing Sky, but Noctis more than capable of burst healing through that with the instant burst of a Soul Resurgence, grabbing the mind of Pasuo. He's been absolutely scuppered by the pretty woman as Forever rolls out with the portal ready to try and recontest, but Vice have got them off the point entirely, and that's going to be a great turnaround from Vice.
And that's the difference, right? When you control the space and you have Namor and Iron Man, you have a crossfire. You've got Iron Man in the sky, you've got Namor on the ground. You can play as well between having your Hulk be able to peel, your Invis being able to provide Guardian shields for your flyer or your off-angle control. And off of the back of that too, it means that Insomnia weren't able to cleanly find those dives onto the backline. And Baby Bat and Ken finally got the ability to breathe, while Missouri could hold down the fort on the point itself. That's why it's so important for that Hulk and Namor to be able to win those first duels, as Insomnia never got to desynchronize the composition from spamming.
Got to have those priorities. Otherwise, Namor is really going to be able to find those off angles on your approaches and just make you use so many of your healing resources when those strategists get in a bad position and get right-clicked.
See, I wonder if we're actually going to see Insomnia. Twitzy late swapped over to that Psylocke, but no, it is going to be back onto that Star-Lord. So again, if you win the first fight, you're going to be able to put so much more pressure onto Knuten. If you lose the first fight, it's likely going to be a pivot over to the Psylocke so that you can look for the pressure onto both the Flyers and backline hits for Passwell in the cap.
All right, Guardian Shield absorbs the Gamma Exile that was being sent forth from the Hulk. Passwell looking for their way in here. Is always going to be cautious of that diamond form. Does not want to get grabbed here. As lot of Gatora is actually just exiled.
The back line.
Oh no, yeah, the back line.
That's Invis boundary forced.
That's a huge force. At least it does have some coverage on the point line. Pro just playing it from behind, making sure they don't get taken down. Great Aegis shield coming through from Forever. And without the shielding now, as it was instantly broken by the Maximum Pulse, just gets into the diamond form and starts going up against Missouri. Taking to the sky, Twitzy ready to write a galactic legend of their own. But Baby Bat's got more than enough healing. She has deployed the Fate of Both Worlds, and now it's Knuten's time to track, banishing the Star-Lord elsewhere as he just dives into the bushes for cover, while Ken around the back has managed to find the opening. Knuten taken out of the sky by the Emma Frost, and Insomnia, despite the long fight, have managed to walk away with it.
Yeah, big pick from Passwell comes through onto Ken so that Insomnia can finally out-sustain their opponent and claim the point for themselves. And now we're going to be seeing the pressure come through once again onto Vice. Every single time they try and rotate and gain space, they risk their backline of being overrun by the pressure coming on through from the Captain America and the Star-Lord if they don't clear it first.
As you know, that duo wrapping around the back needs to be cleared. It's already forced out the armor overdrive here from Knuten, taken down to the ground by the Sonic Vortex. Passwell taking quite a bit of damage, but his health bar's barely moving. The Freedom Charge makes it just so free for Captain America to assault this back line. 6 unbreakable guards given over here to give Lugia a go. An absolute embarrassment of riches when it comes to Ultimate Charge. The World Breaker Hulk good to go as the Horn of Proteus wraps around the back, yet to actually bring themselves in. But Forever with a missed spinning kick. Didn't miss the opportunity though, as the remainder of the team was more than capable of collapsing on the forward pushing Vice.
Yeah, and Insomnia just wait for Vice to be in too deep before they can disengage, pop the Soul Resurgence, and again dial up the aggression. Ole can't use the Horn of Proteus to try and slow them down because Baby Bat was desynchronized from the ultimate charge, having to utilize her ult in the first fight of this round against that Galactic Legend coming on through. And Insomnia now, once again, going to be able to push out so much pressure, but this time Line Pro does go down first before Twitzy wins the duel against the Flyer.
Still 2 strategists though. Still got the Mantis in the back, holding out the spawns. Lugia Goat getting low, has to use the World Breaker Hulk to try and make this one work as Passwell in the back desperately wants access to the Lunar Snow, and it forces Ken to bring up the invisible boundary. A quick sedation, a follow-up stun can't be delivered as Relaxing Skies Absolute Zero goes awry, but it's Twitzy up in the sky, shutting down Knuten. The Maximum Pulse is denied as Vice are scattered to all 4 winds. and boreal forces fling them away from the point.
Yeah, and it's going to be Forever sitting on that Psionic Seduction too, so Knuten, even if he goes for Doctor Strange, Vice don't have anything to safeguard their presence after they've poured it on through, and it's not going to be a very long contest in the slightest. Insomnia just have so much angle control to overrun into the backline as Kent's getting put under so much pressure.
Spinning kicks here could try and force a scene 9. It's going to be Forever backing off. The diamond form is over, but the Psionic Seduction is still good to go. Aegis Shield to try and protect together to victory. Proclaims Captain America, and Relaxing Sky's already down against a pair of Vanguard ults. What can the Insomniacs possibly hope to do? Forever's down, Ken taken out in turn, and Nocta rolls on forward using that primary fire to great effect. Baby Bat's running for her life, but she can't go anywhere. Twitzy unable to move away from the Horn of Proteus. The stellar shifts were shut down by the weight of the ocean itself, and under the pressure, Insomnia are still forged.
Oh.
And Vice, nowhere near the point.
I mean, that was a big pick onto Twitzy, who was so close to Galactic Legend, but yeah, Vice were just not near the point. Insomnia are actually even going to continue fighting that I2. Linebro had moved over to the Doctor Strange, you can see him here, so that he could keep Insomnia going long enough for that Galactic Legend to come through. As now we're likely going to be seeing, yeah, Forever goes back over to the ammo. It really did provide a lot of problems for Lugia on that Hulk to have to play around. As we can see the amount of damage that this M has been able to do, 13,972. 21 eliminations, 9 of them final hits. That is the power with the Mantis, not just for the damage boost in the neutral, but also Soul Resurgence and the speed boost that it applies, being able to let you just walk out of the Horn of Proteus hit range.
Yeah, when you hit that 100 charge, you say, damage boost me! It's unironic. She will just melt people. She will turn their neurons to ash.
She does get a little bit of a Bunsen burner as a primary if she has that 100 charge plus the 12% damage boost from the Mantis on top of it. Vice now have a race that they have to go toe-to-toe with Twitzy to be able to build the ultimates. It's going to be Invisible Boundary versus Galactic Legend. Who can find it first?
How refreshing.
All right, Alligator once again playing on the peripheries as Knuten. Oh, wow, the mid-air Unbreakable Guard coming through from Luger as a momentary peel. Forever has to dodge away, but here comes the Galactic Legend up top. You can see that constant replacing of the Guardian Shield to try and protect him from the impact of the fully channeled Psionic Seduction from the Emma Frost. Doesn't really get too much at all, as Knuten is 5 seconds away from her next armor overdrive. That'll be a big burst available for the side of Vice, and they almost have their ultimate from the Iron Man as well for maximum burst if they need it. A pair of shields are brought on up. Forever looks to try and survive inside of this. Oh, just jumped up. I think may have actually body blocked the maximum pulse, and the bar still manages to grab Twitzy as they were moving past elsewhere. Relaxing Sky and Line Pro, they both believe it's to be winnable. Down on 2 players. They double invest on their strategist ultimates. Huge sustainability given on over, as Pasuo is still here to try and play out towards the end. But guess what? Now you've got nothing to deal with the Horn of Proteus if Oligata decides to use it, but the damage has already been done. Nox has thrown it in as well. All 3 strategist ultimates here. Anything.
Forever's back on the Angela. So they've still got Vanguard presence, but that's a huge pick. Pasuo goes down without the Freedom Charge being utilized, and Insomnia lose that first fight, and now have to clear both the Iron Man spam and the Nameless off angle. That's why we saw that amount of ultimates being invested from both of these teams. So speaking about clearing, has anyone cleared Twitzy? That Star-Lord is entirely invisible right now to be able to find a hit onto the back line, but as it is, there's no opportunity for him to survive that aggressive play, and he's got to rejoin his team instead.
Yep, just commutes around the other side as Pasuo draws back the aggressive positioning onto the point. Knuten is more than happy to try and meet them there. In comes the Horn of Proteus, and farewell to Line Pro. Noctis feeling the wrath of the Tridents of the Seven Seas right now, but it's going to be an extrication here for Oligator. Can't float away in the bubble fast enough, and Twitzy takes them down with the element guns. Still a disengagement on the table as Lugia needs the pressure of Vassal to get off of this backline into the Monster Hulk, and the backline's now in danger. Quickly grabbed by a Carbon Crush, and Twitzy decides to keep the pressure on! Unreal grab from Lugia! Oh, the Galactic Legend just slammed the book on it and slam around again. No one Carbon Crushes Hulk. Hulk Carbon Crushes you.
It's Psionic Seduction too. The fact that they can read the position that Twitsy's going to take, he was having to run away from the Emerald ultimate directly into the waiting arms of Lugia for the suplex to come on through. And Vice now control that space. Ole's going to be entirely untouchable here. If Insomnia try and portal behind that point so that they don't take all of that incoming pressure from the angles that they don't control, they go directly past the Nemo.
Missouri notes the approach of Pasuo here. Once again, it is going to be the Star-Lord and the Captain America playing as a terrible twosome after they both get their damage boost and try to open up the backline. Knudsen going low temporarily, but is well taken care of here by the fight. Look at the absolute smorgasbord of stones that are ready for the Emma Frost there. Forces up the diamond form, up in the sky. Relaxing Sky has their ultimate cancelled by the perfect delivery of Knudsen. And that means that now Noct has to roll on forward. Speed boost and healing for all of Insomnia. If only they're brave enough to use it. And bravery comes in spades when you're Captain America. He can do this all day.
Psionic Seduction opens up the space. Insomnia pop the Soul Resurgence so they can push for even more of it. And Twitsy gets to go deep with the Star-Lord and that damage boost, building up 83% to the Galactic Legend for this next fight to come on through before Vice have a defensive ultimate. And crucially this time, Missouri doesn't have Psionic Seduction to be able to shut it down, but they have to wait for the right opportunity. They can't use it too early, otherwise Vice is just going to disengage off of the better point percentage.
More eyes on Lugia as well. The grabbing out of the sky is not to be underestimated. Oligator uses the ultimate and goes down for their trouble. A sacrifice made, but a sacrifice might well be rewarded. The invisible boundary drawn on up. You won't see the approach of Lugia here. It seems like Insomnia just don't have the power to bring this one back. Fero's already swapped on over to the Doctor Strange. The pentagram of Ferala is ready to open, as it is going to be overtime now in favor of Vice. 42% for Insomnia. An invisible boundary to play with. Nocta moves out first, but quickly disappears thanks to the powers of the Invisible Woman. You can see Missouri works the periphery, not going to enter inside, just going to wait out that strategist ultimate as Pasuo comes in with the relay. Nocta's already down. Lugia is responsible for that one. The Hulk is ready to smash, and the CC taken away by Pasuo here. Just came on in to give everyone that overshield that was necessary. And Vice, they still have a couple of resources to work with here. They still have a couple of their members. The Ice Arts rolls on through, but it's going to be the Sonic Seduction that's going to rule the day. A little bit too far for Missouri, has to back on off.
Yeah, but that bought them the flip, which means that Vice are back in control of overtime. Insomnia have to throw one of their players onto the point, one at a time. Agamotto could be huge matches to find too, but all of the follow-up shut down by the invincible pulse cannon coming on through from Knudsen, and Vice still have the numbers advantage.
And now Missouri just going to hunt down the remainder. 100 charge, 100% Vice. Despite being spawn camped in the early rounds, turn it here on Krakoa in 2-1 fashion.
Oh, it was so back and forth. Insomnia got an opportunity because of having that one-sided defensive ultimate when the portal recontest came on through, because we got to see Vice, when they got extended into, drop their invis boundary to catch the slow, and then when everyone from Insomnia tried to disengage out of it, Vice actually popped Baby Bat's Fate of Both Worlds to aggressively chase and make sure that they could find the pick conversions off of the back of it. But that meant that when the portal comes on through, Insomnia are the only ones with invis boundary. However, Vice let Insomnia cap, build up Missouri's ultimate, and then use it to push forward entirely unimpeded, as Forever had to swap over to the Doctor Strange, which means that there is going to be no other Emma on the side to be able to punish your aggression and overextending into their players. They weren't off of the back of that Emma looking for picks, they were looking for the space control to flip back into them, because that meant that Insomnia, no matter the angles that Vice controlled against them, had to put one of their players onto the point and forego the attention turned towards the Iron Man and the Namel, which meant that Knudsen and Oligator got so much work done in the overtime.
Yeah, Knudsen managing to take down Relaxing Sky on the Luna twice with the Infinite Pulse. Your dodging options are very limited, and Relaxing Sky did manage to exchange a stun with Knudsen for their life, but unfortunately the shot was already fired. Jarvis had already started the clip. And look at that. That was an Aegis. I think that one was for Forever Body Block. They came up with the Carbon Crush to try and grab Knudsen out of the air. Here's another quick look at a frag on Relaxing Sky. Does get traded out when it comes to the stun, but value off the maximum pulse is just so hard to match in these overtime scenarios.
Yeah, and that was actually Vice able to win despite being at a disadvantage when it came to the Mantis. It was so important for them to be able to win that first fight. We got to see both of those teams full dumping their entire ultimate economy into that one fight, because as we talked about when we went into Carousel, both of those teams needed to be in control of the space. The Dive wants to be in control of the space so that they could punish the rotations and force the fight to take as long as possible, gaining all of that point percentage. The Hulk and Namor needed to be in control of that space so that they didn't have to worry about their Namor losing uptime. And it was Vice that was able to come out on top. Whether or not they'll continue to do so, we'll have to see, as we'll be back with map 2 after this break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Welcome back, gamers. 1-0 here as we wrap up in favor of Vice. That was quite the showing we saw with both Tony Stark and the Lord of the Seas, Namor, in attendance. It's good to see some good, honest, blue-collar, salt-of-the-earth, 9-to-5, 2-2-2 Marvel rivals succeeding.
I was gonna say, you're probably feeling a little bit blessed, just like that Nemo with the blessing of the deep survivability, right? As the vocal cords of a play-by-play does not have to worry about an entire team fight going on for a minute and a half, and then you hear Born Again off in the distance and it's like, okay, time to ramp up for stage number 2. So no surprises that we see Adam being banned left, right, and center when it comes to those domination types. Insomnia having lost that domination map, now get the opportunity to pick which map type they want to take. take us to? Is it going to be Convoy for the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist hold, or is it going to be Convergence? And it is going to be Convergence, which means that Vice are likely going to continue rolling out with the Hulk and Namor shenanigans unless Insomnia look to ban them out.
Okay, Luna going to be the first ban this time. Noting the early priority of Luna Protects earlier from Vice. Maybe trying to get that out of the hands of Baby back because she's been doing some work on it.
Not just that, but you also now make the survivability of Vice's duelists a lot weaker because they don't get the heal trickle. If you're asking, oh, why are they not insta-banning Jeff? It's because this is symbiotic surface. So while, yes, you do still have to worry about how linear some of these fight angles are going to be and Jeff being able to build up his ultimate incredibly quickly, you don't really have to worry about it's Jeff leading to eliminations against your strategists, more a displacement in the fight, which you can still come back from.
Okay. Mantis taken away. Could actually have a one-sided Mantis here, or even one-sided Luna. Which could be a significant advantage, given that Relaxing Sky is quite the proficient Luna player. It's for Adam.
I mean, Adam still finds power even off of domination. Having Karmic Revival to really punish your opponent if they can't keep up with the sustainability that the Karmic Revival takes, as well as likely going to be having to stagger in stages how they make plays for an attacking round, since first you have to burn through the Soulbind and then not lose your players and reset, stabilize, and come back into the fight, all of which means that entirely through that interim you're going to be taking a lot of poke damage coming on through from the defender's positions.
Yeah, that poke really needs to factor into your approaches when it comes to like your resource math. Insomnia are going to get their next Protect now. They still have the option of one-sided Luna if they want the Light and Dark Karma team up, which has been an absolute boon for survivability, but we're going to opt for the Invis instead. This is one of Line Pro's most beloved heroes from the days of yore when she was just after release, when she was busted.
Well, not just that, she's also very, very strong into being able to counter the dive compositions coming on through, and the fact that Vice were able to save an Ultron means that we're going to be seeing something like either a Star-Lord or a Human Torch up in the sky, and Human Torch can be both spam and dive if the targets get low enough and he feels the confidence to be able to fully commit on top of them. So we're going to be seeing Insomnia really have to keep up with that dive pressure with things like the Force Physics, as well as Invis boundary on the point itself, as they're going to be removing the Emma Frost, which means that Vice, if they want to go for a dive hybrid composition, are likely going to have to field the Magneto to be able to anchor that position, and Mag is not as good as Emma when it comes to preventing rushdown compositions.
You don't really present as much threat, and you are much easier to simply walk past.
Also means that Forever, if he wants to go with the Doctor Strange, doesn't have to worry about Diamond Form being CC immune and stopping his Eye of Agamotto, or if the Eye of Agamotto gets through, preventing the follow-up Maelstrom of Madness from picking a strategist through their ultimate, because you just grab the Doctor Strange before he can hit his E.
I mean, that's an absolute gift for Forever as well, who is a really good neutral Doctor Strange player. Often we see teams kind of leave Doctor Strange on the table so that the first person to fall as a casualty can swap over and TP back to the fight. But when you've got a Doctor Strange who's as good as Forever, I keep getting confused to have multiple names, including Pretty Betrayer. Forever's got they're capey as well. Forever's just got, like, they are the Moon Knight, honestly. Are they Mark Spector? Are they Grant? Who knows? But they are a good Doctor Strange player. That's what I do know. And playing it in the neutral, he did get a buff in Season 4.0 to have Maelstrom of Madness only be on a 6-second cooldown, so the output can be crazy.
Yeah, not just that, it also retained the buff of no damage fall off, as Insomnia, by being able to go for this Adam, are going to have a lot of sustainability because they're running both the Lina and the Invis, which is normally enough healing to sustain a 2-2-2 composition. You factor in a Soulbind and a Karmic Revival, and Insomnia are going to be very hard to push off of these spaces indeed.
Yeah, they are going to also be working those margins, of course. It's going to be Lugia who's actually tasked with defending those, which means that if you can keep the Venom dueling on the outskirts, your soft core is going to be a little bit more protected, not worrying about that dive coming in later. Missouri slowly eroding the space, getting on top of Nocta, but Knuten's already been made a casualty, and guess who's round the backs? The Phoenix with the pocket of Line Pro. A good collapse here from Insomnia, if only they can win their duels, and it's so easy when everyone's fleeing away.
And here's the thing about Insomnia being able to get that Luna too. You can't even try and pressure the Phoenix in a 1v1 or an overwhelming odds fight, even if the Luna's occupied, having to help out the Adam and the Invis from the incoming dive from the Venom, because you get the Idol Aura on Twitzy, who already has Endsong Inferno, by the way.
That's so much damage. I mean, this is what happens when you go up against the Venom, right? He just soaks so much damage and could feed over so much ult charge throughout it. The disengagement here of Oligator needs a touch of pocketing over as Knuten, ready with the Rage of Ultron, could have faced some trouble in the form of that Endsong Inferno. And Missouri's just catching absolute hands from Nocta right now. They're all over Twitzy, who still has the emergency Endsong if they need it, but instead it's going to be the usage of the Soul Bond and the Invisible Boundary as well. A lot of defensive prowess used here for Insomnia, so they need to try and convert on this one. Up close and personal. Oh my goodness, body and soul alike are charred before the Endsong Inferno. Ashes scattered of Vice. And Vice, they are going to have a little bit of time here and a little bit of space to work with.
Oh, and Luke is able to track down Nocta's position too, which means no self-cocoon into Karmic Revival. Instead, you're relying on passive with the Freedom Charge, buying enough time for a Doctor Strange teleport to potentially come on through. It's plenty of shields on the point, which means Speedram doesn't get the target it's looking for, but the pressure afterwards forces Relaxing Sky into using their ultimate instead.
All right, Babyback going to match here with the Eternal Bond, but this is going to give Forever time to start channeling that Pentagram of Farala, opening it up, looking towards the back. Relaxing Sky's already down. Knuten was so on it. Yet another Resurrection brought on through the Karma Revival, this time from Nocta. Twitzy's come back the old-fashioned way, using both wing and foot alike. Talons should strike as it's Forever around the back, getting that last-second contest after 2 ticks have already been accrued. Nocta noted in the back. The combo timing is just perfect from Lugia. He's having himself a heck of a game right here, but there's still the Cocoon Revival to play with, and Nocta up close and personal against Knuten. That hit scan is not to be underestimated. Forever and Pasiwo, they remain absolute stalwarts on this point, leaving it for a second, giving up some damage to everyone else through the Soul Bond to try and give time for everyone else to return. It's Nocta in the back with the live streams, just keeping them sustained, and Vice are having trouble converting.
Lion Pro's coming back on the Rocket too. Even if Vice managed to find a pick, they're just going to be brought back immediately by the Rocket BRB, and all of that storm means that Nox is going to be able to have another Karmic Revival. Its Jeff comes on through, Twitzy dodges it with the Endsong Inferno cast, and now it's a waiting game to try and find where the Jeff is going to surface. Ken goes low, but doesn't go down crucially, and has been able to displace a couple of players. Enough players that Oligator believes it's going to be winnable with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Vice have to finish this fight right here, right now. A huge pick comes through onto Nocta too before the Adam has the Karmic Revival cast. An Eternal Bond healing is going to mean that everyone stays alive after that Eye of Agamotto comes on through. Vice surely pick up the point now, Harry.
Yeah, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier gets used in a last-ditch attempt coming on through. And that is going to be the cap finally. But Vice's time bank was absolutely decimated.
They don't have control either of the high ground right now, so they've got to dive for it first, put up the pressure, which means that Twitzy on that Phoenix is going to be able to start stunning Lugia into the chain CC combo. Knuten, though, catches the disengage. Soulbind is there to keep them safe from the Age of Ultron coming on out, but Vice, off of the back of that pressure, have been able to buy themselves the high ground.
Yeah, Knuten just being able to float up easily means that there's always space to try and work with Lugia on these. Missouri not really offered too many great options for the Meteor AM, and unfortunately the worst option of all was throwing it into the wall, and that's the one that Missouri opted for. Nocta brings himself back into the fray via the Cocoon Revival, and now as teams began to stack up in cover, this is where the Phoenix gets really dangerous, building up those sparks.
Lugia is going to have the Feast of the Abyss, likely to keep a track of when Nocta is going to be looking to revive everybody. With that Karmic Revival cast, as like you said, he has already burned the Self Cocoon. Twitzy gets so much damage, but overextends into that pressure coming on through. And because Endsong Inferno is built up, they have to bring the Phoenix back with the Adamo.
Yeah. That's going to be a priority. It's the right click good. Nova Soul Bond's going to share out the damage, so survival's on the cards, but that means everyone's low. So it's easy pickups on the other side for Knuten. The setup and the knockdown from Vice, who are making good on low time.
Twitzy had to hold on to the Endsong Inferno too, because he's got to hold it. But when Ken uses its Jeff to try and grab everyone out from Insomnia, there's going to be a huge target focus when that invisible boundary comes on through from Line Pro. As Insomnia are going to have to try and retake into the right side so that they don't have to worry about bypassing Lugia on the Venom.
Freedom Charge rolling forth, Baby Back the primary target. And my goodness, the conflux of damage was just too much to deal with. And Ken couldn't react to it in time. However, the reaction might be coming through rather quickly from the Ensong Inferno. They run down the marine life with the cosmic force of Phoenix and Vice. Well, I think this one might be over for them.
Yeah, Twitzy still with the animation cancels up too. On that Phoenix is going to be able to hold off of Vice's pressure on that high ground. Oleg on the solid, not wanting to get picked a little bit later. Trying to reposition, disengage back with the rest of the team because they have one more push. And they're not going to be able to do it off of walking up to the objective. It has to come at the cost of a Doctor Strange portal. So already we're going to be seeing Insomnia looking to rotate and hit the second that they come on through. Galactic Legends going to force out the invisible boundary coming on through from Line Pro, and Forever with the Sonic Seduction just means that Vice don't get to hold that position on the objective.
Yeah, they have to back on off quickly. Lugia and Missouri tagging in and out to make sure that one's on the point at all times. They want Nocta so bad. And even with the Aegis shield raised, Nocta will still fall. Canutum, at the moment, prioritizing the healing. Really stressing that back line, Forever falling low. I think there was actually some shielded off healing coming through from a Doctor Strange. And Lugia's able to convert on this one. But Twitzy with access to the high ground just starts rolling forth. And if it isn't the best melee DPS in the game, getting up close and personal, she can do it all, folks, and that's just what cosmic power puts in your back pocket. Missouri tries to run them down, but getting close is scary. The Guardian shield is even more, and Insomnia just wipe Vice from the point.
I mean, the writing's on the wall at that point. Even if Vice are able to have Oleg on the Spider-Man swing on through and touch the objective, Insomnia are still holding all of the winning cards. They've got a full house of the comic revival built on up so that they can keep their presence on that objective, and that is where the convoy will end on Vice's attack. Now they're going to have access to the defense. We really get to see Baby Bat coming on through on the Cloak and Dagger, a strategist that we don't really get to see all that much of. Do Insomnia try and field a one-shot capability to bring the Cloak and Dagger down? Magneto is still going to be open for them, but having that damage with the Meteor M and the Phoenix Ensong Inferno might be too juicy a prospect to pass up on, as Forever is already on the Mutant Vanguard.
My guy's speculating the Master of Magnetism takes to the field.
Get ready.
And as you said, knowing that that's an option, when you know you're going up against the classic counter, Meteor M, it can also be great knowing that, hey, I've got a coordinated team. The Iron Bulwark is not necessarily a counter to my Meteor M, because my team can probably burst through that shield in good time.
Yeah, I mean, if Ensong Inferno hits before Meteor M as well, then maybe that's already going to lose full access to that Bulwark coming on out. It really is going to be about who can find more value, as Oleg on that Star-Lord, Vice holding close, looking not just to scout, but also keep the attention so that they don't see the Venom. As you can see, Twitzy clearing every single angle before Lugia can find the commitment, and they found him.
Paranoia pays off in this case, and it's a quick disengagement here for Lugia. Means that the back line is going to be momentarily open as well.
Castle is already on point, pulling everybody to have to split their attention. Insomnia gets to walk onto point essentially for free.
Yeah, and Twitter gets to take the high ground as well, critically. Look how much space Forever has gained here. Just rolling on up slowly and making sure that this high ground is absolutely opened up for Twitter to work with. He's already halfway to that Ensong Inferno. Quick jump pack from the rocket utilized. The Baby Bat's already fallen. This could be the beginning of the end for Vice already. Missouri next to go. The healing throughput just isn't there with only a Jeff for Landshark. Passimo's traded out, yes, but Nocta and Twitzy utilizing their hit scan prowess carve through the defense.
Not just that, but because Insomnia were able to scout that dive, Soulbind wasn't forced in the first engagement hit of Lugia and Oleg, which meant that they had it for the walk-up. Rage of Ultron is at least built up of all of the damage that Vice were taking, and Missouri's over to the Doctor Strange, but oh no, they already lost the point.
Oh, that's sad. F in the chat for Canuton's ult. Well, Vice, now what do they do, Mox?
I mean, Missouri on the Doctor Strange at least has the ability to fly up to the high ground with the cape of levitation and try and hold it long enough for Vice to come on through with Baby Bat's blind. Ken's got to go over to the Loki so that they've got the regeneration domain and can survive the pressure coming on through from these ultimates. But Twitzy's Ensong Inferno is going to be able to shut that down, combined with the Meteor M, and Oleg as the target all the way through. Galactic Legend was in play.
Right click wasn't good enough, and the accuracy was there. A wonderful shutdown coming through from Forever. Passimo takes into the back, and while Ken can't survive against two Vanguards focusing their fire. A casualty confirmed, and the car keeps rolling. The disengage from Vice is desperate, and even now there's still going to be a Karmic Revival to try and keep up the pressure here from Insomnia. Vice is disengaged. It's messy, and they barely even managed to stop the car. It's been rolling most of his time, Mox.
Oh, and the pick onto Twitzy was too early too. The Phoenix comes right back into the mix off of the last second of Karmic Revival cast. Yes, Vice are coming in with ultimates, but Relaxing Sky and Limepro are going to have access to theirs, and Vice still have to get past the angle control from both the Phoenix and the Atom if they want to get onto the objective and stall it out.
Well, a Copper's Eternal Bond should at least be survivable here from Ken. There's no Meteor Rem, no Ensong Inferno ready to go already. Lugia has engaged, and their health's going to be going up real fast with the Eternal Bond behind them. However, 3 stuns from Vice. Ensong Inferno begins to strike fourth. In comes the Eye of Agamotto as well. Limepro and Nocta both stunned up, but guess what? Preemptive use of a Soul Bond is all that they need. A maximum pulse from the sky. Knudsen gets through. Nocta and Limepro both fall down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Nocta can return. The Cocoon Revival, the perfect being. He might not have legs, but what he does have is grit, determination, and power behind him. Nocta just runs them down. Knudsen can do nothing but stare from afar as Oblivion consumes Vice and Insomnia take Glintar.
Yeah, Adam might lack mobility when he's in his alive state, but having access to that cocoon, which was not part of the team up from the Guardians, and stayed even after that had been removed from the game, allows Nocta, despite getting picked by the Iron Man ultimate, to come back into the mix. And that's because Insomnia, they know that it's still winnable because they have Twitzy up on that Phoenix. And I mean, look at the damage output. 25,399 points of damage when we didn't even see a full push on either sides. This Phoenix was absolutely melting off of the pocket afforded to them.
Yeah, it's a pretty good hero, eh? Turns out it's one of the most popular, it's one of the most powerful forces in the comics, and we're beginning to see why they're the Phoenix and not Jean Grey in some of these circumstances. Despite some spirited moments from Insomnia, definitely felt like Vice had their number rolling through. I thought this was one of the better maps for Insomnia as well. I maybe missed it. I think that Insomnia have played this a couple of times before. Vice, I remember Knudsen playing a little bit of Adam here, but it being banned away was definitely a plus. And now I'm going to be wondering if we see more early Luna bans up against Vice to try and keep Baby Bat on the Cloak and Dagger.
Not just that, but it also meant that Twitzy was always having Snowflake advantage when it came to those duels. And as we got to see when we were looking at their attacking rounds, because they had all of that healing coming through from so many different sources, they could apply so much more pressure on spread out angles, which stopped any dives from coming on through prematurely from Vice. So Insomnia walked a point for free, were able to hide their backline in a place that the dive couldn't follow them for free, and held on to Soulbind for the first fight for free when it got to the brawl stage, and they could threaten point control and picking up percentage if the dive wanted to step up to the plate and try and take a fight against them.
Well, both of our teams are absolutely terrified of elimination, and everybody wants to make it to Atlanta. The only way to do that is through victory, and victory is going to await one of these teams on the other side of our break. All tied up 1-1 here, Mox. It seems like Insomnia might have found some secret sauce by banning a wave of lunar snow, as we have to go to a convoy map now, which is going to be of a choice of Vice.
Yeah, I mean, taking them to symbiotic surface so that the Jeff, even if it did get through, wouldn't be as impactful was absolutely huge for Insomnia. But like you said, they now have to go for a convoy map, and it is going to be Vice's pick of the mix too. So maybe we see them try and take us to a map where the Jeff is going to have a little bit more strength to facilitate the warrant of that ban. Somewhere like Spider Islands, which we've already seen things like the Atom composition try and come on through with, especially since we know that Canute likes flyer heroes, so maybe they put some pressure onto things like the Iron Man pickup or the Human Torch.
Yeah, I think that having Jeff present more of a threat is definitely a huge thing here for the side of Vice, because we did see the Jeff come through from Ken, and it was a little bit of a nothing burger, to be honest. I hate to be cruel about it, but Jeff on Symbiotic Surface doesn't really have much danger presented by the ultimate. That it's Jeff. Probably would have been better to have been combined with a Storm, to be honest, if Jeff Nader or something. But you're kind of -1 strategist ultimate and minus a bunch of frags and minus your own strategist when they're carrying them. So, we're going to a Rocco, which is also a very dangerous Jeff map on first, but I don't know if it's going to necessitate the ban.
Well, it's gonna be a ban, and some are actually going to be removing not the Luna this time around. The Invis is going to be removed, and you can see that Vice, yeah, they're gonna make sure that they keep the Luna so that they're not forced onto Cloak and Dagger when Magneto is still in play, and your ultimate doesn't have as much pressure to get one shot when you're stuck in those dash animations. Some are going to be removing Emma Frost next, a Vanguard which we've seen catching a lot of bans on convoy maps, as she does significantly put a stall and hold on to those triple Vanguards, being able to hold up the time bank on the objective.
I feel like Insomnia are currently flexibility checking Vice. Like, they're saying, okay, Mantis and Adam, they can both stay open for now. Like, I don't know if you guys have Adam and Mantis players. Like, if you guys can truly make use of the triple strategist that's on the table. Like Vice has made it this far in the tournament, surely those are available, but Insomnia doesn't seem overly concerned by those meta strategists.
Good ban coming on through from Vice against the Ultron. That's going to be something that Insomnia are going to feel, not just on their defense, but also on their attack, because one of the answers that we've seen to teams being spawn held is to send Ultron and something else that can have high mobility and flank around all the way to the backside of the defense off of the portal with the Ultron pocket, and then force a pivot of attention where the backline has to look behind them, and in turn not getting to babysit that front line, allowing the attackers to just bulldoze their way into that unclaimed space. As Vice are going to be removing the Adam this time around, not leaving it up for Nocta to be able to have, as if they do want to have an Ultron themselves, they want to make sure that they don't have to worry about that constant pressure of hit scan, plus having to go deep enough to be able to check where that Comic Revival position is going to be.
The Venom going away, like the Venom ban seems to potentially...
Mantis is still up, Luna's still got Snowflake to be able to give to those dive components. Emma got banned against Vice too, so you're not even going to be able to use Carbon Crush to keep the Venom in check. Now, Venom had to get removed.
Yeah, Venom had to go. We are likely going to be seeing a 2-2-2 from Insomnia here, given they've got access to both the Luna and the Invisible Woman. The Invisible Woman's not going to be available for Vice, of course. It's been banned away as Oligator poised with the idea.
Yeah, I don't think we see a 2-2-2 come from Insomnia just yet, though. They're going to be starting on that defense. So, like you said, even though they have the Invis and the Luna available, they also got the Mantis, which means that Noct is going to be taking that one. And Twitzy has impressed when he's come to being able to flex over to the Emma Frost. Him and Crazy Kitty, I think, have the best flexibility when it comes to moving over to that Vanguard and being able to output so much damage. And remember, they banked on that Emma. They removed Emma from their opponent so that they could get one-sided pressure and one-sided peel with the Carbon Crush and Spinning Kick pressure to have an environmental damage potentially when we get to the second half of first.
Yeah, the second half of first can be just such an annoying place to hit with the big death drop on one side. And you know, we have seen occasional pivots into something like a Angela here. I don't know if either of these teams are particularly inclined towards the Angela. We're looking more towards like a Na'Vi or potentially having Binary play those on phase.
Well, Vice, see it's a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, and immediately go for the spawn, hold, pressure, break. Knuten over to that Moon Knight to try and supercharge up the first Hound of Khonshu, but he's hardly getting any damage through because of the amount of shield block that Insomnia have. In fact, they're the first ones to get a pick onto Groot, so no one-sided wall isolations.
Yeah, curiously, Insomnia are playing a rare Testudo formation right here when it comes to their triple Vanguard. A bunch of shields. They are essentially interlocking shields like 300 Spartans and trying to hold Thermopylae.
I was going to say, this is very Roman in its stylings. Just playing for all of that shields to prevent any of this incoming pressure from that Moon Knight. Luke is actually going to move over to the Wolverine so that he can keep up the pressure onto the Doctor Strange or Password, who is incredibly far forward on that Magneto. And there goes the Doctor Strange, but give it a moment, he'll be back because Nocta has the BRB up.
Yep. Forever is returning, and Passuo slowly is rotating back into the space given. Knuten across the way saw a squishy target potentially approach Passuo, grabbed off. Nice pull from the Invisible Woman, but it's a little bit too late for Force Physics to rescue. Incoming stun! 4 players of Vice have souls separated from their corporeal bodies, but the follow-up simply isn't there. Line Pro a touch too late with the invisible boundary. It was already Passuo and Forever are outside of the area of effect here. So Insomnia are just going to have to do their best to try and keep the Flora Colossus contested. And there's the big combo. The Hand of Khonshu and the Flora Colossus both absolutely put this one in the grave. Yeah,
that Eye of Agamotto could have been huge, but Vice were able to burn down the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. Otherwise, it really would be Sia right back to spawn for Vice before the Maelstrom of Madness follow-up damage could come through. But Invisible Boundary being burned, and that they didn't have any counterplay against the Groot combo with that Moon Knight, as Hurricane is going to try and connect onto the players from Insomnia who portaled with the Strange back onto the high ground, and that forces out the Luna's Fate of both forwards. That Insomnia now have to get aggressive and move forward off of the back off, but they've lost full control of the off angles coming on through from both the Storm and the Moon Knight.
Disengagement was clean from Oligator. You got to worry here about the Feral Leap taking someone down into a pit, but the Wolverine's already used it, getting up close and personal. Passuo still falls midway through the channel. The group does not respect your metallic supremacy as it's Lugia towards the back, instantly moving away from the Emma Frost. She's bloody scary up close. You happen to be a Wolverine. Passuo low again. The Unk Impact is what gets it done. Khonshu makes his will known as the Ironwood walls save Knuten from a little bit of additional follow-up damage. The backline noted. They're grabbed on in. The Strangling Prison gets a couple of new inmates, and it's a life sentence here for Insomnia as Vice roll through.
Yeah, Missouri has been absolutely goated when it comes to these Groot walls being able to provide additional cover to prevent the Sonic Seduction from connecting onto the squishier players coming on through from Vice, and also letting that Moon Knight's Hand of Khonshu just put the pressure onto the control of the objective, allowing Vice to pick up that first control and now change the composition entirely because Spawnhold has been broken. It's over to the Torch getting pocketed by that Ultron that they prioritized saving.
Yeah, Oligator is going to be able to pump out so much damage here, but is going to face hit scan pressure from both Nocta and Twitzy. A 2 versus 1 that could be difficult to try and match in midair, even with the flight of Ultron in the pocket as well. Oh, the Ironwood wall is just perfect. Forever went too far up, and well, because Nocta was off on this off angle, there wasn't enough pressure to try and break that wall because you can't build up the sparks on the walls themselves. And Oligator, for now, just looks away. A quick disengagement off the back of the Eternal Bond. Not sure how I feel about that one. Ken's disengaging. Line Pro's on being chased down very heavily right now.
Vice are having to have their attention turned so many ways as there was actually presence on the point itself. I believe that was Passuo on the Captain America stalling out the objective push, but Vice lost a little bit of uptime. Rage of Ultron comes on through. Twitzy with the damage boost from Relaxing Sky, not going to be able to impact the ground in time to convert off of damage, and it's up to Nocta. What a freeze from Baby Bat to interrupt the Galactic Legend, and it's now up to Forever to cover the space, but that means that Meteor M's being burned, and it's not going to be that to absorb Supernova once Ken comes back into play.
Dude, Forever saw all of the possible futures there to try and land that Meteor M. Big freeze to shut down all of this offensive pressure. Lion Pro's grabbed on in, puts on the orange jumpsuit. The Strangling Prison claims yet another soul. And Twitzy does get one before they fall on down. So Knuten's going to be down on the overall generation of the Rage of Ultron.
Oh, stall coming in through from Passuo, but Insomnia can't lose the Captain America. He's the one closest to the ultimates, so he doesn't get to go as aggressive as he wants to. Instead, it's up to the Magneto, but he's just going to get Groot walled off by Missouri, and the backline have to swing out so much wider, which means that they get tracked down by the Human Torch. There's no peel It's a 1 versus 1, and Limepro will lose to the sibling.
Lugia unable to convert there onto Password, but it does at least break the shield. That makes it all the more easy for Oligator to try and convert on it. Twitzy gets staggered.
Hey, Passo is actually giving up Freedom Charge. He's over to the Hulk. Coming on through, Nocta moves over to the Namor. They've seen the Ultron, they've seen the Torch, and they're going to try and take it out of the sky with the pressure coming on through from the Namor and the Monstros alongside of it. But Vice have so much control of the high ground right now, and Insomnia are really going to have to double down if they want to be able to hold on to this perch. And Relaxing Sky just doesn't get the opportunity. The Pyro Prison with the tick damage forces Insomnia's positions, leaves them low enough that Oligator doesn't even need to full commit and can just catch them as they try and disengage the Rage of Ultron.
God, his mechanics are just so disgusting. Between Pyro Prison and Strangling, what? They're going for the invisible boundary. Limepro believes that it's winnable, and Password was inclined to agree, and they have kept this one stalled here. It's going to be a disengagement from the Hulk. Relaxing Sky is found isolated. Forever manages to grab Baby Bat on the other side. Wait, Forever's converting on this. Forever's got the mechanics. Like Insomnia are just such a clutch team. Unbelievable stuff to turn this one around.
Here's the thing as well, Insomnia actually swapped Nocta over to the Mantis for that damage boost, so they tried the Namor angle, didn't work. Now they're going to just put all of the pocket onto this Phoenix, and because they stopped Vice from having that momentum, the Flyers now take so much entry damage because there's no Invis Woman, no Guardian Shield to prevent Oligator and Knuten from getting picked.
Yeah, they're just absolutely eating this poke on the entry, and Twitzy is feasting right now. It's Hulk into her back. He's rather upset, and he's making everyone else's problem. Knuten gets hit by the Gamma Clap, and even with the Eternal Bomb, the damage is still so much to try and deal with. A quick Strangling Prison grabs in multiple members of Insomnia, but Relaxing Sky meets the call in midair, and Oligator gets hit twice. It just dives in front of a shockwave that was coming out of a Phoenix, outpaced it on the way, and so got hit by a second phase of damage from Twitzy. Not the greatest disengage, but here comes a re-engage from Knuten. A Rage of Ultron around the back. Doesn't seem to be presented too many targets, but Nocta's found isolated here. Forever's falling low. Has to use their bubble for themselves. The Pyro Prison might be erected shortly on top of the high ground, but Oligator doesn't quite have it ready. Forever ready to do some damage off the back of the Mag Ultimate, but I think that one might have been more of a space ultimate than a space maker.
Still, they're stalling. Limepro is going to have invisible boundary for this next fight. It's up to Lugia Go to try and shut them down with the Meteor M and that one-shot potential onto the Invis Woman. Otherwise, Vice are going to be so in deep on the objective. It's going to be overtime. They're all going to be slowed. This is going to determine the double jump means that Limepro is currently invisible. They don't know where to throw the Meteor.
Password's got so much staying power here. Baby Bat drives everyone forward. A Fate of Both Worlds is enough to try and take down Twitzy, and Forever just doesn't have the HP to stand up to all of this firepower. Relaxing Sky is rounded upon. Knuten gets in close, is punished for the audacity. Relaxing Sky says, take a seat, son. I'm going to put this one down for now. The angriest Hulk has arrived, and Baby Bat can't stand up to the green rage monster. Getting in close and personal. A quick grab here and there. Passo's mechanics are unbelievable on the Hulk. And what was the last second contest? The Flora Colossus is stalled in place. There's no one else there. What a play from the Hulk.
Oh, Insomnia, the turnaround. I can tell you the exact moment that they turned it around too. It was when they went to the Phoenix and they actually rotated. The two teams swapped position. Insomnia with the off angle and the Guardian Shield pocket onto Twitzy actually went to the objective, forcing Vice to have to go to the high ground rather than the Flora Colossus first. And it meant that even when we saw Vice starting to come away with eliminations, the objective had moved almost all the way back to the beginning of third. So they're dumping all of their ultimates in to regain control of that space, and Insomnia knows that by flipping that map, they've guaranteed themselves another fight, but when it gets close enough to the finish line, they've got the respawn advantage because they're right outside the fight.
Relaxing Sky winning their duel against Knuten there was kind of everything as well. Hitting the Hedgehogs. Loon does so much damage, and Knuten decided at range to get in close and really demand that attention. I don't know if he really wanted to catch those hands.
Vice are going to be running the Cloak and Dagger. yet again. They've also got Lugia over towards that thing so that they're going to have damage reduction onto whoever he decides to jump, as well as potential pressure onto flyers if we do see the wraparound with something like a Human Torch to take the pressure off of the front line and let them move on forward. But it's just going to be at the moment Moon Knight coming on through from Nocta, combined with the wall isolations from Forever and the damage boost from the Storm, and already he's 50% to the first ultimate.
Hands of Khonshu start flying real quick on Arako, especially when you're up against tanks that don't have quite as much mitigation. The Vanguard capacity of Lugia definitely less in shielding, more in raw presence. A quick Yancy Street charge to shut down any potential movements here, but Nocta's more than happy to just stand on business, and Baby Bass found that out the hard way.
Vice didn't have the rocket up either, so the pick onto Missouri on that Magneto was immediate, but Ken got the God of Mischief up online in time, copies Canute and brings everybody back to the fold with the Comic Revival, and that means that they have another Soul Pine too. Plus, if he gets taken down, he gets to bring himself back.
Bring on back real quickly. Noctis just racking them up right now. Racks on racks on racks. Wants that 250k in their pocket. And Canuten's bringing them back real quick here. Vice are back on business. But isolated is Ken. Will be unable to survive this very easily. And Canuten's been taken down once again as well. Relaxing Sky thinks that this one warrants a fate of both worlds. And admittedly, they've got enough space here to try and work with that you do want to try and convert. Yet another hand of Khonshu, by the way, as Oligator gets a reasonable ult, but gets frozen out of it in the aftermath. Relaxing Skies having themselves a game right now on the Luna.
I mean, Lugia is about to have an absolute field day with this clobbering time. The problem is his health bar is deteriorating so quickly, eroded entirely by all of the spam damage coming on through from the Moon Knight. It now falls to Missouri with the Freedom Charge to stall out the objective, but Nox has been able to find the isolation onto Ken so that the Loki doesn't get to build God of Mischief. But he manages to lose the duel against Canute on the Atom, which means that the Loki has a little bit more of a safer time.
Canute off the edge, though. Much more harder to resurrect, and I'm for a Relaxing Sky getting their own licks in here too. There should be a recontest later on.
I mean, Vice are going to have another cycle, though, of 2 Karmic Revival casts. Oligator is going to be swapping over to the Doctor Strange, portaling everybody back into position. Looks like they find the backline as well before Relaxing Sky has the fate of both worlds, trying to jump out upon them with that blind coming on through from the Terror Cape. And the Wolverine's been able to grab Forever, but Passawo with the Sonic Seduction clears the space back into Insomnia's control.
Yeah, now the Flora Colossus is moving once more. They're rounding upon the thing. He doesn't have the health ball to try and deal with this one. Yeah, there are regeneration domains, but they've already been expended, so Ken can't survive much longer. It's Canuten from the back, though. Not very close to the resurrection. Admittedly, 95%, but it's another self-revival, so Insomnia, this should be finished. Unless crazy still comes through from Missouri.
Missouri's there on the Captain America. Great force physics, though, from Line Pro. Over Yancy Street charge comes on through from Lugia. He's already been able as well to get a little bit of healing coming on through. The dash isn't in time to save the thing, and Ken goes down, caught by the Strangling Prison after he ends the CC immunity from that Eternal Bond. Vice still think this is winnable, though. The rest from the actual Adam Warlock is so close to the objective, they all drop from the high onto the low.
Yeah, but we haven't been there for the cap. It's been completed already. The Flora Colossus has started in greenifying Arako. And now Noctis just getting up close and personal. Once again, Khonshu makes his will known, and he does not like interlopers upon the Flora Colossus. Khonshu has plans, and Vice will not stand in their way.
Noctis just going to stay on this Moon Knight until that Loki swaps too, because he's getting so much value with the Onk bounces off of those doppelgangers. But now we're going to be seeing, yeah, there we go. Loki goes away, so too does Mantis. And Insomnia, they saw what worked on their defensive third. They're going to do the exact same thing again. All of the pocket onto Twitzy. It's going to come down to the flyer fight. Who's going to be able to find more value? There's more damage boost up for Twitzy with the Mantis, but there's more stability with Oligator on the Torch and the Ultron.
Flames in the bellies of both of these teams, and Passawo has been able to activate theirs first. Sonic Seduction grabs only the Magneto for now, as Lugia, on the end side of their transformation, has their mind filled with thoughts of Emma, and already it seems like the Vice defense is falling apart. Look how far the cart's gone already.
They've got flyer comp, but they don't have control of the space, Harry. And worse for them too, where these fights are taking place in low-hanging door frames. No good angle for the Human Torch. If he wants to come back into the fight, he has to drop low enough to get pressured by both the Strange and the Emma, as well as the Phoenix. And off of the back of that, Insomnia don't slow down.
Yeah, like they've made up for lost time here, if ever there was some, on second. One fight, and it was barely even a real one. Knuten's over to the Cope Iron Man.
Oligator's onto the Namor too, so they're trying to win that one fight. Insomnia stopped all of the momentum off of one fight win and using it to capitalize on this high ground position. Eye of Agamotto catches onto so many players. Baby Bat, with the fate of both worlds, is going to be able to come in for the healing, but it's not in time. Lugia was behind cover, which means that the LOS wasn't there for the Hulk, and Insomnia still think that it's winnable.
Oh, a double from Missouri. Twitzy knocked her down. And this could be exactly what the Doctor ordered for Vice. A little bit of stability and some positioning to try and work with for their flyer.
Insomnia with the Doctor Strange and the Emma, though, should have the shield covered to be able to prevent a connection from the invincible Iron Cannon coming on through from Knuten's ultimate. And you have to worry too about Twitzy. If Vice stack too many of their players up on this high ground, all of them are going to get stunned by that Phoenix when Insomnia come knocking for control of that high hold.
An invincible pulse cannon and a dream, but there are so many ways to mitigate it. You want to try and shut down something like the Fate of Both Worlds. Big stun in the back. Lugia go. Oh, knocked her! Not into the Horn of Proteus, bro. Not like this. Instantly decimated. But Oligator is traded out on the other side. Still, Twitzy stands alone. The healing's not there with their Mantis down. The little pocket isn't available. And what is bro cooking over there? Knuten starts to feel the pressure, and their mind breaks under it, just like Baby Bats does, as they look upon Emma Frost. Thankfully, they're dragged into the Eternal Bond, so the healing is there. Insomnia now in the midst of a brawl. They are going to get Twitzy back in good time because they're so close to their own spawn. Ken's already been taken down, and now the call has to be made. Do we disengage and make another fight for later?
Well, here's the problem for Vice. They don't have a defensive into this End Song Inferno coming on through from Twitzy, especially since Insomnia can actually combo off of their own invisible boundary. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto directly into the mag shield, but it still catches Knuten, who was up in the air above the mag curtain, and Insomnia just continue applying pressure to the point that Missouri uses Meteor M to bypass the Vanguards and look for a pick onto the back.
Certified Knuten haters, unfortunately, with the solo. What a quick bank around with the End Song Inferno, but it does not impact. Line Pro's brought up more than enough healing here for Insomnia to try and sustain themselves on the floor of Colossus. Lugia is getting angry, and this is when he's at his most dangerous. Frozen up temporarily, the healing's got to be there. An exile onto the Magneto, and Knuten finally strikes on back. The Unibeam, Jarvis clipped that one, and a smack into the floor as Passimo was taken down in the most slow and humiliating manner that Lugia can craft.
Missouri actually was huge coming on through with that Meteor Ram. Yes, it didn't find the pick, but it meant that Line Pro wasn't able to use the Invis boundary combined with the End Song Inferno until he sees where the Meteor is, which meant that Baby Bat was able to build up her ultimate and have the healing to sustain through that End Song Inferno connection. Knuten's still going to be hidden on that angle too. If Insomnia vibe for the high ground and with the time precedence at their backs drop to the low, everyone is going to be behind the Iron Man.
Oh, Knuten's cooking. Passimo doesn't fall down to the damage incoming, though, and the Horn of Proteus is equally ineffective. Still, Line Pro is down on the floor, so the Wrath of the Seven Seas is made known up close and personal. Two players stunned. Oligator gets converted upon, and Knuten's down as well. It's going to be so long for them to respawn. Amidst all of this, the End Song Inferno has to bank around cautiously as Ken is taken down. Lugia is doing their best to stall out the carpet, getting up close and personal. The Phoenix does so much damage. Missouri's turn to step up to the plate now. An Omega level mutant with no one behind them as Lugia and Baby Bat have been just scattered, gone, reduced to atoms. Knuten's there in time. An opening of the portal here from Oligator, but is Ken even anywhere near to try and make it work? The answer is no. The Flora Colossus reaches the goal, and Insomnia are 2-1 and one map away from knocking Vice from Ignite.
It's the Emma Frost versus Doctor Strange shakedown the second that he tries to step through the portal into Carbon Crush off of that diamond form, and not enough time to be able to stall and allow Vice to start to regroup onto that objective. And Twitzy, for the second time in a row, will be able to walk away with the MVP. 44 eliminations in total, by the way. Finishes the map 36,937 damage total done. As we can see, both Nocta and and Relaxing Sky hoarding the assists. 34 for the Lunar Snow and 24 for the Mantis. Insomnia really worked out what worked for them when they went for that third point hold, and they just kept getting to pocket the Phoenix for as much as they possibly wanted.
I feel like we definitely got a little bit of value from the Adam on the defense here. For the side of Vice, like Canadian was getting some good mechanical plays out, and of course, being able to convert on the Ultron. It looked like they had so much of a chance. And that Johnny Storm was up in the air, but like you said, it was all about that Phoenix swap from Twitzy.
See, the thing for Vice is, and this is likely going to haunt them, if they just been able to stall one more fight on second when they swap to those flyer comp positions. The problem for them is that when they swap to the flyer comp, Insomnia was already so far forward. They were fully in control of that spacing, and we were also into a neutral fight rather than an ultimate build-up fight. So every single thing that Twitzy does, he's going to have 12% damage boost coming on through from Nocta because it's a triple strategist line, so the Mantis is never going to have to use those seeds for healing, and he's also always going to have the Lunar Snowflake pocket and the Invis Guardian Shield stagger. So even if Vice have the majority of their players go through those door frames and try and stack up rushing down that Phoenix, they're never going to be able to find the elimination, and the Phoenix gets to turn around and stun every single one of them, punishing them for being stacked and supercharging up the Ensong Inferno, as opposed to poor Oligator on that Human Torch who had zero control of the spacing and was just being rushed down before he could even join the fight because of it.
Yeah, just being rolled on by both a Phoenix and a Star-Lord coming at you from different angles. It's always going to be difficult to survive, even if you have an Ultron drone ready at your behest. And you know what? Us Vanguard viewers, we're feasting right now. Two fantastic Hog Flyers in Passawo and Lugia Go. We are absolutely on it right now. However, for Vice, they are on the edge of elimination. Can they bring it back? Find out after this break. Vice are suffering right now, but it's not over yet. Insomnia are on match point in our lower bracket here for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 EMEA. And Mox, Oblivion faces Vice if they can't get it together on their map pick.
Yeah, and I feel when we head into the ban draft, Mantis is likely going to be catching a ban almost immediately because, oh my goodness, the damage boosted Twitzy was just getting work done. You have to remember as well, Vice came into that with a really good hold on first. Like the Loki being able to build God of Mischief before the Adams comic revival comes on through so you can stall out long enough to get your actual comic revival cast was a stroke of genius, but so too was the fact that Insomnia were running the Moon Knight, and the second that those Angs catch onto the doppelgangers, you're always going to be able to pressure off the strategist into having to back up and disengage and desynchronize that ultimate stall chain coming on through. Being able to break that before we saw a second God of Mischief into comic revival meant that Insomnia had so much time to play with when they moved into third off of a blistering pace that in second.
Yeah, that honestly, second point, it kind of fell apart. Like, you can get stuck on second point for like aeons. Yeah. like they're a Tyrannosauri who got stuck on second point of Araco. Like, bro, it's been like 17 million years. Why can't I get through this point? But getting through it in like a minute is unbelievable, especially considering I think they only had like 1 or maybe 0 people pushing for most of that because they claimed so much of a space to try and make it much harder for his flyers to move forward through his small doorways.
Yeah, but it turns out, just like the dinosaurs were wiped out by a meteor hitting the ground, an extinction event comes on through when a Mantis gets to damage boost a Phoenix, especially on second when so many people are stacked up. Like, we didn't even really need an Endsong Inferno to be able to break it. It's just off of spark damage and melee animation cancels alone that the Phoenix can entirely wipe the board. So I feel like either the Mantis is going to get targeted or the Phoenix as well, because as we've seen, whenever Vice play their defenses, they like to play stacked, which means that Phoenix is getting maximum value.
Yeah, like those sparks, they're building up off the explosions, and it just means that you're getting that Endsong Inferno so fast, and it's damage boosted every time. Like you said, we might need to see a pivot towards that Mantis ban, like if we go for maybe a Jeff Mantis ban to begin with, if you've got the 2 bans, but if you don't ban it first, then it might well slip through the cracks. It's often been a first protect, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but unfortunately, if you ban the Mantis first, then that leaves the door open for either the Jeff to be able to creep through or the Ultron. So you really do have to figure out which line you want to ban for and which composition you want to try and send Insomnia down. But as we've seen, Twitzy, like, I put a lot of stock on Twitzy as a duelist when we were coming into this, because when he was on chemistry, he was incredibly flexible, being able to play so many hyper carries of the previous meta, which means that not only can he flex onto the Phoenix, as we've seen, he's got a very good Human Torch in the back pocket too, which means if the Ultron does manage to sneak through, that Human Torch is coming out to play, or the Star-Lord as well. I
wonder if we end up going to Domination now. The map pool has reopened as we have gone through all 3 of our map types. The only maps we can't play are Krakoa, Symbiotic Surface, and Araco. So it's an absolute open season right now for Vice. They can choose their absolute best map if they would like, but they did do pretty well on Domination, being able to leverage Canuten's great play on the Iron Man, as well as Oligator being able to use the Namor in conjunction with the Hulk to really control a bunch of space.
Yeah, and the Hulk as well, being able to jump in and out of different spaces means that you have a lot of ping-pong potential when it comes to relaying the point. But if the Hulk gets through, you have to worry about the Emma, because, I mean, the Emma grabs have been absolutely crushing when it comes to that overall impact. And we've seen multiple times, too, that Mantis managed to make it through the ban draft and therefore give the damage boost onto not just a duelist, but also the Vanguard too, which makes it even harder for Lugia to be able to hold his ground on the Hulk if it comes down to a 1 versus 1 against the Emma for control of the objective space.
Yeah, Nocta is a impressive Mantis player as well when they make it through the draft, and we've seen just what the Emma's been able to do. We saw Canadian get kicked off the map, unfortunately, on Araco. Sometimes that risk happens when you're playing on Araco, especially on first point, for all those environmental hazards to deal with. But it feels like Emma's been a priority ban since Vice just got so much value out of it from Missouri, I believe, who was playing it on Krakoa, because we saw great fight planning around the Emma ultimate when it came to those domination points as well, such as like having to cede some space away sometimes, like the point was sacrificed in order to make sure that there was better win conditions available for that Emma Frost. And being able to hard pocket your Emma as well is pretty good when they got that 100 charge, because Missouri's a crazy tracking aimer.
Yeah, and Vice also have to worry too about the bans that are going to be drafted against them, not just the bans that they're going to be drafting against their opponent, because we've seen Insomnia have a really good grasp of what to instant ban that forces Vice out of their comfort zone when it comes to the strategist lineups. Like, we've seen Baby Bat have to go to the Cloak and Dagger, something that we've actually got to see a couple of teams go with. OG Seed, when we see them go up against FaZe. I'm expecting to see a fair bit of Cloak and Dagger coming on through from Nami, given the fact that they like running the Cloak and Dagger with the Groot and the Winter Soldier for the blinds. But as we've seen from the past coming on through from Vice, they do prefer to come on out with things like that Luna, so that the duelists, when they go head to head, both have access to the idle aura and you don't have to look to disengage.
Okay, Moxie, speed analysis, go.
Oh boy, okay, Vice take out the Adam Warlock because of Central Park Convergence, and there's a lot of uptime for the res behind that point itself, as well as the Soulbind to be able to walk uncontested on first. Ultron's also been removed so that Insomnia can't run a good dive or a strong flyer composition with a Human Torch or a Star-Lord. Just been removed from both of these teams because of the environmental hazards when it comes to every single part of this map. Luna's been the insta-ban against Vice too, as we've seen Insomnia being able to really put the hood on forcing Baby Bat onto that Cloak and Dagger, and as we can see, Mag is still going to be in play alongside the Phoenix and the Mantis, which means that there's going to be so much pressure on Vice when it comes to being able to sustain their strategist ultimates and win the neutral duels in the 1v1s when it comes to those duelist plays.
And time! Damn, you're crazy. Wowie! Yeah, we missed a little bit of a draft, but hey, who cares? Mox has got you, right? Damn! She's got hands. Vice once again have the Luna band away from them. I think they're trying to force Baby Bat once again over onto a Cloak and Dagger, but maybe there are some options here. There aren't really options to pivot into that tertiary strategist role. Like, the Mantis is open, but you don't have the Jeff, you don't have the Ultron, you don't have the Adam. So you could play, like, I don't know, Rocket Mantis, but that doesn't seem like a great idea, especially when you're going up against the, like, Perma Phoenix.
Yeah, I feel like we might be fielded onto a little bit of Cloak and Dagger shenanigans yet again, which again feels like it's something that Insomnia are enforcing onto Vice when it comes to that ban draft. I am very worried about the Mantis being able to make it through too, as we were seeing a hover come on through from Insomnia's side of the Namor and that Hulk. So remember, damage boosted Namor, you don't have to worry about syncing up the window of something like the Luna's Fate of Both Worlds with the 10 seconds. Even though it only got knocked out by 2 seconds, having less opportunity to sync up those ultimates really forces these teams into playing those ultimates a lot faster and potentially messing up where they position them or getting the timing correctly when they're looking for follow-up off of either a Horn of Proteus from the Namor or a Feast of the Abyss from the Venom.
It'll be all about those combinations and being able to effectively communicate them in the heat of battle. That's where the comms often start to break down. When you get past like a 15 to 20 second mark in a fight, the comms, the plan starts to go out the window and a new plan has to be generated on the fly, which is oftentimes the duty of an in-game caller. Someone like a Trust Me, a real leader who everyone will obey the commands of when they get issued.
Yeah, and we don't really get to talk all that much about comms because it's obviously something that you don't get to see. It's not tangible value, but that's one of the benefits of a dive composition with things like the tempo attack, where you can hit and interrupt the communication cycle coming on through for teams, either alt tracking or mid-rotation trying to, we call it zombie walking on the player and coaching side, where you're still trying to come up with a plan as you walk out from your spawn towards the fight. If you zombie walk into those fights and all of a sudden there's a dive directly on top of you, 9 times out of 10, you're losing those fights.
9 times out of 10. Like, if you don't have a plan and you get punched in the face while you're making the plan, often it's not going to be a great plan. And sometimes not even everyone follows the plans. We check out all of the beautiful scenery available on Central Park. This is a great place to play the Human Torch, and we do know that Oligator loves that pivot over to the Human Torch, but I believe we did see the Ultron banned away, so the potential for Pocket is quite low.
That, and it's also going to be going into space that's already controlled by a Namor, and as we've seen, when teams defend and they can set up those crossfires, it can be really detrimental to any flying component, something that actually Knuten found out the hard way yesterday. Remember when they tried to go with the Ultron Iron Man against that Hela and Phoenix setup?
I mean, the Hela Phoenix, like, that double hit scan was just disgusting to witness, wasn't it? Like you said, it's just so difficult to approach that, especially when you've got like the burst mobility from the Crow of the Hela and the ability to move between planes of verticality super easily for the Phoenix, even if it does come at the cost of some DPS, being able to not have that dark ascent as easily as you did before. But there have certainly been a multitude of looks that we've seen here on Central Park. And who knows which one's going to be the most viable here. I'd love to see the Hulks come out again, but that's more of a selfish desire, as both Passawo and Lugia have been pretty goated on the Hulks. And it's kind of heartbreaking that one of these teams is going to leave this year's Ignite, potentially after this map.
I mean, you can tell how much it means to both of these teams too. Like the back and forth that we've seen coming on out for both of these teams, where we've seen so many fights go so long, all the way to the distance, and it is just one major play that turns things around. Maybe it's a Phoenix Stun being able to find a connection onto something like a Cloak and Dagger, meaning that you don't get your heal opportunity or to throw your resources down. Maybe it's a Supernova being desynchronized from something like a Strangling Prison, so you don't get to stack those Hurricanes, chain the damage, be able to punch through strategist uptimes. Or maybe it's not being able to get on top of an Adam Warlock in time before the fight breaks out, forcing Soulbind and punishing a Karmic Revival's telegraphed position. But now it is very much on the line for Vice, as Insomnia are currently on match point and will be starting off on the defense. And we can see from the silhouette, you got your wish, Harry. That's going to be more Hulk to play, which in turn is going to empower that Namor. If Vice try and run any flyer right now, they're going to get immediately checked from that sky. And off of the back of that, I don't think Vice are going to be running flying components. I think it's going to be sticking with things like the Winter Soldier, so that when the Hulk dives backline, you can grab him back with the Bionic Hook.
Yeah, the Winter Soldier, like, it rose in usage very quickly, and it's also had a little bit of a drop-off here between these teams, but I feel like Knuten's played a little bit of it as well. Don't know if it, like, fell out of favor for Knuten, or is it, if there's just more faith in the Iron Man. It definitely seems like when you're going up against both an Emma and a Lunar Snow, there's a lot of capacity to get value from the Invincible Pulse Cannon, being able to burst through either the Emma Ultimate or the Lunar Ultimate. And as happy as I am to see Passawo on that Hulk, it does have a bit of vulnerability compared to the Venom because of the nature of a charge. For that jump, it's very easily interrupted, and then you got to charge it up all over again because he can't maintain his jump charge between CCs.
Yeah, and not just that, Venom has high mobility, but also high survivability with his shields, as opposed to Hulk, who has his bubble, but when bubble gets broken and you get CC nabbed back into that fight before you can properly disengage, you tend to become somewhat of a pin cushion. More worrying as well for the attacker side is that the Namor is going to be starting off in the defense, so you don't have to burn Blessing of the Deep to guarantee that you can hit your high ground perch, as opposed to if you're attacking and you have to go from the low to the high, burning that cooldown, which is why a lot of the time when we see attacking Hellas, Namor's going toe-to-toe with their mirror, the defense tends to come out on top because they still have access to those mobility resources in case they start losing the fight, and they can look to reposition without being punished, as opposed to the attacking side, who, because they're taking the fight when those are already down on cooldown, have no opportunity of safe disengage and just catch all of the damage instead.
Well, it does appear to be a bit of a wait, so let's think about what might be coming to Marvel Rivals in the next couple of days. Daredevil is on the horizon, the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. It looks like it's a very interesting kit. Seems like we're going to be fulfilling a similar niche to Iron Fist, as well as having a blind and a deafen on the ultimate, which is going to be very interesting in a team environment. It's going to be a bit of a comms check yet again to see if you can communicate to your blinded and deafened teammates what ultimates might be coming their way, because it might be that a Daredevil's ultimate itself, letting the devil out, is not what really secures those frags, but the disabilities impaired might allow for other ultimates to have even more effectiveness.
Yeah, it's not really as much a question about letting the devil out as if the dive is going to be let in as well, because being able to actually see those positions through the walls is absolutely huge. We've seen so many times when these attacking teams are walking forward and they know that there is a probability of a venom behind them. The amount of time that they actually have to clear those angles, we got to see it from the Psylocke POV a little bit earlier on Symbiotic Surface on the original walk-up, remember? Having to check to the left, having to check to the right, making sure to mark anything out of the ordinary. Daredevil's going to be able to do that just in the neutral, which is actually huge when it comes to being able to prevent dive composition. So you can play him as a sort of a backline assassination hit, or you can send him after your enemy team's backlines, or you can play him as a counter dive component as well.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be seeing the Daredevil Showcase come up later today with some of our favorite streamers from around the Marvel Rivals content creator sphere. And here we are. Stalling Rivals is over. We're back.
Vice are going for a 2-2-2 composition, so crossfire angle plays saddling up for Knuten and Oligator. Knuten playing a little bit closer as well to the stack of their backline in case Insomnia get aggressive, but relaxing Sky with that Loki. The regeneration domain does get the benefit of having better sustain in the first fight. It's going to mean that the doppelgangers provide a lot of resets into Knuten's ultimate though.
Yeah, trio of clones back here. The output is going to be immense from Relaxing Sky, but you can see that there has been a good amount of pressure coming that way from Knuten, laying down the Rotterdam headshots at range. Missouri needs a little bit of HP, but Pasuo seems a little bit reticent at the moment to drop down from his high ground perch. Is mostly just playing a bodyguard to Twitzy, forcing Oligator off this high ground when they do bother to come on up, and making sure that Lugia can't control this space either. It's all about making sure that it's just a safe and cuddly time for Twitzy.
Insomnia put the pressure onto the Phoenix with the Hulk, and then immediately when the Phoenix was getting peeled for, ran down onto Missouri when the resources were just lacking to keep the EMEA up. And Insomnia bully their way onto main off of the back of it. Twitzy, by the way, has already got Horn of Proteus ready to go. Might use it when Vice walk up to try and catch onto Ken as he comes on through from his Eternal Bond dashes, or they're just going to pair it with the Sonic Seduction trying to catch the disengage.
A bit speculative. It seemed like Insomnia are already getting away with... oh no, Pasuo's gone in too deep as well. Hold up, this is quite the fumble here from Insomnia.
Oh, that's regeneration domain too.
Okay, they're just going to try and time out this. Wait for the Eternal Bond to roll on through. Ken's going to be able to claim a huge amount of this space. Can go in with the Terror Cape as well. And guess who's here to try and follow it up? Lugia go, ready to go. Sentinel strikes are solid. A quick copy using the Gods of Duplicity. And that's going to be the Soul Resurgence ready to go. Coming through from the side of Relaxing Sky. Knuten taken down right here as Twitzy returns to the fray once more. The Squids have made their wills known. And Ensong Inferno doesn't get too much. Twitzy is still lording over it all on the name, or absolutely the difference maker in so many of these fights.
I mean, Insomnia had triple strategists, which meant that they had 3 defensive ultimates to be able to cycle, as opposed to Vice's 2, given the fact that Lugia went down before Freedom Charge can come out. Knuten now off of the Winter Soldier, now that Kraken Impact didn't find the value that it's looking for, over towards the Hela to be able to keep a check of Twitzy on that Namor, as well as utilize the Soul Drainer in case Insomnia try and send Pasuo aggressively deep. But because he got picked, he's on the Strange, which means that Vice just have to make a play with both of their Vanguard ultimates, opening up the space so they can guarantee pick up a couple of ticks.
Also means no Gamma. Namor looks like Pasuo got grabbed out of their ultimate there. Eye of Agamotto not going to be opening up today as Missouri carves through the regeneration domains. And now an opening has been found by Knuten over onto the Hela. Not the usual hero that he picks on up, but still might be able to get some real value as the double hit scan runs down Pasuo. They carve through the shield. And Vice have a huge amount of space control to work with here.
Oh, Twitzy's over to the Starlord though. This Hela is about to be very aggressively dove on. Yeah, Knuten turns around and Twitzy's directly behind him. That's a jump scare moment if ever I've seen one, and forever with the Sonic Seduction just clears the point of Vice's presence, which means Insomnia have all of the angles and all of the damage boost from Noxia on the Mantis to convert into picks. And that is all of the point presence that Vice will be able to pick up until this next fight goes through.
Informational failure there, potentially. Knudsen not knowing that Twitzy was round the back, and the damage boost onto Twitzy here is everything. Blaster Barrage just carves through Baby Bat. Oligator tries to turn it around off the back of an End-Song Inferno. T-posing above it all, looking on to Nocta. Maybe a follow-up could come on through from Lugia, but already the Regeneration Domains has come on out. Twitzy, Passo, all going to fall in overtime. It seems like maybe an overchase from Insomnia has absolutely shipwrecked their defense. Vice has managed to make it onto a point, getting in close and personal here. Line Pro going to try and return with the fate of both worlds. Still, players might be grabbed on in here by Missouri. Grabbing onto Twitzy, just about manages to avoid getting mind controlled, but laying down the mortars from range. Knudsen is a monster to try and deal with. There needs to be some peel for the backline. Knudsen can't do anything. The automatic aim for Star-Lord is just too much to try and stand up to right now. One player on the point. It's going to be Missouri on the Emma, and the Regeneration Domains have once more been taken to the sky and brought the health bars up in their stead. Vice, it's so back and forth when it comes to their contestation, and it's Knudsen who has to come on back now. Line Pro's on the Iron Man, taking a leaf out of Knudsen's book somehow and getting value out of the quick flight and the armor overdrive. Nocta on the other side, and I think that there still is someone here to try and contest. It's Passive on the other side. It's an absolute nightmare of a fight as Line Pro has to be charged on down. Knudsen rolls it back. Forever's here on the Thor. 100% win rate every time, baby, up close and personal, and that's going to be the Regeneration Domain used to give it a little bit of extra sustainability over to a more valorous brother of the Asgardian children. Odin smiles down upon the efforts made this day. Forever ascends to the sky and sinks Vice's hopes.
Okay, let's fully try and break that down in the little tent that we have. Insomnia overextended into Vice's team that far to their spawn because they knew that Eternal Bond was the ultimate that they had available, and the dashes from the spawn doors to the objective would not be enough even before to carry over. Then we get to see, like you said, Line Pro come out onto that Iron Man and play above the point so that Vice's players, because overtime had been going so incredibly long, couldn't actually have one of them step up, like the Doctor Strange maybe teleporting up to put pressure or shield block off the Iron Man's attrition. Wasn't able to risk it in case the other player fell a little bit prematurely and overtime burned out entirely. And we got to see the back and forth for Insomnia understand if it goes to the brawl, they've got the better rotation of resources because they've got damage boost and regeneration domain. And Relaxing Sky on that Loki got 2 whole casts of regeneration domain within that entire fight.
For Vice, there are 2 choices. Lock in or leave any chance of going to Atlanta and the World Finals behind. Insomnia stand on the edge of kicking Vice into the abyss of elimination.
Here's the problem for Vice. If it goes down to just this opening fight, 6 versus 6, Insomnia have damage boost. They're always going to win their duels if it goes to that 1 versus 1. Vice, though, with Baby Back going to be moving over to the Mantis instead. And it looks like they're going to be going for some dives. Lugia on that Venom potentially looking to soft hit so that Knudsen on the Star-Lord gets the damage boost and can try and play off of Insomnia's stack. As we can see, Patholo going low but pulling so much attention to set Twitzy up on the Namer unchecked.
Twitzy's going to go up the spiral staircase here. Space gained and space made. Oligator now under assault. Duplicit to swap away as there's going to be the Squid's lane on down. Should be burned through quickly, though, by the Star-Lord.
I mean, Insomnia already have so much space control. They get a huge XL2 onto Lugia go, which means that the Venom isn't there to be able to counter the fuel coming on through. We can see Insomnia just setting up all of these angles, and then they can apply pressure on the objective, as that's already regeneration domain advantage.
Lugia can't disengage. Twitzy gets them with a headshot there. Berserks for Squids as well. Squids up on the side. Twitzy's got themselves a perfect view to try and work upon a diamond form for Emma. She doesn't have the health to move in onto a point and try and keep this one contested, so the first thing's already come through. They're in the corner, and they're decimated by Twitzy. He's going for the jugular, and a knife is striking deep. The Lord of the Seas looks upon Forever standing in the portal. Dare you come and touch my point, and I shall punish you for such wherewithal. You have not the strength, you have not the wisdom, you have not the vibrancy of character to defeat Insomnia. They stayed up all night for this bad boy, and Vice aren't strong enough to remove them once more. Missouri rolls on him, but their sentience is crushed. Insomnia, with a dominant performance, take Central Park and eliminate Vice.
Yeah, Vice losing control of all of those angles. The only place that is going to be safe, potentially, for their backline to play is on the opposite high ground. So they box themselves into that space, and it's the final nail in the coffin. The Vice coming on through with that Horn of Proteus hit, because you're either going to lose your backline in one fell swoop, or you're going to lose full control of the point presence as well, and allow Insomnia to walk away with better ultimate economy, plus putting Vice into the desperation plays of having to strange portal their players one by one, funneling them back on through, which means that Insomnia with that EMEA are still going to be able to pressure the Doctor Strange into just getting absolutely steamrolled over. Insomnia walk away with the series win, 3-1.
An unbelievable performance here. Twitzy really showing their stuff as a top-tier duelist. Nocta, incredibly flexible. I wonder what Nocta's hero pool was going to look like in this season, and new constant access to the Mantis seems to be serving them well. They really are absolutely throwing hands on the Mantis.
Yeah, we've seen Nocta be very flexible in terms of hero pool. They've even run things like the Storm before, as well as being able to, like you said, play that Mantis, flexing over to the Adam Warlock, and that's really good feathers in the cap for Insomnia when it comes to the ban draft, because it forces a lot of these teams into having to ban out those, and unfortunately, you only get 4 ban slots. You're not going to be able to ban out absolutely everything that you're going to be able to look for, as it really did just come down to Insomnia being able to monopolize the space from that first fight. Vice had to make the first move when it came to trying to shut down that Nemo. They had to go before Twitzy already had his angle developed, because we got to see Twitzy getting the full rotation all the way around point, could put pressure on the Loki, force the doppelgangers out coming on through, force the regeneration domain out through, and then when the fight properly breaks on out, he's got Horn of Proteus as well to really put you in a Sophie's Choice sort of situation where you're going to lose regardless of what option you choose.
The 100% win rate remains. I'm just saying, we might see some more of it later, but focusing in on the here and now for Insomnia, that was a fantastic performance. And it's great to see Lion Pro thriving again as well. Have that 3rd place finish at the Invitational at the beginning of the year, all the way back in March. But since then has been like, it's been a floundering for the teams of Lion Pro. We had 0%, I think, essentially not getting a map during Ignite. Even in MRC, wasn't doing very well. But joining this Insomnia GG core for Lion Pro really has given him an outlet for having this big brother energy, being able to stabilize this roster, make sure that they're always on the same page, and they have this clutch factor when the fights start to get a little bit wild, coming back on things like the Iron Man. We've got an interview to have some insight into how that match went down. I believe Forever / Pretty Betrayer / KP is here. We'll go with Forever to address you. How's it going, bud? How were the comms during your last point defense of Central Park?
I will be honest, Line Pro told me to be quiet because I started screaming after killing the back line. It was pretty nice, you know? Just a bit chaotic, just tiny bit, you know, our usual.
Did you expect to gain access as frequently to the Mantis as you did in that matchup? Because she has been catching the most amount of bans previously, and we got to see Twitzy with that damage boost getting absolute work done.
In all honesty, yes, we have preparations done for every team we have played so far. Obviously, sometimes we do play worse against them than we played today. But our analyst, Arya Goddess, she is great at what she does, and so far we just knew we were gonna have Mantis available the entire series. Like, we knew that team doesn't really like banning Mantis, we knew that they don't like playing Mantis either. We are just prepared for it, right?
To get a bit more insight as well into your bans, you guys banned Luna a lot earlier than most other teams do in their draft. Do you know what the rationale behind that was?
Yes, I know it sounds a bit funny, but we kinda knew that the weakest link in the enemy team would be their backline. So, knowing their comfort hero pools, we kind of just decided that it's better to disable them from playing their main supports and force them on third supports, and abuse the fact that they don't really have another third support player except Olegator or Knuten, and they still need somebody on duelist, right?
So we got to see your other Vanguard player, Passlow, getting to flex between so many different Vanguards because Dive has so many different play styles. You, however, a lot of the time get stuck on things like that Magneto or the EMEA. How do you think playing Mag has changed in comparison to Stage 1 when we moved into Stage 2?
I don't think you can play Mag the same way you used to be because of the insane amount of stuns in the game. I do think, however, you can still kind of play him similarly, but you just need to respect every cooldown more. Like, you cannot push into Emma Frost, you cannot push into an Invis. So many things that can just deny you from playing the game. And to hit a Magneto ult is 5 times harder because every character released so far has new mobility. Ultron, Phoenix, and the list goes down there, right? Or they have a way of surviving. So the character is like playing everything on a harder mode.
Well, you don't seem to be deterred by the difficulty. Thank you so much for joining us, Forever, and congratulations again on the win. Hopefully we'll get to speak to you again.
Hope so too. Thank you, guys.
That was Vanguard Wizard of Insomnia making backlines disappear on Thor and on Magneto both forever. God, Moxie, this has been quite the matchup here. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer. I'm not going to lie, but after that first map, it really seems like Arya dialed in the bands.
I mean, yeah, Insomnia, like I said, I went on tape in group stages and said they were one of my dark horse teams because I thought behind the scenes they were one of the smartest when it came to counter-picking around what their opponent either plays in terms of those bans or strategies. And that is exactly what we've seen them continue to do. So it goes to show how much value actually we don't get to see from these teams, because we get to see the players, we get to see the matches, but there is so much preparation that goes in behind the scenes to make sure that these teams have as much information as they possibly can before match day even starts. So huge shout outs to both teams when it comes to the coaches and analysts behind the desk.
Yeah, we really are gaining some depth of talent here at Marvel Rivals. We're in like our second or maybe even third generation of pros now, and we're also expanding our back room, and we're also expanding our wardrobes, Mox, because the Hellfire Protocol has been activated. Emma Frost is looking luxurious, technologically advanced, and like the White Queen she was always meant to be, as the Hellfire Protocol legendary skin is already live in the store, first appearing in Avengers vs. X-Men 2012 number 5. It looks glorious, it feels glorious, and you can rule the battlefield in diamond-clad style.
Yeah, and it also contains a JoJo's reference. So, for the anime lovers out there, it's kind of like 2 skins in 1 as well, the way that Magic gets a second skin in her Darkchild form, because it changes entirely when she goes for her Diamond form. The hair turns purple. So, quick dye jobs coming on through for Emma Frost whenever she hits that cooldown, as she tends to make everything else around her also very quickly vanish into the respawn points.
Yeah, great stuff coming through from the art team behind Marvel Rivals, and I can't wait to see what they cook up for Daredevil as well. Next match coming up is going to be another lower bracket elimination. It's going to be OG Seed heading up against FaZe, so make sure that you are locked in and ready to go. Get those channel points ready to spend on the Preds, because we'll be right back after this break.
Crush! Priceless! Feel presence! Across all time, I see you turning.
Vice sent home, and we must send another. FaZe versus OG Seed will round out our lower bracket for today here at Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA Stage 2, Moxie. And this is going to be a best of 5 slobber knocker.
Yes, this is potentially going to go the distance, or as there is a lot of pressure in FaZe being in the discussion, you know, a lot of teams trying to figure out who's going to be in the contention for top 4 spots inside EMEA. Is it going to be Chopped? Is it going to be FaZe? They went head to head, and FaZe now have a lot to prove after Chopped were able to walk away with a series win 3-1 yesterday coming on through.
Yeah, that was quite the dominant performance. We were expecting that one to go very close with, I think we all thought, okay, yeah, FaZe versus Chopped is kind of like that battle for our top places. FaZe and Chopped is definitely some of our favorites. OG Seed, they've already been a little bit of a surprise. I've been very impressed with them so far. Let's have a dive into the FaZe roster, though, to see what they're going to be going up against. And as usual, W, it's time for Binary Glaze. We've already seen a lot of good Hulk today, and boy, is that Hulk kind of crazy. Binary, if it comes out, I'd love to see a little bit more of that.
I mean, not just Hulk, but Binary also one of the more prolific Angela players in the EMEA scene. We've seen multiple times FaZe actually able to turn fights around with Binary getting picked early and then coming back in on the Angela. In fact, it was one of the reasons why they were able to full push mid-10 yesterday, as we can have a look and see exactly how that mid-10 went on for looking from Winnie's perspective, because this Invis boundary getting bowled up by this Invis woman was one of the reasons why FaZe were able to find that full push. You can see Binary coming back in on the Angela just now, going to be able to utilize that Divine Judgment to provide all of the additional HP for their players to get to stack on up. And Winnie gets all of that primary pierce to build up the Invis boundary, and off of the back of that, everyone from Chopped now slowed inside it on the objective, which means we get Heaven's Retribution combined with Kraken's Impact, and there is no way that Chopped are going to be able to recover from that one.
Yeah, but even with a double strategist ultimate, it simply can't be done. The damage was too great to deal with. And we highlight Winnie because over on the other side, Labsis Otilas is waiting, and is definitely one of the stars of a show for OG Seed as an absolutely monstrous player on the strategists.
Yeah, so the reason why we had a little bit of a heal disparity coming on through, both of these games actually went relatively the same amount of time. This was a 17-minute long mid central puck coming on through from FaZe when they were up against their opponent of Chopped yesterday, as opposed to OG. This was when they upset Foot Esports, coming on through with a midtown win. However, Lapsies had access to 3 Vanguards all stacked up, which meant that even with just 1 minute extra, the heal disparity is that significant. 54,111 healing done within 18 minutes on the Invis woman. And I really do feel like for these two teams, that Invis woman getting more value with that strategist is going to be one of the determining factors to who walks away with the series win.
Yeah, Winnie yesterday suffered a lot of target bans on the Jeff. Admittedly, not so much of a target ban, as Jeff is just like the ban du jour at the moment in the meta. But Winnie has been excelling on that Jeff in particular, so often having to flex over onto Invisible Woman instead when it gets taken out of the hero pool. Let's have a look at OG's roster to see who FaZe we're butting heads against today. And Frost Mountain, if ever there was a Storm player quintessentially, I think it might be Frost Mountain. Bro's crazy on that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Storm come through from him. KQ as well, being able to go over to the Winter Soldier. If OG decide to go for that triple Vanguard role, we do actually get to see him flex over to that Magneto. And he's been one of those players who has been able to flex onto that Magneto, finding a lot of value with it. I find it very ironic that Gainer is locked on the Magneto for his roster preview and Abuhu on that group, because it's Gainer a lot of the time who's actually been playing that group to combine with the Strangling Prison. So we can have a look and see KQ here on the Star-Lord against Virtus Pro yesterday, trying to put the pressure onto all of those dive components and managing to scout on out where that Venom would be coming from when we went to the first map of domination on Krakoa. As there's that Groot, and there indeed is Frost on that Storm. So OG Seed, they can play the traditional triple Vanguard, triple strategist we see on Convoy, but they've also got the Storm, Winter Soldier, Groot, and Cloak and Dagger in the back pocket as well, because they like going for the combination of the Terror Cape onto all of that CC. So potentially we see FaZe put a lot of precedence onto the Magneto to keep the Cloak and Dagger in check the way that we saw in the previous series too.
I know that Gain has also been practicing a bit of Captain America. Ended up in a comp game against him earlier this week. He did learn to Theomai 4. That was a win for any of you wondering. But I'm pretty sure that Gainer's going to be doing a little bit better with it, with some non-random strategists behind them. Let's get into our ban phase, as being into T'Challa's domination is going to be where we kick off our best of 5 series.
Yeah, indeed. There goes that Jeff the Land Shark swimming off of the map immediately. OGC is going to get the opportunity to save it first and foremost. They will be able to pick themselves up that Ultron, which is a very smart save, as we get to see it now empower things like those flyers, while also being one of the heroes who is the hardest to be able to dive onto. And FaZe, well, they've had a traditional past of playing dive compositions 2-2-2 formats into their opponents multiple times on domination.
Well, if Mantis is available, Oasis is going to insist on it. Oasis is a crazy good Mantis player. One-sided Ultron going to be secured here for OGC, though, so maybe KQ and Frost Mountain can get something done up in the air.
Yeah, Adam is going to get removed now from FaZe, it being a domination map. Soulbind and Karmic Revival, especially if you're already in control of that point, means the point percentage picked up and stalled through is going to be just a little bit too heavy for your opponent to try and deal with. As we can see, the one-sided Luna, so one-sided Mantis, one-sided Luna. Invis has not yet been targeted, so FaZe still have a good triple strategist lineup available for them, unless OGC try and ban it out now. But because Mantis got through and Luna, they're going to prioritize removing the Venom from the pool instead, given the fact that Feast of the Abyss could have been damage boosted from 2 separate angles.
That would have been terrifying to behold. Likely going to be the Adam ban last here for the side of FaZe, to try and avoid an Ultron, Adam, and Invisible Woman trio. But we'll see if they maybe try and pivot towards something in the sky.
I feel like you might actually want to let something like the Adam through here, though. Because if FaZe go for the dive component, Adam having that lack of mobility is one of the easier targets to dive and rush into. If you let something like an Invis Woman or something like that Emma Frost through, your dive is going to be having a little bit of a hard time because of the carbon crush.
Well, Emma made it through unscathed, and both teams locked that in real quick, Marks.
She does definitely have a very large pick rate. Remember stage 1 when it was that sort of push and pull between who of the Vanguards you would pick, the Emma or the Magneto as the instant ban first time around? And now ban strategies have just really dissolved into banning out as many strategists as possible to either force the 2-2-2 composition and punish the vulnerability of being able to burst through them, or having a triple strategist lineup and out-sustaining your opponent.
Going to be something to keep an eye on here as we head into burning T'Challa. And I'm going to be looking at how Abuhu and their counterpart really play around. Is it going to be Rosa who pivots over? I assume so, onto the Emma Frost, because the dance of the diamond forms is all the more impactful now that in Season 4 the cooldown was increased, I think, to 20 seconds. It can be a considerable cooldown to force out, especially in the Emma versus Emma.
Oasis isn't on the Mantis. Leo is going to be on the Mantis instead. So even though both teams are able to lock in that Emma, Rosa is going to have a lead in terms of damage potential off of the Mantis, as opposed to Abuhu, who'll get a lot of damage uptime off of Name's Cloak Blind, but that's going to come in the form of a cooldown, 12 seconds, as opposed to Leo, who's going to be able to put out those damage boosts a lot more frequently.
Yep, those damage boosts really can make all the difference when it comes to the duelists. And in the back line already, you can see a regeneration event has been forced due to a couple of headshots being delivered by Gainer. Great mechanics when it comes to the Venom, and up in the sky, a quick spark detonation and a pull in as well. Smashness is demanding a lot of attention, but so too is Frost Mountain when it comes to this healing that's needed. Back up to full. It seems like FaZe have got a lot of foothold on the point here. It's just the Boohoo is going to be the one stalwart bastion available for OGC to keep this one contested. The pressure gets too much, and so it's a quick back away favor. Tracking's good from Rosa. 100 charge, and we know exactly what it do. Grabbed out of invisibility. KQ just flitters back into existence in the hands of Emma Frost. Lucky for some, I guess, as Gain is taken out on the outside.
Oh, and Smashnez has already moved into position to cut off the disengagement by taking the off angle in the window, which means that OGC are going to have to clear that Star-Lord first if they want Frost Mountain and KQ to have access to space. Gainer too, his rotation on the Venom's always going to be spotted on out before he can find access to the back line.
Sentience crushed temporarily. A diamond form was used as well. It's actually expended by both of the teams here, which means it's going to be a lot more open for Gainer to try and make something happen in the back. Frost Mountain taking a bit of damage. The pocket's good though. Look at those expanded regeneration domains giving over a little bit of additional damage. Frost Mountain even inside of the invisible boundary. Oh, the damage boost on the Galactic Legend is just so much to deal with. Your defensive ultimate means nothing.
I mean, it means as well that you're all silenced, because if you're playing inside the Invis boundary, you're stuck inside the Sonic Suction coming on through from Rosa, and it's not just the Soul getting damage boosted, it's the entire rest of the team. Plus, when the regen domains get popped, because they've got the Vibrant Vitality coming on through both the Loki and the Mantis, they have the means of shutting the Ultron down, and FaZe is just going to give absolutely no freedom of space for the dive to get past. They're going to continue pushing this fight, though. The Freedom Charge does get lost even with the regen domain, and OGC, Feast of the Abyss and Sonic Seduction try and brute force their way through Choke.
Down on both Vanguards. We're going to try and turn everyone into a Vanguard via sheer force of healing. Winnie's has expired first, but now it's Oasis's turn. The relay is back, ladies and gentlemen. 10 seconds of near immortality as the fate of both worlds is decided. KQ reigns above it all and looks to rain down upon Leolaz. A direct strike and a spark detonated as a dark ascent from a gulag in the middle is how KQ returns to the fray. Winnie noted up on high ground. Regeneration domain is already being expended. A quick grab of the throat, a carbon crush, and Rosa hits the earth. Frost Mountain gets the Rage of Ultron known, and while it has taken a while, it is eventually going to be a flip in the favor of OG Seed.
OG Seed, though, are going to have to give up so much space because Smashnez can just open everything up with Galactic Legend. Granted, we're going to see Lapsus with Invisible Boundary, able to keep OG Seed healed up through it, but if it's dropped on the Choke, what OGC are holding forward, it's not going to be on the objective, and Binary and the Captain America is just going to get a green light to go to the point.
Yeah, can't give away too much of that space. Winnie, little distraction area doppelganger in the back, you know. It wouldn't be Loki if there wasn't a little bit of duplicity going on.
Look at the amount of space that this Captain America's pulling too. All the way around, he's going to be able to hit the backline at the same time as Smashnez gets ready to go with the Galactic Legend. He's trying to pressure out this Invis boundary early.
Yeah, Binary is going to be chased away. At least a big clump of OG Seed moving together. A defensive onion. KQ super over. Healing wasn't there because Rosa had the drone instead. Oh my goodness, the one clip. Rose mechanics are nasty. The jump pad doesn't work if you're flying. It's a slow ascent before a cold one into 6 feet under graveyards. Monsters reborn here as FaZe returns to the point, and KQ is going to have an emergency portal come on through.
They've got Invis boundary, so OGC should be able to cushion themselves with a little bit of healing coming on through from that one, but FaZe are about to hit both the Loki and the Lunas. Now it's just a matter of waiting the 8 seconds, and Binary still not going to allow OGC to any form of regroup inside the boundary. Pops the Freedom Charge and runs at the back line.
Heads up hill from Binary there, giving a burst of overhealth via the Freedom Charge. And now that it's over, it's down to the Lunar Snows to try and make it all work. 2 players grabbed by their brains here as Rosa makes sure that this fight gets a lot more complicated. Diamond Form still not available for 6 seconds. A good blocking off of the heels onto the Doctor Strange. A maneuver around has to be made. A stunner in the back. It's 4! Unreal from KQ. A flex over onto the Doctor Strange, but this wizard still hit level 20. A level 9 spell slot is expended, but the counter spell is good as well from a side of FaZe. Rosa still will stand alone, and OG Seed will flip.
99% though picked up for FaZe, and that's OGC burned out of teleport as well as all of their defensive. So FaZe can just do the same thing, except this time they don't even need to go in those soft stages. They can just open up with Galactic Legend and use it to find picks and bully OGC off of the point.
Smashnez An absolute monster to deal with right now for Frost Mountain. Even Binder's trying to get some mid-air harass in. In comes the Galactic Legend. 3 strategists stacked together inside of a safety bubble. It's going to give over plenty of heals, but the Ultron's not going to be quite so lucky, even with a double pocket rolling on through. Smashnez finally has their ult expire. The Aegis is good for a little bit of sustainability. For FaZe, they have so much space here on the point to work with. They've almost capped it already. Sentinel Strike good to go. The backline under pressure. Name body blocked from getting inside of the invisible boundary. So now there's only a singular strategist left, and it's Lapsi Sotilas, who's already used their ultimate here. When he turned around on the other side, Gainer's got the mechanics to try and turn this one around via raw mechanical talent, but it's Smashnez with a Blaster Barrage who's really forcing out this backline. Frost Mountain can't live it. You know that Lapsi Sotilas is under equal pressure, so KQ will stand alone, and the point is flipped again. FaZe stand dominant, and they stand on business as OG Seed wilt in the sun.
I mean, FaZe are planning for Rage of Ultron. If Frost Mountain had been able to build Rage of Ultron, Nami gets to come back with Eternal Bond for OG Seed, and FaZe lose that long-term fight that we saw them really struggle against when they played Chopped yesterday. They had really good opening engagements, but the second that the fight went into that second stage off of things like the Comic Revival, all of the target focus and ultimate economy just slowly started to run away from them. So you can see them really planning around what OG Seed are going to be relying on winning once that original engagement has worn off.
Warrior Falls up next. And this can be all about where you choose to take your fights, Mox. Rarely do we see like all-out centralized battles on the point until Doctor Strange portals start to get involved.
I mean, for OG Seed, they're playing the Phoenix and they're playing the Ultron. They're not going to be looking to stack and center. They have to be able to control those off angles and have Gainer on that Venom. Look to hit the backline and force Winnie and Oasis to peel each other, given the fact that Luna only gets that self-heal off of her own cooldowns. Invested Smashnez, though, and that Star-Lord's already going to be in position for a very aggressive hit. You've got Sonic Seduction, you've got Regeneration Domain for the unparalleled sustainability before ultimates come into play, and OG Seed gets steamrolled over for FaZe to establish the first point control.
Vibrant Vitality damage boost off that regen domain is also not to be underestimated when you think about how much damage you can pump out from the Emerald as well.
Yeah, OG Seed, now that they've got access to things like the Emerald Ultimate and the Cloak and Dagger, as well as the Ultron to clear the space, FaZe are going to be holding a little bit further up to try and tax OG Seed into burning one of those ultimates, and they're just going to look to disengage it potentially so that they don't have to worry about burning one of their ultimates off of Regeneration Domain, giving them that safety window to fall back into a copied God of Mischief on that Lunar Ultimate, and FaZe get aggressive off the back of it. CC Immunity buying them the safety through the Sonic Seduction.
Regen Domain has been expended, so too is the copy here. Winnie just instantly overwhelmed. A pair of Lunar Snow fall in tandem. OG Seed, unbridled aggression off the back of a double strategist ultimate is too much for FaZe to bear.
We're starting to see why these teams running the Cloak and Dagger is actually opening with Sonic Seduction and Eternal Bond at the same time. If you shield the Emerald Ultimate, you don't have the shield in place to stop the Terror Cape coming on through when Nami's behind your entire team. So even though Winnie had the Luna ult trying to heal everyone from FaZe, that blind vulnerability just meant that the breakpoint was a little bit too easy for OGC to be able to bypass, and now they're the ones in control of this fight, which means that FaZe have to fight for the high ground, and into the stun stack they go.
And Gainer round the back, unable to really convert on the Feast of the Abyss, but it has at least forced out more from Oasis. In comes the damage boost of the Fate of Both Worlds. Rosa still trying to build up this charge on the beam, and now the pivot over to the point is going to be reinforced by the invisible boundary drawn up by Lapsis Sotilas. Smashnez unable to really get involved over there, and is instead going to take a new angle with the Galactic Legend. A quick dark teleportation to take everyone into the dark dimension, but you can't hide from the Star-Lord. He reigns above it all, laying down bullets from on high as Icarus strikes back down to Earth.
Huge Galactic Legend before Frost could build up the Rage of Ultron too, which means that FaZe can take the fight aggressively. Frost had to rely on the dark teleportation coming through from Nami, but he can't fire, otherwise it cancels the iframe prematurely. And now OG Seed will again have access to that Rage of Ultron to open up the space. But once more, we're just going to see FaZe just use Stepping Stone's Regeneration Domain to fully disengage. Actually, they're going to go aggressive and force the CC immunity from the Ultron first. Now they fall back into their Regeneration Domain.
Yeah, Regen Domain used that Aegis Major Shield will not last for long, but it seems like a fairly strong disengage here already from FaZe. No casualties suffered as they managed to make it back to safety. A quick copy coming through. I believe this one's Winnie, who has access now to a Fate of Both Worlds to keep the remainder of the team sustained. Oh, it's like we never left the Luna Loki meta. As much as I do not miss it, Smashnez having a good time up here looking towards that squishy back line. Soon the Dagger Storm is going to evaporate and the Eternal Bond is going to be what's relied upon by OG Seed. The entire time, though, FaZe still have control of the point, so they're still gaining percentage. Gainer going to try and convert here off the back of an Ensong Inferno into the big Feast of the Abyss, but it seems like everyone survived. The overhealth was good. The combo was too slow, or it didn't work out at all. 99% for FaZe, and OG Seed once more find themselves absolutely decimated by FaZe's combined arms maneuvers.
I mean, Smashnez on the stall has been an absolute standout. They have to deal with the Staggers trying to buy the time for Frost to swap over to the Doctor Strange and Portal, but that is going to be burned into Chala in almost the blink of an eye. FaZe walking away with that win. The ult tracking so on point. In the fight before they were dealing with the Venom stall, we just see Leo on that Mantis and Smashnez on the stall run Lapsis down before the Invis could build that Invis boundary and use it on point to stall long enough for OGC to start building up the ultimate bank. Absolutely huge plays. The fact as well that Smashnez went on purpose into the Eternal Bond tick damage from Name so that he could, with the Blaster Barrage, get the connection to as many players as possible and supercharge up that Galactic Legend to have on the board before OGC built either the Boundary or the Rage of Ultron, which could have been the thing that turned the fight around.
Wasn't overly aware that Leolas had that Mantis in him. Seems like it's very much the case here. This was crazy, by the way. The combined damage to just burn through that invisible boundary so easily. The damage boost on the Galactic Legend is just absolutely deadly to behold. And even though we did see OGC make some spirited attempts at the recontest, it feels like Smashnez is just in a league of his own with the pocket that he's getting.
I mean, look at the wraparound rotation too. Perfectly understanding when they went for that Captain America play. Lapsus has invisible boundary, but OGC are playing the Invis woman not on the point. They're trying to box themselves in so that they can receive as much healing as possible from the triple strategist line. So you either run at the Invis and force the invisible boundary off of the point, which means that FaZe would just disengage it and take control of the objective itself, and OG Seed are in a disadvantaged state, or you run at the Invis and she holds on to Invis boundary and you find the pick onto the Invis woman and you get free control of ultimates when it comes to the next part of that fight. I feel like FaZe, they looked at what was going really well for them in their previous matches, which was the dive, when they just had 6 players look at one person and they evaporated immediately. And even though we're not seeing a full traditional 6 dive composition come through from them, they're still applying that level of target focus, which means that OG Seed are losing so many of these players so quickly.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need the full dive comp if you just have the dive ethos of look at one player with 6 people and just evaporate them. We'll have to see if they can maintain it, as it will be a strike back attempt for OG Seed on their own map pick after this break. For OGC, it's time to lock in those chlorophylls and start photosynthesizing because they need the energy to bring this one back. Down 1-0 as we move into map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that domination, we got to see FaZe, again, go back to the dive mentality, which has been working for them, despite not being on a full dive composition. So I think for OG Seed, if they want to be able to start pulling ahead of this dive composition, at least now that we move into either Convoy or Convergence, they're going to be able to start one of those sides off on the defense and be able to clear the dive in the scouting stages, rather than having to worry about FaZe being unchecked and getting to jump directly on top of them.
All right, straight into the ban phase once again, and Winnie's been copping so many first bans for the Jeff. We'll see if it's maintained here, as OG Seed are going to have their first protect as well. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, I would imagine OG Seed are going to be making a play for this Invis woman as well to come on out, given the fact that this was where we saw that absolutely insane 54,000 heals in one 18-minute long game from a triple Vanguard strategist set up on their defense. As are we going to be seeing the Mantis be able to make it prone? Indeed, yeah, there's the Invis save. The Lapsies to be able to set up, keeping OG Seed's players sustained while also being able to play around those dive components that FaZe have been liking to go for, especially in case Binary decides to go over towards that Angela.
Oh boy, time to have the Mantis protected. Is it real? I mean, the one-sided Mantis really has been kind of a story of the day so far. Yep, there it is. And the one-sided Mantis has been, I think, 100% success rate, apart from maybe that first domination map. So, like, about 80% success rate.
Well, it's going to be one-sided Mantis versus one-sided Invis. OG Seed are going to be able to build very quickly into those invisible boundaries, but FaZe, like you said, having that one-sided damage boost capabilities, plus not requiring LOS if some of their players want to play around those lane angles. And we have something like a Captain America or a Venom come on through, as Adam is going to be banned out from both of these teams. No Soulbind, no Comic Revival shenanigans either, so that you can keep stalling out that objective. Doctor Strange also still going to be in play though, Harry, so we're still going to be able to have that Peps-like strategy of holding close for the first fight, inting on the cart the second that you start losing it, and teleporting back in to guarantee you get a minimum of 3 fights, thus burning your attacker team's defensive clock entirely down.
Yeah, OG Seed also very happy with like being able to use the Storm for breaking these spawn holds as well, as that is Frost Mountain's kind of a signature hero if there had to be one. It's going to be the Luna taken away now, making sure that there's no access once again to double fate of both worlds and say, you know what, I've had enough of that. Put that in the box. Never unleash it again.
Do FaZe get one of the better compositions? Loki hasn't been banned yet. In fact, OG Seed aren't going to be able to get the opportunity to ban Loki. So you're going to have Vibrant Vitality damage boost with the Loki and the Mantis. You're also going to have damage boost coming on through from Mantis, Pocket from Ultron, and that means that Smashness is going to be absolutely free on either Phoenix or Torch.
Sounds dangerous. What gets taken away last from OG here? Maybe an Emma, maybe... let's have a look. He could have a one-sided Ultron, which, given that Frost Mountain does like to play the Storm, yep, it's going to be the one-sided Ultron. And that could be real troublesome.
OG Seed, though, we've seen them go for the Groot composition with the Winter Soldier, as well as that Cloak and Dagger. They're on the attack this time around, so I wonder if we do see the Cloak and Dagger come on through from Nani, given the fact that OG Seed saved on purpose the Invis and that Luna, so they do have a good triple strategist lineup. But on the defense, I would expect that we're going to be getting that Cloak and Dagger still with the Terror Cape to be able to play off of the vulnerability setup.
I mean, Terror Cape plus Vibrant Vitality Lamp plus Mantis damage boost?
Yeah, but you sacrifice, if you go for the Cloak and Dagger over the Invis, you sacrifice survivability against the dive, because as we've talked about to all of the strategist players when they've come to do the interview, they've said that, yeah, Invis is one of the hardest strategists other than maybe Ultron, who has the highest amount of dive counterability, given the fact that he's literally up in the air. You can't dive on top of him, because she can just immediately turn herself invisible, and you have absolutely no idea where she is. You have to just try and shoot the air in the hopes that you manage to hit the hitbox.
Yep, you can just, you can dream, and he'll just be up there in the sky, waiting to get points down by Phoenix. It is going to be, once again, the rocket coming out here from Leolas to make sure that the battle recall beacon is ready to go and return any fallen comrades to the battle.
Well, we got the full Vibrant Vitality team up, and OGC are going to be getting the full Moon Knight speedrun strategy for the Hand of Khonshu off of the back of all of those Loki doppelganger clones. That means that FaZe are going to have to be very worried about Hand of Khonshu combined with Strangling Prison for this first fight.
Oh, that's Sentient Siege. That's a lot of burst damage. Passionist has to be careful, though, not to get isolated by a wall here. The Ironwood comes up behind the opposing Groot, but Gainer quickly finds it borne on through by the remainder of their team. A Goddess boost activated. The damage boost is good. They round upon the Emma, but it seems like she's holding her own in the way of the 3 versus 1. Just a spinning kick and a dream, a strangling prison, and guess what? The Eternal Bond is too damn late to save those who are caught within. Only one shall stand up against this, and FaZe already have all of their ultimates ready to go.
I mean, FaZe might just get aggressive so that OGC don't manage to find the setup of the Groot and the Moon Knight at the same time. In fact, Binary with the Meteor Ram could potentially eat the Strangling Prison when Gain has been able to build it. Out comes the Hurricane first from OGC, now putting pressure onto the backline, forcing out that Soul Resurgence, and SmashDez looks to keep the space claimed with the Psionic Seduction setting up for Binary's dunk onto Lapses through the fate of both worlds.
Lapses of Tearlas can't stand up to that. There was the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to make sure there was ever more damage available from that big charge on the Meteor M. And so Binary once again stands on business in main, ready to receive OGC, who do have the big combo.
Strangling Prison, but it has to get through all of the shielding from both this Emma and that Magneto. SmashDez falls low. The Terror Cape set up from Nave. Finally, they find the catch. There's the Hand of Khonshu combination onto the Loki, but I believe it only manages to pick up Oasis fully.
Yeah, and they might, well, find a battle recall beacon coming up once again soon. Winnie coming up close to Brawl and keeping this point contested as well. In the back, that's quite the position for a Rocket Raccoon, and Leo's going kind of crazy on it. Someone called Animal Control. What is going on in New York with these raccoons? They're feasting on the greatest of garbage.
Here comes the Strange Portal, though. FaZe going to be making a play for this next fight. They've got Psionic Seduction as well to find the connections onto OGC before a defensive ultimate's been brought up. Can they still at the attacker's side and reclaim all of their space? There's damage boost coming up through. Binary going lower and lower off of damage alone as OGC don't have the projectiles to get absorbed, but the mag is back off of the BRB.
And you saw the regeneration domains used for the extra damage boost as well. The second that mine start to be grabbed by the Emma Frost. FaZe, what a turnaround there, despite losing Binary midway through the Meteor M.
OGC, once again, though, with that Hurricane, are going to be able to put the pressure onto the backline, which is why we're seeing FaZe not go all that aggressively forward. All of those shields can interfere with the damage that the Storm's able to do to be able to keep the backline fully up.
Looking towards the back. I'm not sure if the regen domain is going to be up once again yet. And with the C used, Frost Mountain really is facing a risk here. Seems like Loki's going to be able to duplicitously escape. A quick swap over here. And that's going to be 2 players stunned. Soul taken from body and body rent from reality. As OGC are running low on time.
They're not running low on ultimates, at least, but FaZe, by holding up close, are once again going to be able to tax the approach of OGC when it comes to those ultimates. So if OGC win this next fight, they might well lose the war when it comes to time bank.
He's just going to back off here, trying to hold the bridge for as long as possible, knowing that other players have to drop off and keep this one contested. Going down to hold it now. The Strangling Prism was up top to Oasis, is caught within it. KQ with a Crescent Blade can carve through Mantis's healing. Abu, who walled away from the match for now, and so was unable to really get what they want off the back of that one. Almost a body block coming through from Gainer, but instead the ult goes nowhere. Still, Winnie dances ceremoniously on top of the Fantastica, proclaiming victory as Leolas gets a quick double. The Rocket Raccoon damage, it's a surprising amount when he gets up close, and FaZe look indomitable on their defense.
Winnie found the copy onto the Luna. FaZe aren't even running the Luna. That was OG Seed's own Luna Snow that he's able to find the God of Mischief doppelganger on too, which means that he just flicks over to the damage boost, 40% amp coming on through, and OG Seed, it's overtime. They have no choice but to eat all of the incoming damage, and that means that that convoy is going to be stalled before it even finds the first checkpoint. OG Seed now have to rely on a stalwart defense, but as we've said, this team is no slouch when it comes to sustaining a triple Vanguard lineup.
Yeah, this team, if they had an expertise, OG Seed, it would be in making sure that 3 Vanguards can stay up with raw throughput of pure healing energy. And that's why Lapsis Atilas is going to be sitting ready on the Invisible Woman.
KQ, not going to be on that Winter Soldier for Since of the Strangling Prison. This is full stall strategies. That's going to be Magneto that we see him rolling out on, but Name still going to be playing on that Cloak and Dagger rather than the Luna. Yes, you're going to be sacrificing the Idol Aura and the Pierce coming on through from the Shift, but Cloak and Dagger with the AoE of the Reacher primary is going to be able to do so much more sustainability. Plus, if Winnie tries to go for a copy of the Loki ultimate, you've still got the mag to be able to shut down the Eternal Bond.
Okay, a little rollout with a damage boosted Widowmaker and back to spawn.
Oh, smash those? Yeah, there we go.
It was Tom while it lasted. There's a storm.
OG Seed not going to be losing one of those players to that little bit of Gorgonzola strategies coming on through from FaZe, but they have lost control of the first corner, which sets Leo up to an absolute blinder of an angle. He's already 70% to the first ultimate.
Kano grabbed early and Leolaz ready to unleash the wrath of Khonshu. Khonshu disapproves of 3 Vanguards. He'll make his displeasure known in good time. As already the ult is looking towards the back. Do they want to try and wait for a combo here? Rose is already 80-90%, so they're ready for the wombo here.
We're already in final play territory.
Now, yep, there it is, and there's the hand of Khonshu. Farewell to OG Seed, for we barely knew the on the defense. It's going to be a last-second recontest, of course, coming back off the Doctor Strange, but already the damage is so thoroughly done.
The problem for OG Seed is even if they go for the Strange Portal into Invis boundary setup, FaZe are just going to be able to, with the damage coming on through from the Hurricane and a potential blind from Winnie, put a stop to all of that sustainability. They don't even get the opportunity. The seed is felled before it can grow into a tree, and FaZe walk away with Midtown, a map which OG Seed really thought would come in strong for them, given the fact that they themselves chose to start off on the attack.
Oh, that's tough. Tough there for OG Seed, but FaZe understanding their win conditions so well. Dude, how does Rosa build up ultimates so fast on the group? Putting out crazy amounts of damage. Leolaz with the pivot here onto the damage boosted Moon Knight. Definitely hyper valuable. And it feels kind of bad because OG Seed, it really did seem like the Storm strats were their bread and butter. Frost Mountain is a very difficult Storm to try and match, but really the group play from Rosa has been phenomenal. Sublime.
I mean, Rosa coming on through, especially on the attack, there was very little wall breakage that OG Seed actually had available to them. They were constantly on the back foot too because they lost one person early, which meant that they had to wait and stabilize their position until the BRB could bring them back into the fold, and then they gave up ground and gave up ground and gave up ground to the point that we actually, instead of seeing the fight break out around first corner, develop into literally right outside the finish line, which means that that Strangling Prison comes on for Leo entirely unchecked on the high ground, has the bird's eye angle to send out the Hunt of Khonshu, and OG Seed are just entirely ruptured from Midtown streets off of the back of that combo.
Maybe unfair to say that Labs has got a little bit of an assist there on that big combo. Probably didn't realize that Rosa already had ultimate, went for the big pull, but it just meant that you could Tokyo drift by and lay down the ultimate in the midst of the enemy team. Like, oh, so you're bringing me to you. Excellent.
You have to remember as well that because they managed to get the Mantis, it's not just the Moon Knight who's going to be getting damage boosted, it's the Groot too. So the longer those walls stay up, the more damage they're going to be able to do, the faster Strangling Prison is going to be able to build. So you're either utilizing it to catch the disengage and set up for your Moon Knight, or you're catching the disengage and staggering out more players from OG Seed so that when the Strange Portal comes through, they have to wait longer for the regroup, and you get more distance for free on the objective, which was very, very close already to where it needed to go off of the amount of space that OG Seed gave up from the threat of the damage one-sided boost alone.
I mean, analysts can be ready to feast on what was presented by the first free corner coming from a damage-boosted Widow. Changed everything. Whether they could one fight through it, they're already in last fight territory. We'll see if OG Seed can recover from this traumatic, this significant emotional event after this break.
Well, hello once again, Rivals. My name is Diatonic, and I've got your after-action report for the second week of the Marble Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. Zero Tenacity were back in action to kick things off for Week 2, taking on Down Payment in the opening match. Z10 looked clean on Map 1, but Down Payment would claw their way to a reverse sweep, defeating Z10 2-1. Incipients were still on the hunt for their first group stage win as they took on U-Inks next, and they'd get themselves on the board with a big 2-0 win here. Rounding out this first day of Week 2 was yet another marquee matchup, the fated rematch between Stage 1 champs Reject and the newly rebuilt Gen G. Though the players have changed, the story was yet again one of triumph for Reject as they take the series in a close 2-1 showdown. The second day of Week 2 started off with a match between veteran team Assemble Fire, who are still in search of their first group stage win, against Incipients. But Incipients had picked up some steam here in Week 2 as they won their second game of the week in a close 2-1 bout. Down Payment also continued their winning streak, taking their third win in a row over Rocket University in a big 2-0 sweep. Onside Gaming looked to keep their dominance alive in the next match as well, taking on U-Inks and walking away with a clean 2-0. And in the final Day 2 matchup, Zero Tenacity went head-to-head with the Vietnamese squad OEG. It was a tough draw for OEG, and they'd fall victim to Z10 2-0. Day 3 kicked off with a showdown between frontrunner team Crazy Raccoon and Onside Gaming, with CR continuing their flawless group stage campaign with yet another 2-0 win. We had a heavy hitter matchup between Gen G and Zero Tenacity next, one that Gen G would walk away the victors from with a complete 2-0 shutout. XOXO01 and Incipients stepped onto the field next, and EXO would lock in their playoff position here with a big win over Incipients. We ended the day on a very interesting matchup between Reject and Rocket University, with Rocket actually managing to take a map off Reject. But the only 3-map series of the day would go Reject's way in the end. The final day of the Asia Group Stage began with two Legacy Ignite competitors, XOXO01 and Assemble Fire, a matchup that EXO would win handily 2-0. Reject were back up against Down Payment, and the Stage 1 champs would emerge victorious here, also 2-0. Crazy Raccoon had their last match against U-Inks and would complete a perfect run through the group stage with yet another 2-0 win. And finally, the group stage would close with Gen G taking on OEG, with Gen G picking up the last win of the week. And after 2 weeks of group stage action, the Asia playoff picture was locked in. From Group A, Crazy Raccoon, XOXO01, Onside Gaming, and Incipients advanced to the playoffs. And from Group B, Reject, Gen G, Down Payment, and Zero Tenacity all make it through. The competition in the Asia region is looking hotter than ever, with only the top 2 teams qualifying for the Grand Finals LAN tournament later this year. Well, that's all for now, Rivals. I hope you caught your breath because we're about to dive right back in. Get ready to ignite the battle.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up with this and smashing.
Quote an icon, we're on the highway to the danger zone right now, and the danger zone is certainly where OG Seed are. Match point for FaZe, as OG Seed once again get to pick our map mocks, and we're going to be heading to a convergence. But which one?
I think we're both under agreement that probably the smart play would be to go Symbiotic Surface, since we saw earlier in the first series, Jeff isn't as much as a problem on Symbiotic Surface, so you can forego the first ban on Jeff and instead remove the Mantis, which FaZe have been really leveraging to having that one-sided damage boost and pumping out the numbers in terms of building up those ultimates and hitting those breakpoints far easier than OG Seed with that target focus, and indeed it is going to be Symbiotic Surface. And we're still going to be seeing though, the insta-ban on the Jeff rather than the Mantis. OG Seed, though, do get the opportunity to save before phase, which means that if they want to go Mantis here, they do get the opportunity.
Question is, do they have a Mantis player? I don't know if we've seen KQ or Frost Mountain flex over to that previous. I know KQ's played a good amount of Ultron and Adam. Are they going to save the Ultron here? But I can't help but feel that OG Seed, they're kind of... They're doing the Einstein thing, you know? Doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, this might well be Mantis ban into one-sided Mantis save, as this is not the MSC ban structure, this is the Ignite, which means these bans are not universal. They are purely targeted at your opponent. So if you guarantee yourself one-sided Mantis, you have such an advantage in taking those fights. On your defense, you're always going to be able to pre-fire into the attackers too, so you can find picks on that rotation. And then on the attack, you can literally put the pressure, the threat of how much damage FaZe can do to prevent OG Seed from going into Brawl, which then converts into free point presence without having to go for a fight.
All right, Adam banned out as well. A lot of his tertiary strategists have been removed. I'd love to see maybe a Loki ban come through here, given that Winnie's an absolute monster on it as well. This is going to be the pick for FaZe. They decide maybe we get... Okay, Luna. Okay, this is going to force for Loki ban. You must ban Loki now.
But that frees up so many other things that the Mantis and the Luna can now pocket.
Yeah,
like the Phoenix.
Choices only, unfortunately.
It's a lose-lose situation. It's not so much between a rock and a hard place as between the edge of a cliff and the edge of a mountain. There's not going to be a fun time for OG Seed. I mean, they have to remove the Venom, but as we said, that frees up so many things for that Mantis to give the pocket over to you. You've got Namor open, you've got Phoenix open, you've got Torch open. OG Seed just have to play for a really good defensive hold now, with a triple strategist line of the Invis and the Ultron, and potentially that Cloak and Dagger if they make a play for it.
Maybe you ban out the Johnny here just to try and nerf Frost Mountain a little bit. Okay, it's going to be the Emma which is taken away, which is going to give over a lot of space to a potential diver.
Not just that, but FaZe can now just steamroll. Emma stops rush. So FaZe with the one-sided damage boost and that Luna pocket are going to be able to, if they want, have advantage in the 6 versus 6 rushdown fights, or they can play for the pocket, that longer rotation, high value Phoenix around the side with something like a crossfire from that Namor. And I think that's actually a really good coverage of all of their bases, because one big criticism that the Hulk Namor has faced is the speed, right? The fact that if your opponent decides to go first and force you to play second, that off angle hasn't been developed in time and the rest of your team gets walked into.
Yeah, you don't want to get 4v6 while your Namor is off elsewhere, nursing an off angle, ready to try and make it into something worthwhile. As we head over to Symbiotic Surface, this is going to be OG Seed's last chance to prove that they can make it to Atlanta, that they can go to DreamHack, that they can attend Worlds and represent EMEA on the biggest stage in Marvel Rivals history.
Here's another reason why OG Seed wanted to take us over to Symbiotic Surface. It's a very strong map for Groot, with all of those enclosed hallways being able to isolate these players inside those Groot walls into Strangling Prison, combined with that Kraken Impact, as KQ is indeed going to be over towards the Winter Soldier. If FaZe decide to stack on up, the Tainted Voltage is going to be able to set up that Kraken Impact incredibly quickly. As we can see, Leo's POV, yeah, it's just going to be Seeds all over the shop, full damage boost and heal pocket onto Smashnez, who's going to be pre-firing in before OG Seed can rotate their backline safely inside the room.
Oh, VIP treatment here for the Phoenix. Smashnez looking at all of those players clumped up together. It's just sparks galore to be generated. What a pull onto the Magneto. Binary finds himself in a dangerous situation, and that's KQ already showing exactly why there's so much to be seen from the Winter Soldier if only you're brave enough to pick up Bucket from Barnes to make something work. KQ looks over towards Smashnez. Still there's going to be a lot of early progress on the point. The first hit given away, and the casualties have mounted on up. Oasis turns around, gets a quick freeze. I think that there may well have been some help from elsewhere to try and take down Frost Mountain.
I mean, FaZe aren't going to make a play. Ooh, for that strange portal. So they could have a better setup on second, but lacking that Luna is really bad news for the longevity of the second hold, because now the Luna's not going to be there to give Snowflake over to things like the Phoenix. You're one strategist down, and you have to vie for control of that high ground hold, which OG Seed are going to be able to push on through with both of their strategist ultimates built up, as well as the Kraken impact to play off of the slow that it forces.
Regen domain used. That's going to be slows given as players disengage from inside of the boundary. Remember, one of the things that's a weakness of Loki is that when these doppelgangers are up, it's again and again for the Kraken impact, but KQ has ready to go. Gainer could even stack them up here with a cheeky usage of a strangling prisoners. They come on up. Oh, freeze! Midway through the unbelievable stuff there. I don't know if Winnie or Oasis was responsible, as they're both on the Luna right now, but they're both bloody good at it. And KQ now sees the opening still with the Eternal Bond on the backside. Smashnez waiting for players to be grabbed on in. Their minds are controlled, but their bodies are still their own. Leolaz and Winnie fall by the wayside. Frost Mountain takes to the stars, and they can't quite disengage. A map knowledge gap potentially. They're going to be chased down by Smashnez. They do manage to finally get away into the loving arms of their backline.
Oh, it's not a full disengage either, which means that KQ still got space to try and use this Kraken impact, punish the fact that FaZe don't have a defensive ultimate. And like you pointed out, winning with those doppelgangers is going to provide so many windows for resets to come on through, but that's a big pick. Leo finds the Phoenix. In OGC now missing one of their duelists, have a big decision to make. Picking the Mantis might provide the win opportunity, and out comes the Invis boundary onto the objective to try and find the slows into FaZe.
Leo punished once again. It's into the Vanguard. Oh, they just evaporate. They're gone, reduced to atoms, dust where once meat stood. And FaZe, they're gonna have to TP back via Leolaz.
Yeah, but FaZe, they don't have an ultimate outside of this Meteor to try and hold that space. They're looking as well to get fully blocked off of it, with Gainer jumping through that portal and using those Groot walls to stop FaZe from botting through.
Linking away with Rotter Stern. They can't charge up this Meteor M. It goes awry. The Wolves were in the way. Gainer defends their backliner, making sure the Eternal Bond will be secured. And Winnie's got nowhere to go but into the loving arms of a Boohoo. And that's a metallic cuddle you don't want to remember.
OG Seed, though, with this Groot on third, fights open up massively in terms of geography of this part of the map. So the Groot Walls are going to be losing a little bit of value in comparison to first and second. Still providing additional cover, though, for Nami to safeguard out those Eternal Bonds. Smashnez over towards that Namor, playing the off angle, already having that Horn of Proteus bolt on up, and putting the pressure so that OGC don't get to wrap around and hit the backline.
Smashnez scared of the Groot. He's really hard to break on through, and your wall break isn't amazing if you happen to be that Namor. Smashnez once again has just been rounded upon here. Doubled up onto Oasis, trying to shut them down. It wasn't even during the fate of both walls. They're just Luna Snow haters. By any means necessary, remove her from my map. A turnaround there from Binary, unable to actually hit the Exile, and so it's just going to disengage back to the safety of the spawn. I think that Smashnez, I think he might be cooked.
I mean, FaZe still have the fate of both worlds to give them a leg up in terms of this sustained fight, as Abu, who comes back on the Doctor's range with the portal, might be able to shut off one of the angles from the spawn hole too. But OGC, they have to be so careful that they don't get hit into the strangling prison, combined with the fate of both worlds. Damage boosting up the Phoenix ultimate could be curtains for this attacking team.
Rosa finally finds the opening that they have been waiting for. OG Seed. And Scuppered and FaZe, they have to hold for 3 minutes.
Ensong Inferno not needed either. They're going to be able to combine it with the Horn of Proteus for the Earthbound. To me, that everyone from OG Seed is left vulnerable. As KQ does have the Kraken impact, but OG don't have the ease of setup that they did in the previous fights. No strangling prison to force everyone from FaZe to group on up into it. No Loki either for the doppelgangers to give the free resets.
That's just the T-Las. Down already. OG Seed going to be low on sustainability. The Eternal Bond's going to have to make up for it as Name wants the 1v1. Hungry to go up against Winnie. Rosie with the disengage. It should be fine here as Binary's going to relieve some of the pressure, slapping them all away with flying fists of verdant fury. And a Boohoo, it's going to be the next one to fall as Binary puts their life on the line for it. They will be temporarily casualtized, and they'll be back soon.
Frost does have the Ensong Inferno though, and Abuhu's so close to Meteor M. Both of these teams have ult combos which are going to be able to bypass the numbers that the Stratus ultimates can do. And FaZe know that the win condition is the Winter Soldier. So it's just going to be Strangling Prison solely on KQ so that he's anchored directly into the Horn of Proteus follow-up.
Brutality is good. You don't want to get close to that Phoenix. Smash this says, get away from me, foul beast. And they're just going to force OG Seed out, who still have 5 ults to play with.
I mean, the big thing for FaZe is that they can continue applying this pressure and desynchronize the mag from the Phoenix, or potentially force out the Phoenix's ultimate off of the pressure just on the engagement walk-up. Invisible boundary. Winnie's is later. Out comes the Strangling Prison to try and grab them outside of it into OG Seed's own slow so they can sync up the Meteor M and the Ensong Inferno. Can they find the hit of damage as FaZe goes for the same thing and finds the connection from Leo?
Smashnez wraps around the back. The off angle is good. Binary no-sold the entirety of that Strangling Prison via the Unbreakable Guard. The shield means that they're immune to the CCing tendrils that would have grabbed them all in.
Crosses over to the Human Torch, just trying to use that spam and stop FaZe from holding as close as possible. If they stack up, it's going to be into that Pyro Prison. Gainer onto the Venom too, to swing past and provide another form of attention on a different angle. But Binary on that Hulk just gets to jump in and out of those spaces and scout and clear where the Venom could be, peeling for his backline without giving FaZe the space up.
Binary knows they can't go too far forward against these double flyers. Maybe they can try and cook an off angle here. I believe a Strangling Prison was thrown in towards the back. It must have been blocked by a Boohoo or something. It seems like the response has been an eternal bond into the midst of FaZe. They have to catch the aggression, and to do that, it's for Fate of both worlds. Make sure everyone is stocked up on healing and plenty of HP. There's the damage boost. Now they never stood a chance. They're just broken under raw biomass. Giganto strikes Terra Firma and takes both the light and dark force with it. 2 seconds remain. A touch needs to come through. There's a member of OGC to try and convert upon this one. It's a Boohoo keeping their best on the cart, healed up by the Ultron, but now it's time for a cross seal. The backline pressure's real. Smashnez getting up close and personal with Binary here as well. Name's raised up the shields as they were the first to fall on down. It's ready to become the Monster Hulk as Binary has so many options for violence and only has to pick one. Instead, a combination of damaging factors is laying upon the doorstep of OG Seed. The Meteor M takes to the skies. The stuns are good as well. Gainer just feeling so bloody bullied by the green giant himself. Rosa brings up walls to try and separate those who contest the point from those who do not and heal from the back. But it seems like FaZe at the moment are unwilling to overextend to try and find these frags.
Yeah, OG Seed now going to have all of their numbers back. Rosa still stalling the objective, but the backline is coming under pressure from the Venom and the Star-Lord. They have to be chased out before FaZe can turn their attention to the front line. Frost got picked so close to the Galactic Legend, and now FaZe get to move into the brawl portion of that fight, bruising on through OG Seed's front line, and that is where the convoy will finish.
I've seen enough. Bring in the melee duelist. Roll up the Phoenix. OGC, they allowed Leo to close the distance, and then it's just animation cancels, spark explosions, and undeniable force of will from the cosmic power of the Phoenix. But still, for OGC, this is a turnaround in terms of their efficacy. 2 points and most of third means that FaZe do have their work cut out for them here to try and win this map.
Yeah, but one-sided damage boost. That's where it's going to come into play, Harry, when you want to play aggressive and just roll over the opponent. As we've seen Smashnez, there is actually a potential that they lock this magic, even if it's just off of a portal coming on through from Rosa so that they can find the chain onto OG Seed's 2 players, and Name isn't going to be able to break out with the Dark Teleportation, and you lose both the Cloak and Dagger and Adam Self-Res within the first stages of the fight, which means that Comic Revival, if it comes up, is so much easier to be able to counter.
Please tell me this isn't
Yeah, the Comic Revival is going to be such a big factor when it comes to the overall fight planning for these teams. It's really going to test FaZe's communication efficiency during a fight with significant longevity.
Name is actually anticipating the Strange Portal. They're already going to be starting out in cloak form, so that if they get jumped upon, they're going to be able to use the Dark Teleportation and manage to dodge away the Magic's team up with those chains coming on through.
To the mission area. Got it?
Chains of Cyttorak could ring out this day. Smashness has a potential damage boost here. Maybe looking for a Widow kick? Okay, there it is for Chains of Cyttorak, ready to go. The magic invades already. The Leolas is on the Mr. Fantastic. Hello, Reed Richards. Welcome to competitive Marvel Rivals. It has been forever.
Yeah, this is the first time we're getting to see it in the EMEA meta. Smashness on that magic rotating all the way around, having to avoid all of that. Poke comes in with the stepping discs into the chain right on the Vanguard. And FaZe are looking to just take the fight against all of the front line, force the Soulbind, and then walk onto the point.
Soulbond already used. The piercing factor of this is so crazy to try and deal with. They're together, which means they're sharing out the damage. And Leolas cleaves as well. Knowing what you're going up against, this team's going to be playing tight. Why not play for the pierce and play for the melee? FaZe get it done with an unconventional strat. That's Reed Richards thinking.
FaZe going to show the value of surprising your opponent. KQ now is going to be over to the Winter Soldier, not just for the hook, but also to have the shield break as well as the Earthbound status off of the new and improved Trooper's Fist. As OG Seed going to be looking to just lay out as many stuns as possible, but look at Smashness, he's already on that right side. The second OG Seed take the elevator, they're going to be slowed into the Infamous Bound into all of the follow-up from the magic in the close quarters, and all of that melee damage goes through all of the shield.
And that's why Chains of Cyttorak is already copping it. Oh no, that's going to be a brutal stagger there onto Frost Mountain. And look at how much space they're claiming as well.
Yeah, the brutal thing as well for Nami in this next fight with the Eternal Bond is if Smashness manages to find the uppercut, they're going to be off of the AoE coming on from their own healing.
Okay, they're kind of just styling on him right now. FaZe, they control all of the angles, forcing out Lapsis or Telas to use that ultimate even before they've got into the building itself. Still rolling forward in elastic form to try and turn this around. The Brainiac bounces ready to go, by the way. Don't think I'd ever be able to say that, but Leolas isn't in turn to use it. The Dark Child shut on down. Survival of the Meteor M, yes, but the remainder of FaZe, not quite so lucky. No, Leo gave up the Brainiac bounce. Cowardice!
Yeah, it's comp swap time. That's a comp that you can use when you're in control of the space and on the first walk up, especially off of a strange portal, because you're not taking all of the entry spam damage coming on through. You've lost control of the space now. Your magic is going to get picked apart before she can even close up the distance to put the melee damage into work. So Smashness goes over to the Namor, Leo onto the Phoenix to punish OG Seeds, trying to hold onto this high ground stack. And if the body is stacked, Leo stacking the ult charge already ends Song Inferno from the first fight.
That takes care of Namor's squids.
Building up real quick, but Gainer stands ready as well with their own Strangling Prison.
Strangling Prison into either Ensong Inferno or Kraken Impact coming on through. OGC trying to shut down these off angles as well, but Gainer has to be so careful not to overextend, because that means that the Invis boundary is going to be there to separate the Groot even further from the team.
The balls on the slows, it's nasty. Again, it doesn't quite get a little squeeze off the back of there. The Thorn Lash Wolf, they rose in turn. Inside of the invisible boundary, Leolas a little bit slow. Has to be careful about trying to take a duel against their compatriot here. Frost Mountain got both the backliners showing off their mechanics, not just a storm. A hit scan god as well before my eyes. Leolas takes out Navi. Wait, they managed to turn it around somehow without the heals. They were doing it just on borrowed time, on borrowed health, and on borrowed energy. But the energy still seems good as Frost Mountain lays so much thermal energy down upon the god of the depth binary. Punishes Frost Mountain for such audacity.
Wallbreaker Hulk meant that FaZe actually kept a hold of the space. They've still got the high ground for Leo to have the angle and spam damage into OGC, dodges the Strangling Prison. However, the strategist on the low ground not so lucky. Both Winnie and Oasis goes down to the Kraken Impact. And from the back of that, OGC stabilize and recover.
Now OGC have to try and figure out how they deal with Strangling Prison and Horn of Proteus.
Well, it might be deal with the group first. Force Physics into wall isolation follow-up from Gainer, and there is no LOS for FaZe, the strategist, who was still coming back from respawn.
Okay.
Delaying that now means that OGC have a little bit more time, but Leo, yeah, like you said, all the way behind is going to be now managing to find the conversion onto the objective and threatening the back cap. OGC, if they haven't noticed this could be awful.
Okay, yeah, they're going to turn it on back here. Leolas likely has been able to escape easily into the back rooms once again, going in for a duel with Frost Mountain. Look at this. The backup comes through just in time from Binary. But they didn't expect for KQ to be here as well. And so Binary gets punished off the back of this one. And down a Vanguard now, Rosa's going to be even more vulnerable to something like a pull.
FaZe, though, they've got control of the high ground, and they've also got an off angle into the back line, which means that OG Seed are going to have to play their players a little bit further to the right, while also keeping Gainer controlling that left side, making sure that FaZe don't find an in with either the Phoenix or the Nemo. Strangling Prison follow-up for FaZe is on the table, which means OG Seed have to track where Rosa will be. Big Meteor M from Abuhu manages to find the eat on the Strangling Prison, but FaZe commit the Horn of Proteus regardless.
Smashness blocks the Meteor Ram 1-for-1 when it comes to blocks, but nothing off the Horn of Proteus still. KQ's fallen down, but Binary traded out on the other side. So now with Rosa being a solitary vanguard, they could find themselves in difficult positions. Leolaz floats above it all, waiting for a target to present itself. A quick Tokyo drift, but the bank's no good. The direct hit ain't coming. Oh, the big use of the Strangling Prison. It's absolutely full to the brim with inmates as Warden Gainer says, I've had enough of your insolence.
I mean, Name's assists have been going hard. We've been seeing so many players getting hit by those Terror Capes, followed up by all forms of damage, whether it's ultimates or whether it's just base abilities upon the connection of those Groot's ults. And FaZe now, it looked incredibly dominant from that first aggressive push into that second couple of fights on second, but now they're down to sub a minute, Harry. And they're going to be having to play once more into a defense that has full control of the high ground.
This is well and truly the danger zone. I mean,
you're getting true mileage from that one.
What can I say? I love a good highway. Honestly, what a pull from there. Abuhu eating up the Strangling Prison like it was a risky play from Rosa to like yeet that across the way, because it allows for reaction speed to deal with those things a lot more easily. And Abuhu was so on point when it came to that. And so Gainer just saw the opening afterwards. Like, even with the Meteor M itself being shut down by Smashness, body blocking it with the Blessing of the Deep, which is one of the better things an EMEA can do, if they feel like they're going to have a sustainability from both of their strategists to not need that later, still, too much was given up to make that happen, and they didn't get value off the Horn of Proteus.
I mean, we've even seen as well the amount of pressure they'll put Smashness into on that Nemo when he's having to take the group 1 versus 1 on the third fight for defense. They're really putting the pressure on the Nemo to try and force that cooldown, which means that it's not there to block out the hit of the Meteor M onto both of their strategists when the ultimate cycle comes on through, and that one-shot capability is absolutely invaluable.
We look upon Symbiotic Surface and wonder what Null would think of all of this. Because if they get through second, which is by no means guaranteed, I'm pretty sure there's still a defensive portal to try and play with if someone falls early.
Yes.
Still have to get through about 2/3 of last. And that means getting through the pseudo underpass, through that carapace of a fallen creature. And that is a very difficult area to get around because it allows so many easy off angles to be established by the defense.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it when FaZe were on the defense, right? It was why we saw them be so determined to keep the fight going and not fully have to reset, because like you said, it provided such an easy in to that backline to put pressure onto both the Cloak and that Invis. Speaking about easy ends, Portal comes on for Unbreakable Result for the Hulk to safeguard everybody, and Binary just melts KQ. No Kraken impacts, no Winter Soldier to punish FaZe.
This is why we glaze the Binary Hulk. Unbelievable value here, getting multiple exiles out. And here comes the recontest from Gainer straight away with the portal.
I mean, OG Seed, they don't have defensive ultimates to use the second that this portal comes on through. Neither does FaZe, though. Oasis and Winnie so far away, so it really is going to come down to the damage and the angles that are controlled by both. Smashness with the Kraken impact could go absolutely huge.
Entong Inferno looking good. Multiple stuns come on through here from Rosa. Smashness getting up close and personal, but it's KQ has already got both of the strategists in the back. No more healing. Frost Mountain says, you aren't strong enough to summit me. My heights get ever higher, and my plant will grow much stronger. Rosa stands alone, raising a shield for Seraphim, but someone needs to be on the point at all times. Overtime starts to tick away, and Binary's invited back to the fray by Absisotilas, who just burns on through, and OG Seed refused to kneel quietly and bend before FaZe.
OG Seed just needed to win one fight to be able to force the swap from the Strange onto the Magic. That is a composition that relies on momentum and surprise within the first engagement, and the second that you're able to beat it, The swaps have to come on through, and that is one of the advantages of defending Symbiotic Surface, taking momentum and the wind out of the sails of the attacking team. You get access to all of that tasty high ground, and all of the setup for KQ and Frost Mountain on the Winter Soldier and the Phoenix, who did so much damage, despite the fact that they were going up against one-sided Mantis damage boost.
Well, they were going up against one-sided Mantis damage boost, and it wasn't really used a lot of the time. Like, we saw Leolas here in this part of the map bring it out, but it seems like we didn't see it ubiquitously for FaZe. For a second, but Leo had to swap over onto the Strange to get a portal back. They moved over back to this classic 2-2-2 to make sure that the Leolas and Smashnets could find those off angles. And I think it served them well on the defense, but I would have liked to have seen Leolas use a little bit more of the Mantis, a pivot to it maybe after the Mr. Fantastic on the offense.
I think the worry for them, was because KQ swapped over to that Winter Soldier. If you're trying to fully utilize that damage boost coming through from the Vibrant Vitality, that means that you field Loki as well for the damage boost of the regen domain, and so all of the doppelgangers are just going to provide free reset windows coming on through. Plus, if you go for the Mantis, then you're having to hope that your Mantis is going to be able to reliably hit those headshots to keep the seeds refreshed. Yes, you're going to be able to headshot the Groot fairly easily, but the rest of the components of OG Seed's composition are not going to let that Mantis get all of the regeneration of those resources, so we wouldn't be seeing the unparalleled aggression running away with FaZe's components.
I mean, KQ was also playing out of their mind right there. A Boohoo with the Eat on the... using a meter ram to absorb what should have been a wombo combo probably was like the big turning point for that defense as well, and really being able to find the stability after forcing that comp swap as well, making sure that they couldn't really convert on their first round of refreshed ultimates. We'll see if OG Seed can keep the momentum going and take us to a map number 5 right after this break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
FaZe may have fumbled for spaghetti and dropped it on the floor, but have OG Seed mummered their last EMEA? Because it's still match point here for FaZe, and now Mox, they get to pick where we go with a reset map pool.
I feel like it's going to be domination, and I feel as well like FaZe's best choice would be to go Hell's Heaven and just go all in on the 2-2-2 dive compositions. We've seen teams struggle. The fact that OG Seed were able to reset and stabilize their entire momentum meant that they were able to chip away at the composition as they walked into those re-engages, forcing ultimate, forcing as well everybody from the side of FaZe to have to react into things like early hooks coming on through from that Winter Soldier. Also meant that Name's ultimates and Terror Capes were absolutely huge. 44 assists on the Cloak and Dagger, by the way, coming off of that map. And it is going to be a domination, but it's not going to be Hell's Heaven. It is going to be Celestial Husk. So Dive, incredibly strong on this map. Flyers, incredibly strong on this map. Adam Rescomp, incredibly strong on this map. What do you want to play
Incredibly
into?
strong on this map.
Jeff, indeed, incredibly strong on this map. And we're going to have to see a lot of these bans target out specific ways to play this map type.
What's it gonna be, OG Seed? Pick your poison. Is it up against one-sided Mantis again? Or do we risk potentially having the Adam banned away from us, or even the Invisible Woman, given how good Lepsi Sotiras has been? It's going to be the Ultron, the choice made. And so, well, we know how this one goes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the safest bet coming in through when you're playing up against a team like FaZe. You know if they run that dive, having the Ultron being able to go head-to-head with it, plus Rage of Ultron building incredibly quickly. If it does come down to a brawl and sustained fight for control of first cap, you should get the Rage of Ultron before FaZe get their first ultimate cycle, and off of the back of that, might be able to steamroll your enemy.
Okay, time to try and neuter this composition as best you can. What do you want to remove? Ultron for one-sided Ultron. Adam, probably? Or maybe Loki. I wouldn't even mind seeing an Emma ban at some point, but honestly, with the damage boost on the table, like, that Venom is an omnipresent threat.
I mean, you also have to worry about Binary on the Hulk, because Binary on Celestial Husk, this is one of his best maps too, coming on through. OG Seed going to be removing the Luna rather than the Adam or the Invis. FaZe not getting the opportunity to go for a save. Do they try and save a dive component here? They could go for the Venom save to make sure that Feast of the Abyss, as well as just the Venom's overall pressure, is always going to have that damage boost. Or they go for the save onto that Loki, so that, as you said, punishing the fact that OG Seed prioritized the Luna, worried about the neutral threat of the Idol Aura, as well as the ultimate amp and sustainability from Fate of Both Worlds. Now they're going to have to contest with Regen Domain and the damage boost that's attached from the team up.
God, that Vibrant Vitality. It's a lot. I wouldn't mind even seeing a Winter Soldier ban here from FaZe, given that it did give OG Seed a little bit of an edge, and it is very strong against for Loki. KQ was unleashed with that Kraken impact.
Well, OG Seed removing the Adam so that we don't see a copied Adam, and the back-to-back comic revivals that we got to see on Convoy earlier, which on Domination, the longer you're in control of that point, the longer those fights go, the better percentage you're going to be sitting at, and the more desperate you're going to force your opponent into having to torch their ultimate economy to make up for an absence of control with. As both teams remove that Adam, I feel as well like OG Seed, since Loki is in play, one way that they could actually go, especially since they were able to get the Ultron, would be to go the route of having a flyer, because Loki has long struggled into being able to heal friendly flying targets, but at the same time that means he suffers the same weakness against the enemy flyers too.
Wait, KQ pouring one out for Knudsen, perhaps? Giving him that.
I mean, Loki's going to be so bad at targeting the Iron Man off of the AoE. Like, if you ever wonder why a Loki is aiming at the ground when we follow Loki POV, it's because his primary is actually AoE based. So if you hit the ground, the more bodies you're going to be able to connect onto. But because it's AoE based and not hit scan, well, that means that trying to go head to head against a flyer who is constantly on the move makes it very hard for Lokis to be able to hit the shots unless you're in enclosed spaces and you can actually use the AoE off of walls or pillars, which we can see in places like Hell's Heaven, but not so much on Celestial Husk.
Yeah, if you're struggling on Loki, try aiming at the feet of the people you're healing more, because there's no benefit to actually healing them directly. It's all spell field effects, no impact, damage/healing.
Yeah, no headshot multiplier either. Can you imagine if Loki had headshot damage?
What I do have is a backstab modifier, Moxie.
Yes, he does, but when have we ever been able to see that find an elimination?
One day, Mox. Us duplicitous clones will rise up one day.
Well, Winnie is going to be over to the Loki for the damage boost. Binary on that Venom and Smashnez on the Star-Lord, being able to try and find the launch of this dive. OGC also going to be looking for the dive opportunity. As far as comes the soft dive from Gainer, but Winnie doesn't rise to the bait and keeps a hold of regen domain for when we go to the point fight.
KQ reveals himself to Smashnez, who's getting plenty. Oh, that's a big sedation right there onto KQ from downtown. Has to do a quick flip out, and the Guardian Shield has to be allocated over to make sure that that one's survivable. Still, Smashnez thought it was winnable, and so overextended into OGC to try and make this one work. Now, the sole duelist of FaZe has been taken away, and we're going to have a lot of trouble removing these Vanguards from forward positions, because the damage is just not going to be there. Binary might have to become more of a frontline duelist as a Force Physics attempts to grab them on back and continuing to just pull Binary in. A quick flip around the Feast of the Abyss onto their opposing Venom. Disengagement strong as Frost Mountain looks to try and burrow under the earth. An excavator frag or two with the Rage of Ultron. Still the overlaying here from OG Seed is all in as everyone puts all their resources on the line to try and gather the first cap. Leolaz gets the roll shut down. Winnie low on options. Name sees an opening here for the Eternal Bond, but Abuku can't get within the area of effect in time. Multiple souls are taken from bodies by Rosa's Eye of Agamotto as KQ looks in towards Smashnez, and Winnie is not going to be long for this world either. Cosplaying a doppelganger is not going to work out against KQ. He's too smart a cookie for it.
Oh, the Psionic Seduction when FaZe are all just forced onto that point, and then KQ the second that the inverse boundaries have been traded from either sides, with the Galactic Legend being able to track down where everyone from FaZe has sidelined themselves. Binary too, every single time they try and dive in on this Venom, it's just getting absolutely accosted by the Terror Capes, given the fact that FaZe have no way of being able to cleanse it. There's no mag in play, which means that the Cloak and Dagger is coming in huge. Out comes Galactic Legend from Smashnez, guarded by the Guardian Shield coming on through from Oasis to clear the space, and finally allow FaZe through the choke onto the objective.
Oh, the healers were so suppressed right there, they just couldn't help out. Gainer, oh, the Feast of the Abyss into a Blaster Barrage is just deadly. What a quick comeback from FaZe.
OG Seed, though, with Rage of Ultron, are going to be able to, just the way we saw Smashnez open the space for his team with his ult, clear the choke almost entirely, as FaZe don't have an ultimate to be able to shut it down. They're going to have to rely on the triage of healing coming on through from a triple strategist and a Loki's regen domain.
Looking in towards the back, Binary has found the Ultron where he's at his most vulnerable in these low-ceilinged areas. Escape wasn't really on the cards. Tilas demands the healing of the Rage of Ultron, but Regain has already made some gains in the back. Leolaz and Winnie have fallen on down. Only the Smashnez and Rosa remain, and Rosa in a 1 versus 6 can't make it work. A quick flip back for OG Seed. Now this is back and forth Marvel Rivals.
Oh, potentially a stagger as well onto someone else from FaZe. Yeah, Winnie was able to make it out with that exchange coming on through. Rose is going to have to build up the Sonic Seduction. They've got the Galactic Legend as well in a matter of moments to be able to open that up, but that's going to be more point percentage for OG. So instead it's a reliance of Binary, swaying the attention on that Venom, going over to the point, but still OG Seed not giving up the space.
Gainer in the back, but is there going to be follow-up? No one was there to break the lamps, and so the regen domain keeps it strong and keeps it healthy. The disengage here for Gainer is good. We'll be able to feed over some strategist ultimate charge. Abuhu knows it on the approach, and Smashnez is getting involved. A Blaster Barrage and still in the back pocket. You know that he's got that Galactic Legend. Now it's time for everyone to roll on forward, courtesy of Leolaz with the Soul Resurgence. That's Tilas in the back, holding in reserve. An invisible boundary to raise on up to keep FaZe and OG Seed both in good spirits and good health. Setting up for an off angle here is Smashnez around the edge, waiting for this fight to break on down, and now makes their insertion from the back instead. Easy access to the Ultron, grabbed out of the sky. Great play coming through from Abuhu, and Smashnez doesn't even know what hit him. Forged like diamonds under the crust of the earth, and that's going to be OG Seed in a commanding position to take the first domination map.
Smashes is on the strange, but I don't think he's going to be able to teleport in time. And OG Seed walk away with the first round of Celestial Husk. Having that Ultron, being able to pocket the Star-Lord has been absolutely huge. Rage of Ultron has been clutch for this team to fill the spaces once the Star-Lords have traded their ultimates, and inverse boundaries have been mirrored on either end. So too has Abuhu. with the Sonic Suction being able to put so much pressure onto Smashness as Starlord, he was having to fly low to get into the AoE of the regeneration domain, which meant that he was within grabbable distance of the Carbon Crush and just got immediately discarded the second that the Emma was able to find the pick.
Stop staring at.
Now, for FaZe, the pressure's starting to mount. This was supposed to be their advantage. They have the one-sided damage boost for Smashness. You can see that they've made a comp pivot already.
The thing for FaZe is that if they use the regeneration domain for the damage boost, they don't have it as a defensive option. And OG Seed gets so many ultimates with not pick potential on their own, but with any other bit of damage, and they are running high mobility heroes to contribute said damage. FaZe have to hold off on utilizing that damage boost aggressively. And oh my goodness, Name has been absolutely on top of things. That was a huge Terracade play from the Strange Portal.
I mean, that doesn't happen too often now. Teams have gotten very cautious about those approaches, but you got to wonder what's happening in FaZe's comms right now if they're trying to figure out how to play against this. But now they've got a brand new stimulus to respond to in both the Storm and the Winter Soldier.
The thing for FaZe is that they don't have reliable shields when the portal comes on through. Venom's not going to be able to shield for the team. Strange isn't in play, and they don't have the mag curtain either, so you're relying on Rose's Aegis, but OGC can simply walk past it. And then it's going to be on cooldown, which is why we've seen so many of these Terracades hit. Off of that alone, Name's already 60% to the first ultimate. FaZe with Rosa going onto that point, trying to draw attention for Smashness to set up an off angle and stack the damage spam onto OGC's players, namely that Storm, as Binary has to go for the dive, but there's just no follow-up.
Oh, they want Frost Mountain so bad for Dark Depredations. Get everything that's needed. Gathered up around the Guardian Shield for both slows and healing. Binary's barely taking any damage here. KQ finally turns Rod to Stern upon them to try and make that one work. Look at that. Tendrils everywhere, and the follow-up's good. Gainer just chomps on through, and well, it's sloppy seconds, unfortunately, for Binary coming through from behind.
That was through the invis boundary as well. 180 heals per second. Absolutely melted in the face of the attention coming on through from OG Seed. KQ is going to have the Kraken impact. If they want, they can combo it either of the Emerald Ultimate or the invis boundaries. We saw Binary just swing through on that right side, likely going to that point, and OG Seed are simply not going to allow FaZe to get space off of the back of it to walk. Out comes the Emerald Ultimate, and forward OG Seed go.
In comes an Ensong Inferno. Smashness, I don't know if really hit anyone important with that. Still, multiple players are going to be grabbed by the brain here by Emma. KQ is going to be the primary victim of this one as big damage boost comes out from multiple regeneration domains. Frost Mountain getting in close, but now that they're down, it's time to make something work off the back of a prime impact. Still, Leolaz survives it. The healing was good enough and no one-shot came on through. FaZe finally have everything they need to flip this point, but OGC is still accruing percentage of it. Probably going to be 99 before this goes away.
It's one fight territory, which means if FaZe lose all of their players to a stack of Kraken impacts, the round is done and OGC takes Celestial Husk. We're going to have to see some very good soft dives coming on through from FaZe to give Oasis the opportunity of building up that invis boundary. We can see Binary taking a little bit of damage, just putting the pressure onto the finish, and likely trying to get back to his team with things like the Feast of the Abyss onto Frost Mountain. Are they just going to try and put pressure onto the Duelist?
We stuck. Might be able to get the friends to the right. Well, there it is. Frost Mountain was just so far away from the remainder of the team. Looks like they may have taken all that time trying to disengage back to them and just walked really slowly. Who knows?
I wonder if they thought that Ensong Inferno would be up with Feast of the Abyss in this next fight. Given the fact that Gain is coming on through with the Feast of the Abyss, and OG Seed would then have two wombo combos, which FaZe would have to just choose what invis boundary would be used for.
All right, quick sedation, corrosion's good, a grab is even better. Rosa sees what KQ's game is and says, no way is that going to be happening. Rosa now blocks away the healing from the Venom in the back line. We'll be given some overhealth from the Feast of the Abyss, chomping through meat and bone alike. But Smashness still being able to lord over it all and rain down these sparks from above. FaZe holding strong.
FaZe could just continue pressing the aggression too, to force the invis boundary off of the objective. OG Seed are going back in on what was working. The Ultron to be able to pocket that Starlord. Gain is going to use the Strange Portal, try and get OG Seed through the choke so they don't have to worry about FaZe's ultimates first being used to tax out the invis boundary before the point comes into play.
Frost Mountain, ever cautious of Binary, spreading out the healing of the Ultron drone. They hide behind the Aegis. FaZe off the back of this ultimate now have forced this to be the final fight, and it's going to be down on Gainer. So Abuhu's going to have to be the one who keeps this contested and doesn't really have much mobility to try and play around the outside. An invisible boundary drawn up here by OGC as Abuhu makes a last-ditch play, a desperate one, off the back of their ultimate to make this one work. KQ's there to follow up. The Rage of Ultron's good. Lapsiso TLS has already fallen as Frost Mountain can't quite find any victims, so instead will focus on the defensive play of keeping their team healed on up. The return of Gainer is short-lived. Even through the portal, they're rounded upon by many members of FaZe and can't win the 1 versus 6. Binary finds all of the openings and OGC are not on the point. FaZe, bring it back.
1-1, and it's going to be over to Celestial Hand to determine whether or not FaZe take the series 3-1, or OGC could potentially reverse sweep and keep up the pressure. They're going to be rolling out, though, this time around with that Star-Lord and that Ultron. It was working for them so well on the first round, with KQ-43 so close as well to that Galactic Legend. FaZe are going to have their hands tied when it comes to dealing with the Star-Lord's ultimate.
Dealing with a Star-Lord ultimate often can be a real tax on the mental economy and the resource economy.
Wait, they're going to give it up?
Pivot.
Yeah, I mean, Endsong Inferno charges so quickly. Going to the Phoenix, being able to retain 50% to that Endsong Inferno, and then being able to pair it with your Strangling Prison from the Groot, off of just the spam damage alone before the point caps, they're going to have it up, and it will break the Loki doppelgangers with the regen domain too.
Follow my lead.
Oh, that could be so much to try and deal with. Frost Mountain,
Frost
the
on the
Wolverine.
board too.
They don't have a throw for it either. It's just going to be the singular Vanguard.
Yeah, but he's going to have the passive, and then potentially he can also pick Oasis out of their ultimate so that they can find the pick onto the Invis and cancel Invis boundary early.
That could be some real value. We know what the last stand can do against these static emplacements. Binary is getting so aggressive here. Risked being isolated, but backs off perfectly through the gap in the wall. The Eternal Bond's going to be matching Oasis back inside, using the Oh, was that a cancel right there onto Gainer's ultimate? I think it was for sedation from downtown, so Rosa gets the better of it. Still, survivability is the name of the game here, with so many strategists around. Everybody gets their mind controlled by Binary, and despite all of the aggression coming through the way of this Emma Frost, there's still some value to be had off the back of the ultimate. Yin and Yang back and forth, the river flows on still as Rosa looks for an opening once again, and the Endsong Inferno strikes the ground. The Boohoo's next to go. A headshot gained by Leolaz, and even more so. Oh my goodness, life spores after life spores. Absolutely generational performance from Leolaz.
I mean, huge copy from Winnie as well, just as Endsong Inferno was about to detonate and clear phases. Players allowing OGC full control of that point. Now Rosa can just spam the seed bombs in, building up the Strangling Prison to yet again combine with Smashnez's ultimate, and they can scout the Wolverine and force the passive before the fight turns into brawl.
Smashnez sees the approach of the monstrous Wolverine, the beast in the dark. Continues to erode this space and elicit fear, but it's Legolas again! This guy's just so crazy! Oh, there's one player inside of the Strangling Prison. A follow-up's not going to be there. Binary's fallen elsewhere. Yes, it's true, but it's my turn to open up a prison, says Rosa, and mine's going to do far more business.
Smashnez is going to be able to hold on to that Endsong Inferno too, and now they might be able to find the stagger onto the Cloak and Dagger. The bait comes out though. Frost Mountain was able to find a connection, but Smashnez has the ultimate and just gets the full health reset and then can dash back to his team. And that means that FaZe are building up even more point percentage. They're going to have to look to disengage though, as Frost Mountain with that last stand can pin multiple of these players. Yeah,
going to be looking to have Oasis' ultimate forced out early here by somebody else, maybe by a Boohoo. If it gets raised up, know that Frost Mountain might wrap around the back. No, they're just going to go for the one man onto Rosa here, and the invisible boundary is nowhere near. Instead, it's going to be focused on the remainder of the team. FaZe have chosen their favored child, and it certainly isn't Rosa, as Oasis decides that it's just going to be a defensive play around the backboard. And look at this. Leolaz and Smashnez on the off angle are going to be so difficult to dislodge, but that means there are only 3 players, but 6 members of OGC can just rampage over, as they don't have the meat to sustain themselves.
Yeah, but FaZe stalled. 85% has been picked up. OG Seed will have enough time to go for a strange teleport, but if they try and hold close to burn the point percentage on their side, they go directly into the spacing for the Sonic Seduction coming on through from Binary. Winnie as well, the God of Mischief, can go aggressive to copy onto that Mantis and give FaZe all of the speed boost to just run over OG Seed's team.
Binary notes of potential approaches, ready to unleash their rays. Knowing that KQ's up top, that might require a little bit of personal attention. Oh, what an interrupt! Frost Mountain read him like a book! Yeah, they're gonna get smacked into the wall, but the damage is already done. Bringing up the invisible boundary, and Rose is kicked back inside. A turnaround potentially. The invisible boundary of their own, and a strangling prison. Oh, it's beautiful. Rose managed to cut off all of the heals as well. What a play coming through. The Rosa Dozer. Yeah, we call this one a difficulty tweak. You can't get it past Rosa, and that's gonna be FaZe flipping in their favor as one last fight remains.
This is the silver lining of Binary getting cancelled out of Sonic Seduction. You're going to have it up for the Strange Portal fight. They're not able to cancel the TP test, but now they've got that Emerald Ultimate the second the Strange Shield is broken. FaZe get full advantage in the fight.
A Dark Maelstrom ready to unleash, and Leolaz is feeling frisky, getting nice and close and personal. The Eternal Bond gives a little bit of additional room for OGC to work with, and KQ is going to be looking to try and make this work. Binary, as you said, unleashes the Psionic Seduction, gets both of the strategists, and the follow-up is there. A solo gift for you, my son, as Rose has got yet another ultimate. The generation's crazy, and FaZe rises for OG. It's GG. The FaZe is up.
FaZe with the invis boundary as well, and that last fight for the slow, so that everyone can't disengage the Emerald Ultimate. If they try, they get hit by the slow. If they try and abandon the point, they allow FaZe to take control of it. And in overtime, that's just something that they simply cannot allow. Smashnez will walk away with the MVP, was coming through with so much of those damages, but in my opinion, FaZe's backline were the ones that were the true carry on those last couple of rounds of domination. Oasis too, within the first fight, when Binary is getting lower and lower and lower and almost goes down to Frost Mountain on the Wolverine mid-Sonic Seduction cast, he gets the Guardian Shield from his invis, which manages to bail him out long enough to force OG Seed into burning that invisible boundary and allows FaZe to have theirs lost.
Raw damage from Smashnez is kind of disgusting here, but that's to be expected from what was in many cases for Soul DPS with the damage boost. What clutches we saw from Leolaz, hitting the burst damage when it mattered the most, the headshots off the back of those spores coming through. And that allows for additional generation of healing and damage boost as well, so you can compound your advantages in the uneven Mantis trade.
Yeah, Winnie too, being able to come through with the God of Mischief, perfectly timing it as well to be able to come through with the copies onto the Mantis for the Solar Resurgence, so that they could literally just dump every single one of those spores. You can see Leo there getting incredibly aggressive, the regen domain as well, being able to go head to head with the amount of sustainability that OGC's Eternal Bond holds, which means that you can hold on to your invisible boundary, so that once the Cloak and Dagger's ultimate is done, FaZe have that one-sided sustainability, and even when Sonic Seduction comes on through from Binary, there's no staying power from their opponent when they're stuck in the center of it.
Yeah, Leo having this Mantis on deck as well was actually a significant evolution for FaZe, I think, because we often see Winnie's Jeff getting banned as well as Jeff just being the ban of the day. And now that you know that if you ban that Jeff, you're risking this Mantis coming out, and then Winnie being able to leverage their fantastic low-key as well. And it lets Rosa build up ultimates really fast from a Vibrant Vitality healing on the backline. It means that Mantis becoming a real priority ban against FaZe could change how the entire ban phase shakes out against them.
Yeah, I would say like Smashnez too as a pickup is really, really big for this team, because now you have to worry about things like the Human Torch and also that Star-Lord angle that we're starting to see rise in prominence in terms of meta too. Star-Lord managing to keep a check on things like the Ultron and the Human Torch. If Star-Lord and Ultron have been removed, Human Torch still a viable option to be able to put a lot of pressure with the spam damage and angles that you can hold on to. So very, very good compatibility coming on through from FaZe in terms of getting through those ban drafts without being stuck on playing one singular composition.
All right, we've got an interview ready to go with FaZe. I believe we're bringing in Oasis for this one to get some insights. Nice to see you again, Oasis. Let's have a quick chat about the map that fell through your fingers, unfortunately. What do you think went wrong on Symbiotic Surface?
I mean, we asked for a pause. maybe 10 times, and we didn't get a single pause. I had to. Well, Rosa was like basically lagging out fully. Even the map before, I had to go and open the door at my mom that was yelling at me because she's outside, and she doesn't have the keys. So I mean, there was a lot of like, I don't know. I've never been through like no one pausing, and we had the same issue last time, and I think that's mostly it. Yeah.
So let's talk about the Mantis, because when we saw it get through the ban draft, we were expecting to see you pick it up, and then Leolas came through with it. Is there a reason why you have Leolas on the Mantis instead of yourself?
Well, it's kind of like we're thinking about putting me on Mantis, but I really think the thing with if you have a support on Luna, if I put like Leolas on Luna instead, a good Luna will make a good a Mantis do more. So if we have someone that is like quote unquote like worse on Luna, he will make the Mantis play worse. And I think it's way more important for me to be on the Luna so I can make sure that Leolas plays well, because he's a DPS player, and then, you know, like Mantis is the closest like support to DPS. So it's very easy for Leolas to play it. I think he also understands exactly how to play like the flank style with Mantis, because that's just something you do a lot on DPS, you flank a lot.
Yeah, definitely very smart when it comes to the versatility that Leolas has in the pool. Speaking of versatility, pause shenanigans aside, Mr. Fantastic and Magic, can you walk me through the MO there?
I don't know, like basically Winnie is very smart. He makes a lot of compositional choices, and it's something he likes to go because it's just very strong. You just brawl them down and they can't really react to it.
So in terms of that ban draft, I know that Winnie and Cuffy tend to do the most preparation when it comes to it. Do you think it's more valuable to instant ban the Jeff or instant ban the Mantis, or is it situation specific?
I mean, if a team doesn't have a really good Jeff player, you can get away with banning that Mantis. But at the top tier level, like you shouldn't. If you're a top team, you shouldn't like not be good at Jeff. That's it's almost like kind of not allowed. You just have to put in the hours, like however much it takes. You can't really allow yourself to not be good at it.
Well, we've certainly noticed that you guys have put in the hours. Congratulations on the win, Oasis, and advancing further towards Atlanta. We hope to get to talk to you again soon.
I hope so too, man. See you later.
Okay, that was Oasis Strategist Superstar coming through from a phase victory. And Mox, that means our elimination matches are done today, but that means, ready the printer, we've got some tickets to give out.
We do indeed. The high stress pressure situations, they're going to continue, but for a very different reason. EMEA gets 3 spots this time around in stage 2 to send our players off to lands, up from the 2 that we had previously, and we're going to determine 2 out of 3 of them in these upcoming matches. And Harry, what matches we have? Chopped, a team that have been trying to go for the upsets and prove that they belong within the discussions of the top 3 teams in this region, and Na'Vi, Citadel, and VP, who all have so many eyes upon them and a high expectancy of them being the ones headed on over to Atlanta DreamHack.
Well, if you want to fly in style like you would to Atlanta, you can fly as a crow using the debonair fashions of Hela, because the Grim Lady is now available in the Marvel Rivals store right now. Brand new costume original to Marvel Rivals, where Hela is looking her best and making sure bounties are posted and collected via her eldritch power over death and all. The Grim Lady is ready to ride.
And you know what? You might want to pick up that Hela costume, because I feel like Hela is about to see a whole lot of play as we head into 4.5. She's going to be getting that all-new team-up with Namor to replace him falling away from that Hulk playstyle team-up as well. We're going to be seeing a lot of anti-healing compositions coming on through, Harry, when we head into 4.5. So you can definitely tell that the triple strategist compositions are going to be targeted when it comes to all of our new team-up abilities.
Well, we've got a team up as well. Me and Mox are going to be teaming up with Ryan and Tetra to swap out for the next game, so stay exactly where you are. Tickets to Atlanta are ready to be stamped on the other side of this break.
soul. Hell unleashed! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise and hoping your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flame.
Welcome back. It is time for something incredibly important. That's right, it's the Taylor Swift album. No, I'm joking. It's of course something even more important. It is the qualifying games. Today, we will be finding out our first 2 qualified teams for the global finals in Atlanta.
Yeah, it's the big games, and I think I've done a good job considering I worked Marvel Rivals for this year to not come out with those like cringy film quotes, but I think this one is due. We're in the end game now, Tetcher. Like,
Yes,
this is
we are.
really the start, but we've got a big prize pool for this tournament in itself that the teams are still fighting for, $250,000. But $1 million is the major prize pool at Atlanta, where Ignite really is about to unfold. And for this first game, at the very least, we have the top 2 teams that finished in EMEA Ignite, starting with our champions in EMEA itself, Citadel Gaming.
Yes, we do. This is a matchup of titans. Citadel Gaming sitting here with, of course, a familiar player when it comes to their opponents as well. They've managed to add Melio to their roster. Looks like they're going to be running at the Tanuki Melio damage lineup this time, with Pokey currently waiting in the wings. We did see them play yesterday to great effect.
Yep, it's starting to see that 7-player roster with the duelist swing around. But the performance yesterday against Vice was a pretty dominant one, I would say. I think we have seen the Citadel team struggle a little bit more, look a bit sloppy in some of these games and series, and even dropping one to Chopped a little bit earlier in the group stages. But that's kind of how that Berber Patman team played in stage 1. They sort of used to being down in the losers bracket or having these series go to full 5 maps, and they still have that tenacity to keep on pushing and fighting. This isn't the cleanest team in the EMEA. It never was. But this is the team that can really dig their heels in and take the best teams to really good series when everything's down in games like this.
They've got a lot of fans for that as well. There's so much support behind this roster because of how they play and the fact that they can take these best teams to the limit. But when we talk about taking best teams to the limit, we have to talk about the current world champions, Na'Vi. This roster went to Globals in the second spot for EMEA, meaning that they had to play through the qualifying play-in stage and then got knocked down to the lower bracket in one of their earlier series. They have fought tooth and nail and came out on top. With some roster change of their own, looks like we're going to be running the Crisis and Jerky lineup here without bringing out Naga.
Which is what we saw a little bit at the end of that last series previously in the playoffs yesterday. So Crisis starting today would be a pretty big move. Both these teams having free duelists that they weren't really alternating between to begin with, but now are actually going to interchange them in and out of the series, making it very difficult to prepare for each other. But it was sort of more of the same. Na'Vi hasn't really dropped too much form with how they've played so far this stage. It really was more of a surprise that we saw Virtus.pro fighting back against them in the group stages to knock them down to the second seed. But this is a team that really caught our eye as rad when they beat Virtus.pro in Stage 1 Ignite, the first time that Virtus.pro ever lost a series. And then they just had that ability to come in as the second seed from EMEA to mid-season finals to go and win the whole damn thing. And there's so much at stake between these games. And certainly, as you're noting, a good portion of these best of fives have gone the distance.
Look at this history between these two teams, going all the way back to the Invitational, including Fight Night number 14. These teams have gone back and forth, but the total map score coming into today between these two teams is 13-13. They have gone through some roster changes, obviously, through some of these. Of course, at one point they were Luminosity Gaming, at some point they were Rad, at some point they were Berber Patapim, at some point when they were OG. But right now, it is Citadel versus Na'Vi, and they sit dead even.
I think within EMEA, Na'Vi want to get their revenge on Citadel for beating them in that grand final of EMEA Stage 1. But I think it's Citadel's point to prove. They were knocked out of the mid-season finals by Rad, as you've seen in the bottom right, in that losers bracket semi-finals. Pretty much like a fourth place finish for Citadel. And then Na'Vi goes on and beats some of the top teams from the Americas region. And so it does feel like Citadel have a lot to prove. And when we spoke to players and teams about who you expect to be attending Atlanta, Citadel's name wasn't at the top. Na'Vi's was alongside VP, but a lot of people are not expecting much from Citadel here. They want to make a statement, and they're not afraid to be villains or even just dicks about it, frankly. Like, they want to play in, but like, we hate everybody, we're going to beat everybody. That's the mentality that Citadel Gaming are going into these series with.
Citadel are definitely coming in with a chip on their shoulder with something to prove, but they do not have the burden, the weight on their shoulders that Na'Vi had. Of course, coming in with like those losses being something to prove, but being the champions is such a big, heavy weight on anyone's shoulders. And of course, having one of your damage dealers abscond to the enemy. This is a matchup in the making with so much history behind it, and we're starting off on Celestial Husk.
And neither of these teams are the most dominant on domination, these King of the Hill maps, but they're still really good form, like positive win rate, especially on this map. It's 2-0 for Na'Vi and 3-1 for the guys over at Citadel. On the more recently added domination map, the draft is always going to be interesting, and if you leave that Jeff open for Na'Vi, they are going to take it.
The Mantis being prioritized over the Jeff here, choosing to worry about how Na'Vi, especially with the fact they have Jerky and the looks like they are going to be running with Naga. It was not going to be Crisis coming in here, but the fact that they do have the option for that hyper carry on something like a Star-Lord that could really capitalize with a Mantis, so still choose to go away from that. But they are actually going to get their hands on the Ultron quite early here, compared to some of the games we saw yesterday where we saw Invisible Woman or Luna Snow being protected at this stage.
It really has been a case of Citadel not being too keen on playing Mantis. We have seen Melio be able to pick it up and play it in those instances, but he wants to go more for the Ultron. Maybe that's an element because Star-Lord is so prominent here. It's even like a sort of protect right at the end for Na'Vi in a lot of these games. But for now, it is going to be the duelist focuses. And it seems really Citadel Gaming are like, yeah, you could have the Jeff. We're just going to make sure that we take the Venom out so you don't have that team up to really dive in on us.
extremely sensible. Venom has been one of the most impactful characters this entire stage, and of course that Jeff has quite a bit to do with it. But Venom can also still run fairly independently, so it's always going to be quite a safe ban and a safe protect, especially for Citadel, who of course do like that little bit more aggressive backline dive composition. And when you have an Ultron on your side, you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, a little bit more, and it's also that both the Vanguard's players can pick up the Venom if needed. Enzo was very well known for him back in the Invitational at the start of the year when these guys were under OG. But then we have seen Polly pick it up just a little bit more. It's really that Enzo was saying in the interview, they want to be much more flexible. And it's going to be a lot, I think, for the backline strategists to survive here when they have pretty much been banned out of 4 of them. You have a non-mirrored Jeff on the side of Na'Vi and a non-mirrored Luna.
Very interesting, making sure that they have a lot of safety here, but the question is, what do they fill that gap with? There is no Ultron banned against them, so they could go for Ultron Jeff Luna, or they may just choose to stick with the double strategist. And of course, Cloak and Dagger, while it's played a little bit less, is still available.
Pick your hero.
I think the Star-Lord ban is a good one. Like, we have seen some teams start to try to take it out just a little bit more, even to the point that Na'Vi have protected it twice over the stage. But it has been that second protect mostly, sometimes a little bit ignored. It might be a chance because it really has been one of those instances where Naga has been able to sort of clean up house as and when needed. You do have the Phoenix Jean Grey available and open, but I think one of the main things to highlight here, Techa, is that even in the group stages, for those seeding games especially, both these teams were like, we still have a lot to show. We're not going to be bashful and pretend, you know, tap on the nose. You'll see, like, we have stuff that we're ready to use. And there's no better time to use it in a game like this best of 5, to qualify you for the biggest international event that we've seen in Ignite, in Marvel Rivals even, for us so far.
These teams literally alluded to the fact they might even be hiding stuff. That some of those games at the end of group stages, they didn't need to show stuff. Now is the time. Ryan, I couldn't have said it better than Ryan. This is where all the marbles need to be on the line. Of course, coming first is good, that prize money, but these players, they're almost certainly going to be in it to go to Atlanta, to try and compete to be the best in the world at Marvel Rivals, as we are heading into our first round. With Venom protected, Citadel do decide to go it, and they've chosen double aggression with the Venom and the Captain America, and they are continuing to utilize the rocket that has massively leapt up in priority for them, especially when comboed with that Star-Lord.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of the Rocket Jeff combination for double strategists, but running it with Alex on the Ultron, it's going to be even harder in the future, actually, with the healing buffs nerfs even coming into the future. But Na'Vi trying to look in for the dive. Trust me, actually getting a little bit isolated. It seemed that nobody else was really ready to jump into the waters with him for Na'Vi. So that's one of your main Vanguards gone, but it has been traded on the other side. So 5v5 as the point is opened up.
Na'Vi have a very safe 2-2-2 setup here with a standard defensive dual Vanguard here of the Emma Frost. A little bit more aggressive in terms of the Captain America. Early portal coming out for Enzo, making sure that they stay even on numbers so that they can try and keep control of this point. Use it early, it'll be back up for the last contestant. This is going to be the main strategy here. Jerky's going to be taken down. Thanks to Citadel evening up those numbers a bit. Alex should make it through the portal before it expires. Melio will almost certainly not, though. So this will mean that Na'Vi might be able to get a flip and a turnaround once they've been able to burst through with the numbers advantage of the returning players.
Enzo, that's the second elimination going against him, but a BR back is going to bring him in instantly this time. I'm pretty sure Citadel also have Adam Warlock available for them too if they really wanted to go for that, just stall out the fight, especially on this first point. We saw some really long engagements, and you have got the Dance of the Butterflies used from Jerky. The combination of the duelist ultimates for Na'Vi not providing control of the objective just yet, but it feels an inevitability as Citadel Gaming finally are forced off.
The flip finally comes in at exactly 50%. A little bit less than what you would expect to see. Normally teams would of course like to get as close to 99 as possible at the exact equal, when with Na'Vi having a massive ultimate bank here, that is great news for them. So now they have all the defensive tools to keep this in their favor, and I expect they'll probably get more than 50% here due to Citadel being a little bit lower in terms of ultimate economy, but they are building up. They've just got Freedom Charge, they're about to get Galactic Legend, but on the defensive side, it's a full boundary. Fate of both both worlds. The Freedom Charge on the side of Na'Vi as well, and to try and counter that Galactic Legend, they do have that Psionic Seduction from Rajaro, but Rajaro dropped a little bit low, healed back up to full, and so Inferno from way downtown for the setup, and it's enough. Tanuki taking down Jerky.
Yeah, the focus was to just break that a shield as well that comes in from the Invisible Woman just to protect some of that sort of trash damage, the neutral damage that's been thrown out either side. Tanuki has just been a pure old assassin in this approach, going for these flanks. He has so many little lanes that he can find himself down to catch Na'Vi by surprise. And the Freedom Charge is there to try to keep this point ticking in favor of Na'Vi. It's not going to be much for this Galactic Legend now. Tanuki making his presence known. He's not being shy about this one, but it still is in control of Na'Vi up until now, 65% for them.
Alex playing very far forward, trying to chase down. Crook will fall. Portal not going to be utilized here. Na'Vi just choosing to make their way in on foot once again, as the score is pretty even, 65-65, but Citadel continue to climb. Ultimate Economy almost exactly equal here. Difference is Alex is pinging away from long range here, which could in theory build up some ultimates for Fate to get them back into that Ultimate Economy in terms of defense. Feast from the Abyss from Enzo. Alex with the Rage of Ultron. They are CC immune but not damage immune, as that Emma Frost chases them down.
They were just bullied away from the rest of the team of Citadel Gaming, tried to back out. Freedom Charge is now going to come in alongside the Arm Amplifier, but right on top of it, that End Song is going to take it straight out, destroying it immediately. But Polly, he's going on the offensive now. It seemed that that ultimate that he came out with the Freedom Charge was more as a protection bit of Citadel, but he's actually turned the ante back onto Na'Vi just as they've hit 99%.
Citadel's targeting there was insane. They popped the Phoenix, keeping the Yard Amplifier active. That let them sustain through the rest of that fight. They didn't even lose the bonus health from it. With that, Citadel will take point number 1, taking the Vault as we head towards the Codex.
And there was a portal used there, right? Like, towards the end from Na'Vi, right? We heard the sound. It just didn't seem that there was any follow-up from Na'Vi, like whether it was just at the end of it. But the main point is that they should have it at the end of this second point if they need to rely on it. But the timing just seemed to be a bit neither here nor there. Enzo using it early, he wants to try to keep the tempo in his favor. They win that first fight. They want to keep that gravy train going. Then you want to sort of use the portal right at the end when you're in overtime to just keep stalling it. But Na'Vi sort of used it at like 70-75%. And then it was still in control of Citadel, so it was a bit of an awkward spot for them to be in. Both these guys, decent at domination, but not quite the same level that Chopped have been on in form. And you look at Citadel Gaming maybe being the favorites here because they were the domination gods against teams like Virtus Pro way back when. It just hasn't come to fruition this stage.
Stuff has definitely changed. They're going to be setting up an early portal. Look at the positioning as well. Captain America standing in front because there is still a chance of someone getting hit by that frozen arrow from Hawkeye. It's a really rare rollout strat, but it still, I believe, happens very rarely from time to time. It's going to work out though. Portal engaged to take out Crook, trust me, and the point is being rushed onto.
As just an age-old strategy from Citadel Gaming, just trying to get in behind somebody with the portal and just kidnapping them, essentially. It's not completely for free for Citadel Gaming. They do lose 2 players in the process, and the point hasn't been taken yet, which allows Na'Vi to actually group up in full force. All 6 players are making their way in, but they get off for a split second, and it now allows control for Citadel.
They held the point, but Na'Vi are currently starting to flip it round. Enzo has to retreat back onto the point. Can't continue the chase that they were looking for a little bit early. Jerky's in the back line. That's looking a little bit rough for Captain America. Polly drops low, but will sustain on through. Allows them to keep that fight going. Enzo not so lucky as Na'Vi are starting to group in from multiple angles. The BRB, though, keeps it going. Melio takes out Jerky, meaning numbers leading in favor heavily of Citadel right now as they force out the invisible boundary in exchange for the Rage of Ultron. Very worthy trade. It's such a quick charging ultimate. Galactic Legend. Robert Bond forces out the fate of both worlds as well, burning through all of these big defensive tools.
And the End Song, can it bring honors in favor again? Forces out the Freedom Charge though. Polly gets stunned, but it's not going to interrupt this ultimate as it goes through. And Polly is absolutely going through this backline. Level 1 Crook and Naga both taken out. And Enzo and Melio finding a good follow-up. 50% on the board. They've managed to stagger some of the members of Na'Vi. So this is starting to look a little bit stressful for Na'Vi now that you have to take this point.
Incredible auto cancels there from Poly, just showing why they are so feared on this Captain America. It was one of the most banned heroes against Citadel Gaming at the mid-season finals for a region. Internationally recognized menace, Captain America in the hands of Poly. And we're seeing exactly why. Na'Vi starting to try and make their way back in. They have Meteor M and Song Inferno going to be coming out from Melio quite early here. Looking for the right angle. Directly into the back line. Bomb that raccoon. Ken is taken down. Jerky with the dance of the butterfly is causing too much damage though on the counter. Citadel melted off the board here as Na'Vi reclaimed control, but they lost Jerky. There is a chance that Alex could sustain them through this. Enzo's going to try and potentially portal them back in. No, they swapped to Venom. They're going to try and re-engage as portal's on cooldown.
And Poly's still in this fight. It's the most like lore accurate version of Captain America that we've seen, of just going into these 1 versus 6s and not being afraid, strapping his shield to his arm and ready to go. But Citadel are a very ratty team and just keeping that progression into their favors, and even winning fights when there are a couple of players down. Poly's wasting no time to go in on the offensive on a character like you mentioned, Tetcher, that we haven't seen that much on. Maybe this was the thing that they were saving. Just don't forget about Poly on cap.
It does work so well here, and utilizing the Venom at the same time just gives them so much aggression. Psionic Seduction, Rajaro looking to be the counter dive here. They've also gone for the Magneto. They're hyper committed to one, this X-Men team up for so they can get those clones in for a little bit of extra damage. And two, they have that extra shielding, keeps them sustained up. Poly getting juggled, but still sustains. They can do this all day. On the run, finally caught up by Naga.
Starting to feel a little bit for Citadel that whilst they are playing a very open, fluid, divey composition, that there's just like 3 different fights happening at all different points now. And Na'Vi sort of building things up to 50%, but they can't lose a fight here as Citadel Gaming have a map in, a point in hand even, and at 98%. So Citadel Gaming just looking for one good fight, a few good ultimates, and they're raring to go. But look how much Na'Vi have in the back pocket. Invisible Bounty is going to be the first one used.
Defensive tools by Crook, keeping themselves safe, at least for the moment. But if you look what else, Fate has that Eternal Bond swapping over to the Cloak and Dagger for those defensive purposes, making sure they have any kind of defense. Has to force it out, though, because Naga will cause the engagement, takes out Alex, but they're brought back to the BRB, keeping this at a 6 versus 6 Freedom Charge, and the Galactic Legend trying to take them out on the backline, but there's so much cover in this area, Tanuki just cannot find the angles.
So Freedom Charge just trying to force out Na'Vi from these positions where the Star-Lord can't get much action. And now the Dance of the Butterflies is going to be used mostly onto Enzo, that's able to mitigate some of that damage, and even going to try to get out of the portal. He was pretty much a knife in the back from Jerky right at the end. It's going to reset him for a little bit more time, and it's now 99% to 99%, but back in favor of Citadel. Na'Vi need to try and find a way to be able to touch it, and they can't. Citadel Gaming able to take this first map of domination against Na'Vi.
Nicely done, Citadel taking the lead. And while it wasn't all close in some cases, the just continuous aggression, like you said, the multiple angles of fights just seem to be a little bit too much for Na'Vi to deal with. Of course, a common and well-deserved MVP for Poly, back where they belong on that Captain America.
It really does feel like one of those ones that Na'Vi maybe went, yeah. Because, you know, you're looking at drafts in comparison to what we saw in Stage 1, where Captain America was a little bit stronger. He did get nerfed slightly in that time. But, like, him in the draft is just not really a thing in comparison to before, because there's more of a focus of going to the strategists. And if you are taking out some of the vanguards, it's like Emma Frost in those, like, convoy maps, or even Venom to stop those Jeff team-ups. It means that if you can get to Captain America for free and do this work, you might as well. There's a lot of people saying that Poly's not only the best Vanguard in the world, but might be the best player in the world with the impact that he has, and this is one of those examples.
They're making it work, and a lot of the tools that we would have seen around mid-season time that would have been used to try and maybe counteract a little bit more of this dive are a little bit less valuable now. Loki, for example, is actually being played a little bit less, which makes it a little bit harder. Of course, the Emma is being played, but she can only really deal with either one out of the Captain America or the Venom, and she can't do much at all about Tanuki unless you want to burn an entire Psionic Seduction into the sky.
Yeah, I will say that like Tanuki had a great showing as Star-Lord. That non-mirrored Star-Lord ban at the end, I think, is going to become a lot more of a thing for other teams, frankly, it should be in these bigger games. But I also have to say that on the other side, Naga, the impact that he had on that Jean Grey Phoenix, the picks that he got onto like Tanuki just as he gets a Galactic Legend, he's able to just win a lot of those like 1v1 duels that are happening around the map. He brought Navi back into this one. It was just too much done too soon for Citadel Gaming with taking that first point.
It really was. Citadel were just able to take control. Na'Vi, like you said, they had the tools, they had the counterplay. There's just too much going on. They burnt a lot of cooldowns a little bit early on the side of Na'Vi. In this case, Citadel are able to continue their, revitalize, we'll say, some of their domination from last stage onto domination. So the question is, where do we think they're going next? We, of course, have Convoy or Convergence, and I know you've looked into this a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about it in the break because I really want to see. Yeah, I want to see what it is. But essentially, it's probably not Convoy, is what I'd say. But we'll go over that a little bit more after the break. So we'll see you very soon. These are the kind of games where teams really have worked all year up to them, because this is a big qualifying game, and Citadel Gaming have found themselves 1-0 up against the current world champions of Na'Vi on a game mode that suits them. Now for Na'Vi, it really feels that you have the choice of Convergence or Convoy, so I guess, Techa, where on earth should they take this?
Yeah, I see. I jumped the gun a little bit because the break was coming up, but I asked you that question, did not give you enough time to answer this. So you've been looking into this, you have the statistics. What have you seen? Where are we potentially going? Where are we potentially not going?
So I think there's a couple of teams as well. For example, we've got Chopped coming up that have never lost on Domination. That is pretty much true for Citadel on Convoy. They're 7-0 on those pure payload maps, on all of them that they've played. they haven't dropped a map yet. It's actually just 2 for 1 on the side of Na'Vi. They are going to go towards Yggdrasil, which is the oldest one that we have in the game. This is not only a map that Na'Vi are undefeated on. The problem, however, is that Citadel are 3-0 on this, and they've picked it twice. So it's like if Citadel had lost that last domination map, they might have brought us here.
Well, we'll find out which team this is going to work out better for. We're starting off with the double Mantis bans, meaning there's a chance we could see Na'Vi secure themselves a one-sided Jeff if they wish to go down that route. Remember, it was available for Citadel last game, and they just did not run it, I believe, or did it get banned later on? Either way, they're not going to go for it. It's Invisible Woman as the secure.
It was a one-sided Jeff in favor of Na'Vi, and yeah, we never really got to see it used. I think I spoke to a couple of teams after it yesterday, because I remember us talking about it with the OG Seed series, being like, is it a bit of a throw, frankly, that if you get a one-sided, like Ultron one-sided Jeff, and then you don't use them? And the general consensus was not necessarily, it's there to just limit the options that the enemy team have, and so if you put them basically on one comp that they can use on a certain map, and you can find a counter that doesn't have an Ultron or a Jeff, you'd still just run that. But it does feel a little bit like you have to plan ahead and really look at how these drafts start to differentiate once we get past these first protects. Emma Frost being non-mirrored on the side of Citadel Gaming makes a lot of sense, because we are going to see a lot of those triple Vanguard, triple strategists on defensive first point.
We've seen a couple teams start to drift away from that, but the overall consensus seems to be we are just going to be as beefy as possible, return multiple times. That's why we often time to see Doctor Strange bans on Convoy, but that Emma Frost is one of the most valuable picks when it comes to that. And Citadel not go for a Strange ban to start us here. They actually ban out the Adam. The two ways you can keep this sustain going, of course, is to portal back in for a second go, or for revives. You'll often see this with the BRB, but Rocket just isn't worth the ban spot at these days. But the Adam Warlock is, because the full team revive can be fantastic if you're going for extra holds, especially if combined with the Doctor Strange, and it's a great last second rollout if you roll with Doctor Strange, thanks to Soul Bond giving you a lot of extra health when you actually go for a last second engage due to it having no cooldown, and as such it's banned on both sides.
It feels as well that if you ban out the Adam on one side in a game mode like this, it pretty much forces Na'Vi to have that fourth and final ban for them be the Adam themselves. So now I think Citadel like to be in this position where they could be a little bit more flexible, and that's where that Protect comes in onto Star-Lord, which I think did a lot of damage to what Na'Vi wanted to do on Domination beforehand.
Star-Lord going to give them a lot of dueling potential once they break that first point. We rarely see it on the first initial engage, just due to its damage being a little bit slower outside of that ultimate. So being able to pick something up like the Moon Knight, like the Punisher, for example, is going to be a little more efficient at burning through those first setups. Luna will be protected, though, in that last rotation, and we will finally see Jeff taken out on one side.
Right at the end. I guess there was an element of, like, Citadel were very keen to take up Mantis quite a lot in the earlier games, but it seems to be this like meta approach of like using the Jeff more when you have access to it, going for stuff like Ultron. Here I think the Lunar Protect is a nice one for Citadel, just to make sure that you have a good strategist to rely on, whether you're going to play 2-2-2 at any point during this map or in a triple strategist kind of composition. Having the Lunar Snow is nice, and you still have access to the Loki, because that's just not really been touched at all in these drafts so far.
The Loki, of course, could give you some great capabilities. It's mostly played these days with the Mantis, just due to that extra area you get from that Vibrant Vitality, but also being able to get the damage boost from that setup as well. But it still does see some appearances, especially if a lot of those strategists are taken out. You could either go for someone with maybe a strategist ultimate that isn't going to be as efficient for you, or just get a second one of the one you want. And we are going to see that here for Citadel. They will play that Loki. They've got Lunar Snow, so they can go for that double fate of both worlds.
Rogero only Angela could have gone in for a little bit of a dive, but the expectations here is not going to change up too much with these kind of compositions. Really trying to rat out Citadel Gaming's position, and there's only really been more of a pivot on where these guys are playing from. Now, Na'Vi on the defense, for example, playing on the right-hand side, cubbied up in the sort of throne room on the right. But here, Citadel Gaming taking this fight pretty much head-on. They're not trying to bunker themselves into a safe position. They're out in the open and they're winning these engagements.
making sure that they are in the open so that their strategists can hit them. Ken is, of course, set up on that high ground and is sieging in for Citadel to make sure that everyone can just stay in that central pathway and then retreat around the corner. Same with Tanuki, going to be shooting mostly just down from the high ground or just around the corner. So a main lineup, a full front-on assault is the best position for the strategists here, and it does work. Enzo takes out Rajaro, but while this is happening, trust me, it's built on a straggling prison. Naga has built on a Fist of Khonshu, and the cart has moved all the way to the first corner, which is usually where we'll see the first big stronghold. A lot of the ultimate being used, Hand of Khonshu to burn on through, trying to get onto Magneto, but Melio is dropped solo, will finally be taken down and brought back at the Cosmic Yard at the BRB. There's the Cosmic Yard amplifier.
Yeah, it's all going to be used in one go, and now Polly's swinging things back into his favor yet again, using that extra bit of damage boost. He's got the Idol Aura on him too, which really allows him to just be almost like another duelist. He's not afraid to really get stuck in, and the invisible boundaries there to just pretty much supplement this offensive attack. The Psionic Seduction alongside Ken, who was the god of mischief, copied over the Invisible Woman because I'm pretty sure it's one-sided. Na'Vi having their one-sided Invisible Woman stolen away from them.
The power of the Loki, but also the power of Citadel's just hyper defense here. They took down Jerky before they were able to ult, but after it was activated, meaning that they lost a full cooldown without any of the effects, but they still have that damage boost. Media M coming in from Melio into the backline, but it is completely dodged out. Fate's going to be able to block that with the Dark Force teleport. Strangling Prison, massively disabled their Citadel with the retreat, but trust me, is looking for any single mistake. A wall off, a protection from the healing, blocking that line of sight. The Eye of Agamotto comes on out, and Na'Vi are breaking the line.
As a really big Eye of Agamotto from Rajaro. Whilst it seemed the Citadel Gaming were ready to go in on the dive off the Freedom Charge, Rajaro just sort of seems to cut inside of where Polly was playing from. Is this Paul play going to try and interrupt them? I think it is.
Portal coming in, they're trying to lock them down, trying to prevent the portal. They have to drop it early just to make sure that they can reach the point in time because they were being harassed. Naga is going to get taken down by Polly as the counter portal comes on in. Silent Seduction to try and catch them on the side, so still giving everything they can for this defense, but Na'Vi are building back up. There was another Hand of Khonshu which is going to completely prevent Citadel from touching the point, but first, the Omega Hurricane onto the backline, trying to catch Luna once the ultimate expires to burn through the strategists, but the healing output, the Iron Bulwark is enough, and they completely counter out Jerky.
There's a really good bulwark as well. It's Polly down that's moved over to the Magneto, giving Melio some freedom to come back on the Strange. So that adjustment was a very quick one and very swift because Melio now has an Eye of Agamotto on this defense. Now they tried to be a little bit preemptive with their strike of going for a portal play to stop Citadel Gaming getting involved, but it just didn't seem to work. If anything, I think it allowed another route of Citadel throwing damage, and they take out Naga, who has the Fist of Khonshu for this fight. That Strangling Prison combination is available.
No portals available for either team, only 19 seconds remaining. If Na'Vi can land this combo, they could be in with a chance. Melio has the Eye of Agamotto. Ken has the God of Mischief, maybe wanting to drop that soon, will in fact do so. Fate of both worlds now at the ready for an extra defensive tool. Eye of Agamotto into the backline, into the Hand of Khonshu to try and tank on through, to try and get some counter damage. Both teams are staying on through, but Polly finds the backline done. Enzo taking out Rajaro, and the bodies are being zoned off the point. The lock down into the sky on Jerky. Enzo takes out Crook. Naga falls, and Citadel live up to their name. They lock the gates and keep Na'Vi out.
Really good fight. Melio, I think that Eye of Agamotto was major because it doesn't stop that Strangling Prison Fist of Khonshu combination. There was still a lot of damage going down onto Citadel there, but it just made sure that the players nearby couldn't follow up with any just normal left-click damage. That might have been the difference to actually eliminating some of those players in Citadel Gaming in that final fight. So just, it's coming down to timing, and it's coming down to a lot of Doctor Strange moments, I think, on this map already. I will say, though, that, like, Na'Vi still have a chance here because pushing past the first point is pretty uncommon, I'd say, for these bigger teams. These solid defensive holds are possible, but they were hoping to get past that first checkpoint at the very least.
And Na'Vi, they're looking for a little bit of environmental advantage here, and also a home field advantage, if you can count Isgard as Angela's home, as she was raised in heaven, of course. But being able to get a quick knockoff on that main side objective point can mean this first actual fight can be extremely difficult. And of course, the extremely fast rollout means Jerky will be reinforcing their team very quickly. We were looking at Storm Punisher with Tanuki and Melio, but Tanuki is actually moving over to the Human Torch, not going for the damage boost here.
And the stats as well, it's sort of expected when you have triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Not many eliminations just across the board. Even players like Tanuki not getting a final hit, but that's mostly because he's filling in onto like other strategists or just trying to do some trash damage to break on through with the Storm. Now Citadel Gaming on the attack. Wanted to try to fight out a little bit more, and Na'Vi, like I was saying before, like to sort of hang on this left side and play within this building, and it might force Citadel Gaming to really just flush them out, if anything. However, these group walls need to be a bit more respected. Jerky can fly over them, but he takes a lot of damage that he has to retreat a little bit more.
Tanuki is going to be the first to fall, though. Crook's going to be getting that with the Force Physics as Citadel try to make their way up anyway. They're utilizing that Jeff, returning to the board here. Venom diving on in, trying to cause some pressure. Lovely using the Terror Cape onto Melio. Melio with the jump back actually moves out of danger by taking to the air. Once again, Venom jump back in. They don't have a lot to counter him. They're heavily reliant on Enzo to land that CC, but Enzo is a bit busy being the front line with Holly.
Got Fate as well. Has been playing the Cloak and Dagger. You've got stuff like the Luna still available. It's not one-sided for Citadel Gaming. It was just protected as far as I can tell. So it was Fate doing it on the attack side as well, trying to get a lot out of this Terror Keep for the extra damage boost. Maybe that's going to be the difference to break down some of these tankier characters. And Strangling Prison is available for Polly. He's switched over to his third Vanguard so far in this map, and we haven't really got to see too much time on the clock for it. It really is now Na'Vi just letting things crouch forward a little bit more, but they have so much to rely on if these fights start up. Citadel Gaming have all 6 of their ultimates pretty much ready to go, and they're going to start to use them now.
Great placement off that Cosmic Guard Amplifier means it's not really counterable. Media Emperor Barragero takes Melio out through the ultimate, meaning that Psionic Seduction isn't going to find much of a target. In fact, Enzo is going to be isolated from everyone there. Jerky with the beautiful setup with the Axes of Ica, and they are setting this defense incredibly. You talked about it. This first point is hard to take, and while Na'Vi didn't get to hold as far back as they would like to with Angela by potentially getting some environmental pickups, they are able to punish everyone who steps around this corner.
It was 4 ultimates thrown in from Citadel against Na'Vi's 3, so now the 2 that they have available, that combination with Jeff the Sharknado trying to gobble up whatever it can. It does grab on to Trust Me, that is eliminated. He had the Feast of the Abyss, so there was a chance for him to maybe be in these fights a little bit longer. The Be Right Back is going to bring him straight back into this engagement, and now we see the Angela slamming down onto the ground with that ultimate, connecting onto a few people, but Tanuki's fighting back.
Trying to take out the Flyers here. Tanuki's getting a lot of damage, but Angela's just too relentless. Jerky taking down Tanuki. Now diving back in once again. Isolation onto Enzo, away from their strategist once again. Taken out with the axes. And this is Jerky putting on a clinic on this Angela, but they're still outnumbered. The cart keeps moving. The goats are set up. Melio looking to potentially set up for a culling turret, just trying to find the right positioning on the goats. Chooses to head to the ground here.
Oh, just as the Venom goes for the dive, it's just right as the turret shows up. So him and Tanuki clear him out completely. Rajaro has gone over towards the Strange, so I imagine the port play is about to come in. There's the Cloak and Dagger trying to throw a Terror Cape that connects onto a couple of players, but there's not really enough follow-up damage that's going to scare off Citadel now that there's only 5 meters in between the difference and less than a minute to go.
45 seconds remaining. Psionic Seduction from the flag. Tanuki finishes off Jerky. No more portal, but Angela is a fast rotation. Level 1 Crook forced to use the invisible boundary for the defense. Alex with the Fate of Both Worlds, which can be used for damage boost to melt through everyone here. Aya Nagamoto for the counter. Force Physics to send them back into the air and prevent the crowd control. Rocket is melted. It's hunting season. Jerky is trying to come in to be the savior, to try and hold the gates, but the card moves forward and Citadel go up 2-0.
Oh, this is interesting. You'd expect that Na'Vi were the favorites in this one and in a dominant fashion, but Citadel Gaming have found themselves 2-0 up, and now it's forced to a convoy map where they've never lost. They are rubbing their hands, licking their lips, and basically saying to all of us, we told you. And one more map would send them to their second international event, would send them to Atlanta. Na'Vi have to dig deep.
They have to dig deep. They have to find something to turn this around, because otherwise they are to be fair, in a position where they're pretty used to and has been where they have capitalized the most in a lower bracket. This has been where they found a lot of... this team's faced a lot of adversity. They were in the lower bracket in the mid-season finals, went on to win. They had to re-qualify for Ignite due to how the setups worked out. They made it in and have made it this far. Na'Vi are best when their backs are against the wall.
I think that you said that for both of the teams, it's very much like Dragon Ball Z Saiyan energy, right? With like where every time they get defeated, they come back stronger. And like these are never teams, whether it was Citadel Gaming winning EMEA Stage 1 of Ignite or Na'Vi winning the mid-season finals, you can't say that they did it cleanly. They dropped maps, they dropped series. They just had enough about them to come back into those rematches and look the stronger side. But I feel here, when you've got 3 qualifying spots and there's the likes of Na'Vi and Chopped and even FaZe and Insomnia looking for a chance to come back and surprise people, it's not going to be that cut and dry. And I think Na'Vi are maybe going to get a little bit nervous if they're knocked down to that loser's bracket. They might be nervous now.
They might be, quite frankly, because this is the difference, because the teams that win here, they take 2 of the 3 spots between Na'Vi and Citadel and Virtus Pro and, of course, Chopped. They take 2 of the spots. If you go to the lower bracket, you are fighting for 1 spot. Your odds go down so much more. So the odds just are not something you want to be actually thinking about. You want to be winning this game here, and Na'Vi are already on the brink. Citadel, they need 1 more win to qualify for their 2nd international event in the team's history in Atlanta.
I mean, both of these teams are wanting to try to run it back and be... It's the 2 teams that we have sent to international events as well. Like, nobody else has managed to go. So the fact that both of them are fighting for this first spot says a lot that they have expectations on them. Because whether it was another organization for Na'Vi or unsigned for the Berber Patapim guys that became Citadel Gaming, now they're expected, I think, to attend that event, and that can add a whole lot more pressure. So we'll see whether that pressure brings us a full best of 5 series, a reverse sweep maybe for Na'Vi, or a very easy 3-0 statement for Citadel after this break.
Citadel are sitting 2-0 up versus the world champions, the team that they've already beaten once when it comes to EMEA in order to take EMEA Stage 1. Na'Vi, they are on the brink of being sent to the lower bracket and potentially missing out on that qualifying spot. Citadel, they're only one win away from heading to Atlanta.
Doing it with such panache, right? Like, if they do it in a 3-0 fashion against the current world champions, best team in the world, with the fact that they won that mid-season finals, that would say a lot. But it's whether or not Na'Vi have enough about them to actually maybe adjust what needs to be adjusted within the draft and then be able to go on, kind of like we saw against Virtus Pro when they played up against FaZe, or whether this is going to be, I stole this from Twitch chat, whether this is going to be a fries in the Bagamoto moment, I think, which is just that Citadel go on and win this 3-0.
We'll have to find out, as of course we now have to go to a convergence map. We just started with domination, we went to convoy, and now we'll be making our way to convergence at the map choice of Na'Vi. Where are they taking us?
Gotta listen to the music. Oh, we did see convoy even, so that's just another tally up for Citadel. Now we do go to Halls of Jalia, which it feels like a map that has a lot of trauma attached to it. Usually Na'Vi have been the ones that feast off of that trauma by beating teams like Virtus Pro and the like, but this is a map, I'm not going to sugarcoat this, Tetra. This is a map where Citadel Gaming have just not looked good on it.
Na'Vi, though, they have looked very good and also have some interesting strategies. When we come to defense, we'll see if that comes in. Also, Crisis is here again, joining Jerky instead of Naga. We're starting off with the double Mantises on either side. And Jeff protected again for Na'Vi. They did play it last round, so it is being utilized. Of course, Fate is one of the best Jeffs of all time. I will definitely add that, while Ken and also Tanuki are certainly attempting to compete for that. And even VP are starting to put their name in the hat. And Winnie, of course.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these plays that we saw briefly, I suppose, in Stage 1, as in that they didn't make playoffs, so if they did, they went 0-2. They've come back on either new rosters or just leveled up their whole gameplay to be mainstays, right? You know, Ken and Alex were that strategist duo to keep an eye on outside of your Saipe and Dredro for Virtus Pro. But it's not that they've been bad. I think it's just that there's been other like strategists around them that have actually caught up that we have such a good group and it's hard to rank them all.
Yeah, ironically, despite being a lot of people requesting new strategists fairly consistently. I'm out there as well, Sleepwalker when. We just have incredibly strong strategists at the moment. We have... I don't think there's any strategists we haven't seen.
That's true, but I guess that's just because most of them do get banned out, so you have to sort of rely on...
That's true.
Maybe one... You know, it says a lot when like Rocket Raccoon is like really looking good, and then it seems that he's not even getting like buffed as such in the future. Like he's getting it more like give with one hand, take with the other kind of vibes, right? So there's always that option. I do think the Citadel's draft has looked somewhat the same here, right? It was very similar to what we saw in Domination with the Mantis, Adam, and Venom bans. You've got the Luna Protect because they don't have access to the Venom on the other side, has now been banned it out. And a Starlord Protect means that, yeah, Citadel can't quite copy that Domination draft that we saw earlier today.
What are we going to see for that final ban from Citadel? They can't ban that Starlord. Is it time to ban the Rocket to at least prevent that teleportation and the ability to harass so effectively? You could potentially ban out the Ultron yourself to prevent your opponents from going with an Ultron Starlord to allow duels, and that is the strategy they choose to take.
I guess it's quite interesting that you have the ban from Na'Vi, the one-sided Jeff, that's going to work out for them. And then they've also banned out the Venom, which I get, like Venom, just a ban in a vacuum is still pretty decent. Both teams taken out because the rollout certainly on that first point defense is so good. But one, Angela can also roll out fairly quickly. We saw a little bit of that from teams. But two, if it's just for more like the neutral fights around the payload once it starts moving, yeah, Captain America's still available and Polly's going to be just like, okay, yeah, I can move on to it. In fact, I think that's been the main win condition for Citadel so far, is just how quick they make those changes and how they don't seem to drop a beat. Like the whole thing of like moving over to the Portal 1 defensive Yggdrasil and then having Melio switch over from the Magneto to the Strange, and then Enzo Polly picking up the Magneto, coming in and just having some clutch moments in seconds. those smooth transitions, I think, have made a big difference. And it was, again, was something that Enzo was saying, like, we wanted to focus on this. If we need to make a change, we know how to make it, and we know how to make it cleanly.
Legitimately so. It is intelligence quickly and relentlessly. That is what we see from Citadel. The right call done faster than most people can react. You see a couple checks. Even Na'Vi are a little bit afraid of Citadel doing what Crook likes to, what Trust Me likes to do to some people. So everyone checks outside the door these days when we see Na'Vi in the game. Jerky on the Star-Lord. Crisis bringing out the Phoenix. Gonna try and just keep it with the simple 2-2-2 and siege from range. Citadel, they are going for the 2-1-3. Tanuki going on main damage. Melio bringing us out that Ultron. And Ken will give us the Loki for defense.
So again, one of those instances that Na'Vi have the one-sided Jeff and not opting for it, at least for now. Maybe it's just because this first point is going to suit a lot more of this 2-2-2. So Citadel Gaming sitting back just a little bit more. It is going to be that one duelist of Tanuki that is just under halfway of having his ultimate. No closer than most people on either side. But Rajaro finding onto Melio means that there's going to be a lot more focus that goes in onto Ken and Alex to keep the rest of the team alive. But of course, Polly trades the elimination, so it feels that Na'Vi have to back off just a little bit more.
Polly's back to doing what they love to do, relentless harassment. And that, once again, like you say, is forcing Na'Vi to back away, regroup, before they can make their way onto the engagement once again. In the meantime, Tanuki is also just piling on damage output. They've got Ken, Alex, and Melio keeping them sustained here. And when anyone groups up, they're getting punished. Crook is taken down. Polly finding yet another pickup. Crisis goes down. Rajaro goes down. They burn the Psionic Seduction, but it's going to be essentially a team wipe.
And everybody else is about to have their ultimates or have them already. 5 looking and looming for Citadel Gaming. And now it's just over halftime left on the clock for Natus Vincere. Crisis has actually switched over pretty early on to the Winter Soldier. 50% ult charge on the Bucky means that he's not too far away from having that. And the knockdown of Melio, he's in a safe position and has the Idol Aura. It's a lot of these healing outputs that can be put on targets that aren't in line of sight.
The lacking range of Ultron takes a lot of damage immediately, forced to back away. They tried to go for a flanking engage. They almost do take out Jerky on the run back, but it was still completely preventing many from actually doing what they wanted and getting a massive unleashed AoE shot onto multiple targets. It's like Inferno comes out as well, finds nothing, which allowed Trust Me to look for a clean target. Gets caught on the door frame though, finds nothing. Alex is taken down, Ken is down. The backline of Citadel is melting. Freedom Charge to try and buy some extra time to the point allow Ken to portal back in as Rajaro is creating space for Na'Vi.
Ooh, are they going to have enough time? Yeah, Polly. every single time we sort of look like this looks done. It's just Polly and also the rest of the team now flooded in. This seems to be poetry in motion. Every single time that this objective needs stalling, he is there absolutely saving Citadel. Every single time.
Another double for Tanuki, once again set up by Polly. He can do this all day. We say it every time, and he keeps proving it. Na'Vi, with less than a minute to go, will have to make their way in for one more push. Potentially a portal play to try and reinforce, or some quick rollout characters could get them back onto the point, but they have no ultimates. Neither do Citadel. This is just going to be a straight-out brawl until Enzo can build that Psionic Seduction.
Yeah, because he used that ultimate first pretty much at the start of this map. It means that he's going to have it a little bit ahead of everybody else, and so this might be a good chance to pull it out. Losing Tanuki is not the best sign in the world, and it's not too great as well when you only have the 2 strategists left, as Ken moved over towards the Strange and has stayed on it. Rage of Ultron, you typically would see players like Melio throw this out pretty much instantly, and that's going to be the case here. 10 seconds left on the clock, Tetcher. Na'Vi are ready to sort of pounce onto the point, but they are being forced back, waiting for this ultimate to end.
The choke point with the Rage of Ultron was doing a lot of damage. Polly is dropped low, but is able to make their way back to their team so they can get sustained up. Ken is building towards an Eye of Agamotto, but needs to be kept up. Alex is going to be the one who's targeted. Needs to try and get some of that healing onto Ken so they can keep them sustained enough for an ultimate. But Alex falls. Enzo moves on to Wolverine to try and make it back in time because there's no Strange left. It's just Polly once again pushed off the point, giving everything they can for the last couple seconds of the hold, but they cannot do it alone. Melio cannot heal them through all of that. Melio will likely fall. They're just going to try not to get staggered. The Wolverine cannot delay, and Na'Vi, with just a couple seconds left, break the hold.
I think for Citadel Gaming, this is the area that makes me the most nervous, I suppose, for them, because 2.5 minutes to try and stall on second is doable. But I don't think we've seen many instances where the payload has actually been stopped here. It tends to be the attackers making it through to third if they don't get stuck on that first point so far. But a timeout's going to come in, probably just a player that's crashed or high ping, packet loss, those kind of things. But man, Citadel, they held on right to the end.
They really did. They showed just how good this defense is, how much of a great delayer Captain America is. Before they became the backline menace that they are nowadays, the big reason you would see people play Cap is for stall, because they are fast, they are tanky, and they are hard to take down. The ability to just literally run in circles and jump over a point with mobility to make you harder to hit is actually quite valuable when it comes to burning through time. Add into that how people have started playing him with the auto attack cancels, allowing you to do insane damage onto backliners, setting up for duelists to get those finishing blows, and suddenly Captain America goes from a stall menace to an absolute menace.
Menace for sure. Again, looking sort of over the drafts, you've got the one-sided Jeff on the side of Na'Vi. Not seen it yet, I don't think. Crisis moved over onto a couple of stuff like the Winter Soldier and such. You've got a one-sided Venom, which we did see a little bit of. Oh, no, sorry, that was banned out from both sides. You've got a one-sided Invisible Woman, which was the case as well from the last map, even protected from Na'Vi as their first option when we saw them play it on Yggdrasil. And then Mantis was banned out from both sides too, so it's like Invisible Woman, I think, is in play and typically would be in these kind of instances. And you have got a one-sided Ultron on the side of Citadel, which they have been using, and a one-sided Adam too, which they don't really seem too keen to really use or rely on.
The Nimbus, of course, quite useful in certain situations, but on this first point especially, there's such a long walk between the spawn and the actual fights when you're this far away, this far into the actual point already. Crisis takes down Polly with the crowd control, making the most of this Winter Soldier that they did swap to a little bit earlier. Making their way up, and of course they have that vulnerability from the Terror Cape of Fate that is setting them up beautifully for these quick blow-ups. Lovely hit from Jerky there, finding Melio through the window as they continue to push up, taking out the Loki clones, making the most of that Cosmic Flame Sparks to get blow-ups in AoE onto Loki clones when they're grouped up.
This just seemed a little bit like Citadel lost a lot, and they lost these players with pretty big gaps of time in between them, which means that they're going to be staggered out. It means that now there's 90 seconds on the clock for Na'Vi on the second objective. The Rage of Ultron has to be the first thing that's used, but it also has to try and contest the point. Nobody else is really able to get there. The Ensog Inferno is going to be thrown right down onto the Loki, pretty much onto all of those regeneration domains, forcing him out early, and it's just waiting in the wings for Crisis. The super sub potentially finds that pick over onto Nuki onto the other side, and like I was worried about Tetcher, this second point hold for Citadel isn't good enough. It means that Na'Vi move on to third.
This is what we've been waiting for, Na'Vi. They make back a pretty solid amount of time here. They're still only on 2 minutes, but all of that is taken away from the first push. They are back in this, and they're looking for the momentum. Building up to ultimates, Tanuki has that Ensog Inferno, and they have Psionic Seduction. That could be enough for one-shots. Polly, though, once again gets caught. There's an Emma with crowd control with the Carpenter's Rush. There's Crisis with the Trooper's Fist. It's becoming harder and harder for Polly to make moves on this.
They lose Melio too, so this is kind of what happened last time. The Polly overextends, he gets taken out, and then everybody starts to drop on the side of Citadel Gaming because they're neither here nor there. There goes Polly. Crisis being a good counter to him, both as a player but also as a character as the Bucky, like you mentioned. The freeze is at least good to force back Na'Vi, but they're still on the objective. It's still moving at full speed, and 90 seconds now to make sure that Na'Vi don't finish the end of this map for Citadel Gaming. You got a Fate of both worlds and a Freedom Charge, but nothing to win this fight. It's mostly to avoid losing it.
Citadel were mostly fighting far off the point there to make sure that they could keep Na'Vi in the spawn, while the cart moved forward with just a single person on the point. Freedom Charge for the bonus health. If they can hold on to that Rage of Ultron when they see someone who's a little bit low. Two members drops low, focus onto the Magneto. Crisis takes Enzo. Jerky gets Melio for the counter with level 1 Crook's Invisible Boundary, allowing them to sustain through that engage from Citadel. The perfect counter, and Na'Vi, they're starting to get the numbers advantage, but this last point is so hard to take down. But it will work if you get resets. Kraken Impact again. They push on through to break the hold again. They try to hold this on the spawn point again! Gets the double and the triple cap. Na'Vi are starting to look like they want to get on the board.
Yeah, it's an inspirational change for Na'Vi to bring in Crisis, and then the Bucky, ever since it's looked a lot closer. But Citadel Gaming losing the point with time on the clock when you almost full held first. It seems to be the common problem for them on Jalia. It's not as if it's a terrible map for them win rate wise, but it just seems to keep going this direction. Now they're on the attacking side, and Na'Vi gonna sort of dig their heels in a little bit more and try to give us a bit more of a series as they're 2-0 down in this best of 5.
Can Na'Vi bring it back? They've given themselves the best chance. There's still time on the board. They didn't even get to all the way through overtime here. But Citadel on the aggressive setup is where we start to see them doing crazy stuff. Trust me, they're so locked in, especially as you can see, Venom was taken out on both sides. So they're actually going to be starting on the Magneto, not going for any Spider-Man tech, because if they wanted to get back, they'd have to either play something like an Angela who can rotate quite quickly. Captain America might be a bit too late, so we will not see any rollout strategies here.
I think it's worth adding that with Crisis coming in for Na'Vi, he did come in for the convergence map of Central Park as well yesterday. So I don't think it's a case of like, for Naga, you're out, you're done, you're benched. It seems to be a very like thought out plan for Na'Vi to include the players in these kind of game modes. Certainly to have a sort of hit scanny player like Crisis playing on the Winter Soldier means it's going to be a bit more scary for Tanuki on this Star-Lord to find some impact. He's going to try and float in, and Melio's taking a good bunch of damage. The duelists actually on duelist characters for the most part instead of the strategists this time. But it's more just poking damage, forcing people out. Up until Polly just jumps onto Jerky, takes him out, and gets a full up onto Crisis. Hello?
Crisis does go down. To emphasize what you say, both of these teams do seem to just be running a new triple duelist setup where it just rotates through who is playing in which game depending on the needs of the actual matchup themselves. With Crisis going down quite early, they're being forced to portal back in to reinforce so they can try and contest it. Jerky trying to set up, trying to create at least a little bit of trouble on this actual point as Na'Vi are setting themselves up for a lovely hold here, but with Rajaro down, they're losing a lot of their sustainers. Citadel, they have the high ground now and are beginning to create a lot of trouble. They're attacking from behind, they're attacking from above, and Na'Vi are just getting pincered in here.
And Ken's got the copy of the Fate of Both Worlds, which means that this brawl can happen just a little bit longer. The invisible boundary off of the point for Na'Vi. It's pretty much on a step, so you can contest this, but they're forced all the way back. Even through this ultimate, the Silent Seduction, it's just going to bully them away. You've got pretty much a brawl as Galactic Legend is forced through from Tanuki. The point is going to be taken. But I thought Crisis might be able to pull something back off that Kraken's impact, but he was just deleted, and Tanuki's hungry for more.
Send themselves up quite nicely. Lots of damage onto Jerky. Enzo rushing deep here, making space, letting that cart move up. And this is what Citadel do so well. They fight far forward. They are not a team that triples on the cart to make it move faster. They only do that when it's time to go and strike for the actual finishing blow. They just like to fight far forward, find the choke points, and create openings that way.
Na'Vi, it's just winning a fight, trying to get onto the high ground and set themselves up for a bit more poke damage. It's just going to delay Citadel. Seems to be an inevitability, I think, to sort of lose the second point at the rate things are going, but the Freedom Charge means that the Citadel Gaming can keep this momentum very much in their favor. It's brutal, it's damning as Paulie has smashed his way through two players of Na'Vi. It's going to force some space, but you can see that Na'Vi are very uncomfortable. A reset's required yet again. And it's a mad scramble to get another defensive fight on this second checkpoint.
Citadel relentless. They just keep pushing through. This is what Na'Vi were doing on the other side as well. Here comes Trust Me with a Freedom Charge of their own, where they are using it to get back to the point here. Immediately Carbon Crush locked down, and with the ultimate expiring, they're barely staying upright. Enzo Inferno for the turnaround, create some space, but Trust Me is barely hanging on. Melio's taken down by Crisis though, who is finding these wraparounds. Jerky with their Enzo Inferno taking a lot of damage here. Ken has that God of Mischief, which they will be utilizing for the Fate of Both Worlds here for the extra push to try and break this second point, as they have a lot of time to spare.
Jerky wins that duel. It's a big one. Ken was up on the high ground, just pot-shotting people from distance with the clones, but has to jump in if he wants to get the copy on the fate of both worlds. As it ends, a lot of damage comes through, and that's where Alex brings out the mainstay, Silent Seduction, alongside. It's Citadel Gaming trying to go for this fight, and Crisis again. He found the pick right at the start of this engagement, comes in with the Kraken's impact, and he's just taken out so quickly. He was down to 10% HP. It was more just a mad dash to try to get something on the board, but the more that Na'Vi seemed to force it, the further away this map seems to be getting. 4 minutes on the clock for Citadel.
And they're rushing forward once again, creating space. Let the cart move. It has also moved by itself if needed, and they can put a body on it if they want to in the form of Loki. Everyone else, it's about staggering. Make sure that Na'Vi can't get set up. Looking for the lockdown, trying to pick off Trust Me, using the mist to try and maneuver on this high ground to look for those early pickups. Tanuki also trying to create a little bit of pressure, pushing all the way from behind here, creating a lot of damage onto Na'Vi. But Invisible Boundary will get forced out.
It's going to create chaotic comms as well. Na'Vi are going to be very much floundered right now. Trust Me does find a nice pick, but that's where the Galactic Legend's going to come in. There was a focus to look in behind, and the CC and damage that's been thrown Tanuki's way is good. He's not actually getting any healing up until now. It was just him trying to dash in the air, make himself a hard target. But that just opens the door for the rest of the dive for Citadel Gaming to come in. Just over 3 minutes, and look how far Polly's pushed it right to the end. Everybody else is still on the payload. He's ready to 1 versus 6.
They're once again going for a bit of a stagger. Like we said, they only group up when it's time to go for the finishing blow. And at this point, they're going to be fighting no matter what on the cart. So they might as well move it as far forward as possible. Jerky up to the high ground, looking for the stun on Polly. Polly able to deflect it back, will back away to their teams. They can heal up, Trust Me, with the Freedom Charge for the opening. Melio fighting inside the regeneration domains, and they're not going to be too threatened by Trust Me. Alex, Fate of Both Worlds, also going to be forced out. They are committing to this to try and get onto the backline, but it's Ken that will fall first. Enzo Inferno finds very little, which means Melio will be forced to back up a little bit here if they get harassed by Trust Me, as Polly will fall. Na'Vi are starting to find the angles, starting to group up, and that was a 6 versus 1 on Enzo.
He just wanted to reset as quick as he could and just farm up that ultimate right until the end. So he does have it available. That Silent Seduction is good. Crisis seeing if he can just get a little bit lucky, go for a bit of a gamble to try to see what kind of prize he can pull out, but the hooks are not quite connecting. Citadel Gaming, 2 minutes now. It was down from 4. The Silent Seduction is going to allow Na'Vi a chance to really force Citadel even further back and maybe force out an ultimate in response. And there it is, Enzo's Silent Seduction trying to catch on to Trust Me, that's doing his best to try to match the impact that the Captain America is having on Citadel's side. And he is really being annoyed. It's actually going to require Polly to go take him out.
Cap duel going to be happening in that low ground for that main gateway. It's being attacked from multiple angles. Jerky does get caught while trying to flank, though. This is something that Na'Vi love to do. They love to flank, but Citadel are so used to it because they do the exact same thing. Invisible Boundary. Jerky will be respawning and will be close as they are, of course, in this final point. Fate of Both Worlds has to be forced out due to the aggression of Polly. Ken mirroring on the same side. Alex, 72% of the way built up. No more defenses for Na'Vi. Freedom Charge is 83% of the way there, meaning that this Galactic Legend is going to be uncontested. Melting through. Has to force out the Phoenix to try and sustain to buy time. But the car moves forward. Jerky's the only body on the point. Trust Me, he's coming back in for a last-second dive, but he's taken down so quickly. No one can reach. It's a 3-3, Ryan.
Oh, and it's like, what, 10 seconds difference between them now?
Different.
Oh, man. So a little bit more time is going to be added on for Na'Vi to make it a solid minute. They're going to be attacking first, I think, to really be like, okay, you have less time to work with. You set the bar. Citadel's going to try and cross it. But I don't think that 10 seconds is going to make a difference. I don't think that it's an innate advantage for Citadel Gaming because we know that these overtime fights can keep happening. And I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but like Polly's Captain America, it's the fact that he's taken the most like bland, boring agent and just making it look so flashy. It's like Margarita Pizza winning the best pizza topping award. It just doesn't make sense. Like, how does that, you can't fathom that. Why would it be that? But that's just Polly on this character. He's just wanting a scrap the entire time. He's putting himself on a sale of like a buy one get one free with these fists and hoping that it's going to be good enough to take him to Atlanta.
To be fair, how often do you have a pizza that does not have marinara or cheese on it? Therefore, those are the go-to toppings. Either way, Na'Vi now having...
Are you a margarita pizza-like believer as well?
Oh, no, I'm a meats guy, but the base has usually got cheese on it. I personally prefer barbecue, but I understand that tomato base is the peak, but I just prefer differently.
The battle starts in 5.
Thank you for joining us for our podcast.
Yeah. At the most opportune time as Na'Vi of not really fighting for elimination. It's a big game because it's a qualifier for the main international event of Marvel Rivals if you've just tuned in. But also the Citadel Gaming 2-0 up. A good defense here could pretty much write them a trip over the Atlantic at the end of this month.
Na'Vi making their way forward. They've gone for that Emma Magneto setup, just extra sustain. Try and make it a front-to-back setup. They also have a lot of protection for the backline this way to try and deal with Polly, who right now just moving forward, trying to just stay mobile, stay inside. Fade is taken down in the backline. Incredible moves by Tanuki on the flank. Ken takes out Crook with the Loki siege, putting so much pressure on. And Na'Vi, their push is already scuppered. Fade's forced to portal. They're out of time. They have to hyper-commit immediately.
And they're going to have to do it without Jericho for 10 seconds as well. Oh, look at the ball. This is going to look really close for time. Maybe a boop is going to stop him, and it does. The body block. Na'Vi, at the very least on this map, playing for a draw. 0 capture progression made. And 1 minute and 10 for Citadel Gaming to get, what, a third? That's the difference. That's what's going to change it here. So Citadel Gaming set themselves up marvelously, and Na'Vi just didn't have enough time to make a good, clean fight of it.
It comes down to this. Citadel are a simple push, a couple seconds uncontested on the point between going into a map 4 and going to Atlanta. That's what it comes down to. Na'Vi, if they have any tricks left, it is time to pull them out. Jeff, Rocket being hovered. We're seeing the Star-Lord also being hovered. Not going for any kind of hyper Vanguard defense. They still want to duel, but if they can stay mobile, keep that Star-Lord on the move. And we're seeing very similar from Citadel.
Look at the stats, though. So, yeah, like, Tanuki's been great. Him and Melio being able to switch which one's playing, like, the triple strategist, which one's on the Phoenix and stuff, because both of them have such good moments. But 14 final hits for Tanuki, 15 for Polly. It's only really Crisis that's able to sort of keep up with them trying to go for this place. So Jerky is going to be over on the Star-Lord to begin with. Just try to sort of hide himself. And if there's any stress, any worry, if your hands are shaking, you got to take a deep breath and hold on, because Na'Vi, they're playing for pretty much that point. They're playing for a draw and hoping that we go to a different map. Citadel Gaming, it's completely in their hands.
It is down to this. Citadel Gaming, if they get one good fight, it's over. Na'Vi on the defense. Fate's back on the Jeff. Level 1 Crooks brought them out the Rocket, so they have the BRB. They have at least some extra sustain that way. And Revive, in case anyone makes a mistake. And already, Crisis is being flanked, as is Crook. Already, we're seeing Polly making an impact as Enzo has stepped up onto the point, forcing the reaction out of Na'Vi.
He's just taking these fights on his own. He gets Crisis. He's managed to peel him away so much, and now Na'Vi's panicking a little bit. They have to contest the point as there's a couple of bodies from Citadel here. The Rocket Raccoon is sent fleeing, and at least a trade goes in the favor of Crisis, but there's too many numbers, and there's too much for Na'Vi to do. Citadel Gaming, they're going to Atlanta 2 for 2 for international events.
What a performance, Citadel. You cannot argue with that. They will be going to the global finals as the first representative for EMEA. Not first seed, they still have to fight for that. But once again, 2-time EMEA LAN representatives in convincing fashion.
Pick'ems have been obliterated. Na'Vi, world champions, really expected to qualify. They still have a chance. You don't need to worry about that. But you expect them to be almost the first name on that list of the 3 teams that were sending from EMEA. Citadel Gaming, there's a maybe. Them and Chopped, perhaps 50-50 between them, depends on the day. That day hasn't happened because Citadel have just come in and 3-0'd the world champions of Na'Vi. And frankly, Tetchens, a lot of those moments, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, there was a bit. This was the closest map, quite frankly. Na'Vi were able to push all the way to 3rd point, but the defense, they just could not sustain. Crisis, when it came down to it, with those Kraken impacts, was the game changer. But that means you are limited to winning fights when you have Kraken Impact, and that's just not enough. Citadel, on the other hand, they were winning with individual pickups from Polly, they were winning with team fights from Enzo, they were winning with Tanuki and Melio, finding those actual main team fights and getting incredibly well-timed ultimates to just wipe the floor with everyone on the side of Na'Vi. This is Citadel representing EMEA, and I could not be happier if that's the performance they're bringing to LAN.
Means that Na'Vi down to the losers bracket to potentially play up against the two teams that we saw win earlier, that being Insomnia and then also FaZe. And then the loser of this next series that we're about to see. So there's still a bunch of, I'd still say out of those teams that are still potentially left, there's a chance to qualify. Na'Vi's name is still at the top of the list for being favorites. But I think they're going to be a little bit flabbergasted with how that whole series went. Like, they're like, it's over? Because we saw from the graphic at the start of today, like, they're always trading maps. It doesn't ever seem to be a really one-sided affair, especially when we get into these best of fives. But Citadel Gaming, they were definitely sat on some ideas. They said that they were trolling some of the drafts last week with the seeding games. It seemed to be the same thing. It was just Polly on Captain America equals win.
I don't know if this is possible. I don't know if this is possible from production, if we can get that bracket, but that graphic back up to see how often, if ever, there has been a clean sweep between these two teams like this. But in the meantime, like you say, this is something that seems to have been figured out at the mid-season finals, and that is you can't let Polly on cap. And then with the cap nerfs, everyone just sort of said, okay, it's probably fine. It's not fine. It's definitely not fine. Stop giving Polly Captain America.
It's just giving LeBron the ball over and over again, and it's just not really a case. So yeah, like, it only has been like MRC season 1 when these teams were OG and LG. So this was before, well, it might have been slightly after the Invitational, actually, with how the timings worked out. And then Fight Night, as much as I loved like the Night Shift guys as well, like, that's a third-party event. Like, in Ignite, in these like bigger events, it has been close with total map scores equaling 13 each. Now it's 16 for Citadel.
16 and 13 in terms of total map score between these two teams. And Citadel, thank you very much for that, by the way, production. Citadel continue their dominant run here. We have the interview with former Na'Vi player, Citadel duelist in Melio. And we got to start with the obvious question here. Is there some catharsis here, taking out your old team?
I mean, it feels really, really good. It feels great playing with this new team, and I really love them. To be honest, my old team hadn't been super nice ever since I left, some of them at least. But it was really nice shoving it a little in their face today and showing that we can just beat them now.
I mean, so we spoke a little bit to you, to Enzo, to Salah, basically being about like wait and see for playoffs. It really did seem that the main like strategy difference was just put Polly on Captain America more and he will just dominate, right? Like, what were those like subtle changes that people might miss? Because for drafts and stuff, it looked pretty much the same as you guys were doing for the most part. Compositionally, it's not like you had a super secret strategy character that you were relying on or going triple strategist for somebody else. It was just more of the same. It was just Polly was on Captain America more.
I mean, the major thing we changed for this game was just that we did some different last bans, because the last bans are like way more team specific, right? You want to last ban something that hurts them the most, and we knew all of the hero pools of Naga, Crisis, and Jerky, so we just punished the last bans for them mainly. And yeah, when we have a player like Polly, that's just absolutely the GOAT. Like, whatever Polly puts his hands on, he can make it the best character in the game. Then we have to utilize that, of course.
So you have now officially qualified for Atlanta. The lowest place you can come now is third, which is a qualifying spot. How excited are you? This is your second LAN. This is your team's second LAN. All of you are now once again representing EMEA. So it's time to look ahead to the international teams. Who are you looking at as potential competition?
I mean, I'm looking for some newer teams in NA. I've seen that FlyQuest has been doing really well lately. I think that Envy is still a big threat. I always think 100 Thieves and Sentinels are also really good teams. And for the other regions, there's teams like OUG and Ground Zero, I think are all really, really good. And I want to see what they can offer. And I want to play against them. I want to scrim. I want to learn from them. I want to teach them as well. But I want to play against them unofficial. The one thing I'm the happiest about is just seeing all of my team again in real life. Since we're going to LAN now, it's going to be really exciting to meet them all.
playing in front of an audience as well. Like, it's going to be a good showing for sure. I think the main question I had is because I remember speaking to Enzo right at the start of the stage, and he said one of the things that we worked on is being more versatile as players, being able to be more flexible, but also making sure that we get the right changes in at the right times. That seemed to be something that worked really well today. How quick that you were moving away from stuff like the Magneto, I think you got off of it to go Strange and stuff like that on Yggdrasil. It was very smooth. Like, for you, what was the difference here? What did you guys do better than Na'Vi to win this series so dominant?
I mean, to be honest, Na'Vi and us have a history of playing each other, both when I was on the Na'Vi side and when I'm on this side. I think today it's just a proof that our mental is a little bit slightly better. I think that's the major thing to take away, because they were extremely nervous, clearly. They didn't play up to their best level either, but we were nervous too. We were just a team that was less nervous, and we punished them their mistakes. We came into the game thinking, okay, we know they're going to be nervous, so we're going to just punish their mistakes, because they just lost the last game they played to VP. So we knew they were like the team that we could punish for the mental today. The other things I think are very important to notice is how much Citadel as a team has improved their payload maps, the push maps where you push the objective, right?
Yeah. 8 and 0 on them.
Yeah. You talk about the history between these two teams. Obviously, you were busy preparing for the match. You might have missed earlier. We did the research. And before this matchup, you guys were total map score against each other 13 and 13. After today, it is 16 and 13. So you mentioned history. There is a lot behind that. Do you think they're going to be coming with you to LAN?
I mean, in some way, I hope so, because there's, of course, some players on the team that I would love to meet again, and I'd love to see them again. But I don't know. Depends on if they fix their current issues that they clearly showed today and the last time they played VP. If they do that, I'm more than confident that they would be able to qualify. But it would be fun to see teams like Chopped and VP going to LAN, because they haven't been there before. So it would be very nice seeing some new faces around.
All right. Well, Melia, thank you very much for joining us. Do you have any words out to the audience, out to your fans, out to your old teammates, and obviously out to your potential opponents between VP and Chopped?
I mean, I don't really have anything to say for VP and Chopped other than I hope you prepare well enough. From the rest, I just want to say thank you to my team. I love my team very much, and I'm going to be excited to play on LAN with them.
Thank you very much for joining us, Melio. We'll let you go back and prepare for your matchups in the future to see if you can become the EMEA champion.
Thank you.
All right. Very solid, Melio. Convinced of their performance and a convincing win. They'll be heading in, of course, to those upper bracket finals. And, of course, they will be heading to Atlanta later this month. A lot of pressure, especially for Citadel being now double representatives. This will be their second time, and now they have to kind of juggle their fact that they are representing EMEA and preparing internationally for still trying to win and prepare for the local teams as well.
I guess as well for Melio, just being able to qualify for another international event like he did with Rad, the Na'Vi team, and then moving over towards Citadel doing the same. It's that proof of concept that he was sold onto, right? Like, he's been very bullish that this was the right decision for him to make, because I guess philosophically as a team, it seems to be better suited from what he wants. But like we sort of mentioned, there is a chance for Na'Vi to come back into this one. They play up against FaZe tomorrow, and then they would have to play later on that day as well for that final qualifying spot in the losers bracket. But we still have another team to send up in the upper bracket, that being Virtus Pro and the boys over at Chopped.
And we'll be finding out which one of those takes the early lead in that series, because that series is coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We need to find a second representative for EMEA. I'm excited. I hope you're excited, and keep that excitement through this break.
Crush! Priceless! Feel peasants!
And we are back. Yeah, just made it in time, heading into our next game here. Welcome, everybody. Na'Vi have found themselves where they are quite used to being forced to make an incredible lower bracket run. We'll be jumping into that tomorrow. But first, we need to find out who joins Citadel as a guaranteed qualifying team.
Yeah, in my defense, there's a storm going on, so it was just making sure that I didn't get blown away whilst I went to the toilet. But it was also blisteringly fast first series that we got to cast at the very least. So yeah, this is the one that I think we're going to see a lot more interesting engagements in this one. Whilst in that last series, Tetra, we saw two teams that had already been to international events face up against each other. Now we have two teams that have never set foot outside of EMEA Ignite and are looking to go to Atlanta to debut on the international stage for the first time.
No matter what, we have a new representative for EMEA. Then it just comes down to the lower bracket of whether Na'Vi will make it so that we have two familiar teams and one unfamiliar, or whether we will have only one familiar team in the form of Citadel. But like you said, Virtus.pro have really proved that they have what it takes in previous tournaments, but this is a newer team. This is Chopped, being made up of a super team of some incredible players from across the Stage 1 compositions, and they have proved that they deserve to be here.
Yeah, you've got the main core, I suppose, of Team Peps of DRP Beetle and Mash, previously Aura Stealer. And then you're bringing in Tuzi from All Business, Vertigo from Yoinkanda, and Crazy Kitty from Blood Karyudo. Those three players looking to make names for themselves. Certainly the last two, not attending playoffs before, now could be going onto the international stage. But it is a team that made quick work of FaZe, that were also like a dark horse, unsigned roster that could actually do damage and very easily could have a top 3 finish in EMEA.
They really could. A top 3 finish would be where they need to get that qualification spot. They've already taken down FaZe, who got really close to taking down Virtus.pro. But the problem is, Chopped have played Virtus.pro already. Despite being a newer roster, they met in MRC. But the fact is, that's an incredibly different drafting style.
Yeah, it's a tough one, I think, with how they want to approach it. You've also like the Peps players that were the first team to ever take a map off of Virtus.pro in the Invitational earlier this year after about a year. But the Virtus.pro roster, much like we expected Na'Vi to be, is the favorite in this best of 5, I would say. It's a squad that doesn't tend to lose up until we get to these kind of series where there's a lot more pressure on the line. But they sort of know how to adjust to this new drafting phase, like you mentioned, Tetra. They haven't made any roster changes since their shock third place finish at EMEA, meaning that they didn't go to the mid-season finals. They just think, we're good enough, we just need to be better on the day. This is the day. This is the day to be good.
It really is. Missing out by 1 spot last stage, and now finding themselves with an extra spot available and an extra team in competition. With the arrival of Chopped, who have proven that they have what it takes, Virtus.pro, they do not want to find themselves in that situation again, where they find themselves in a lower bracket, 1 game away from qualifying one more time.
The fights have been good for them, and whilst they did drop a Series 0-2 against Na'Vi in the sort of seeding stage after they'd qualified for playoffs, they did get the revenge a little bit early on. But this matchup, we haven't seen a huge amount of times when we're actually seeing these two teams play up against each other, but we did see them play in the most recent MRC. This is first place from the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3 for Virtus.pro, going up against second place of Chopped. And as you're seeing on screen, it was pretty one-sided. Virtus.pro haven't dropped a map against them. And in some of the game modes that we might see today, Tetra, Virtus.pro have never lost on them full stop. Ever, like Yggdrasil's Path.
They are just that dominant. It is just that difficult to beat Virtus.pro. But there are some maps where Virtus.pro haven't performed as well. Here is a little bit of extra information here. Once again, you've done the research on this. Chopped, so far this stage, 7-0 on domination, though, which is not something you can say for Virtus.pro. But Virtus.pro are starting to win on convergence a lot more as they sit 4-0. And we were talking about this earlier. You literally ran this information down to me, so I want you to repeat it to the audience. What does this mean for the series?
This series is one I lost on Convoy, right? Because it is like pretty in favor of Virtus.pro because they are very good at playing around those objectives, but Chopped have been great on maps like Araco, maps that used to be a bit of a home ground for Virtus.pro that has been kind of torrid for them. I think the 4 losses that they've had have been pretty much exclusively on Arako as a map, or like 3 of them. So yeah, it's been torrid for them for the most part in these kind of maps that we typically expect them to be good on. So Chopped, they should know their win conditions here. They should have an idea of what maps they want to take us to if they end up losing. But they know that this first map, which is always domination, is very favored for them. They need to make the most of it.
They really seem to have taken the crown of the domination team off of what used to be Citadel, and they're going to try and run with that. Can Virtus.pro be the team to break that streak? We'll be finding out as we are heading into our first map, and it's going to be Hell's Heaven.
It's a map that was 2-0 for Chopped, and we haven't seen Virtus.pro actually play this map at all in stage 2, so they haven't shown some stuff on it. I mean, we haven't seen Hell's Heaven half as much as we used to, it feels like, but the Jeff bans are going to come in first. Not too surprising, I think. I think the majority of this focus does go on to trying to get Mantis now that it is available, but it's a Luna Snow pickup actually in favor of Virtus.pro. They did this before when they went for the Invisible Woman too, trying to make sure that they can just play 2-2-2 instead of triple strategist.
Seems to be a strategy that they are quite comfortable on, but do Chopped bite? They have their next ban here. Do they go for a Mantis ban? They're going to stick with Ultron. This is also something that Virtus.pro have been leading on a little bit more heavily. They very much like Ultron due to the fact that they have some of the best hit scan players when it comes to, you know, any team ever. So being able to have someone who adds a little bit more healing, sits in with the current base meta of triple strategist, but can also snipe people from across the map is always exciting. And there is Chopped taking advantage. They will protect the Mantis.
Might have gone for the Ultron one-sided, but yeah, the Mantis makes sense. It's still a character that is very much at the center, quite literally, of triple strategists and making sure that you have some more offensive capabilities. And the Ultron is not going to be allowed in either case. The Adam is also going to be manned out to make sure that the strategists don't overstall themselves a little bit. I think here, the Luna Snow hasn't been banned out from Virtus.pro yet, so Chopped can protect it if they want to make sure that they have one of those main strategists that can output that healing, but instead go for some Emma Frost, mainly because they expect to see some divey elements in Virtus.pro's kit.
Emma has been a game changer in a lot of cases. She is one of the most successful bans for most teams. Most teams, when they have had Emma banned against them, they have a slightly higher loss rate. Loki taken away here. Once again, backline protection. While Chopped have guaranteed themselves an Emma to protect from dives with a little bit of crowd control, Loki is taken away from them, so they can't double down with that thanks to that regeneration domain.
They do get the invis, and it's a one-sided Emma Frost in favor of Chopped, going for the protection as well on it. And the Mantis is still available for Virtus.pro. It was left on the table, but notably, I guess it's like Chopped go, we know that you prefer 2-2-2. We leave the Mantis. We know you're not going to play it.
And we'll see if that works out for them, because we know they can. The question is, will they? As we're starting off on the Luna and the Rocket, at least in the hovers. That, of course, could just be for a little bit of pre-armor. They could go in for, in theory, a double strategist with Mantis coming in just for a bit more of an aggressive rushdown and utilize some of that vibrant vitality with the group team up to try and make up some of that healing in a similar way to double strategist Jeff compositions would utilize Simba shenanigans for some extra healing.
I guess what's quite interesting here is typically when you see these like non-mirrored pick bans and stuff, it's like, for example, you might ban out Ultron for your opponent and then protect it for yourself, making sure that you always get it. I don't think Virtus.pro really cares too much. They're just like, we want Luna, we want Invisible Woman, you ban whatever you want, as long as we have those two, and we're just going to take out those strong strategists. But we've sent 1 out of 3 teams to Atlanta. We're about to send another one in this best of 5. Virtus.pro, the golden children of EMEA with how dominant they've been, going up against just the Grim Reaper that is Chopped, and they've been slicing that axe.
Frost Arrow did not find them. There was a rollout attempted here to attempt to freeze them from spawn by 5, but it did not find the target. Chopped, on the other hand, attempted a spawn trap with DRP, who then swaps over to Venom. These teams are bringing out all the strats.
Certainly, if you could go for someone that's going to just tilt the opponent off the rip, it's certainly worth going for in the end. But for the Vanguards, it's just a one-sided Emma Frost for Beetle in hand. The Magneto and Groot Venom, all going to be different characters of choice, but Nevix is the one that gets taken down first. The ball is just a bit too much for Virtus.pro to be dealing with, and the dominating team of Chopped in this game mode are going to take the point first.
Invisible Woman hyper-pocketing Sparker there to make sure that that Winter Soldier can do so much work, living up to lore-accurate Winter Soldier, the ultimate assassin, to chase down everyone on the side of Chopped, flip it back in favor of Virtus Pro, and with a backline flank, they're able to take, flip the point, and they will immediately equal up the score and take the lead.
We said it yesterday in their OG Seed playoffs game that Virtus Pro are not only good in taking fights when they're a player down, they want to sometimes just do it if they feel that they have things going into their favor. Sparker and Five can put the game on the back if needed. A very early Kraken's impact is going to beat the timings of an invisible boundary for Vertigo if it's used early enough, but it's looking like two of the strategist ultimates for Chopped are going to be available, and the Soul Resurgence is going to allow this counter-attack, but they lose DRP.
DRP already down, meaning there's no counter-dive potential. There goes Beetle, taken out as well, meaning Tuzi is now just trying to find anyone on the backline, but his Guardian Shield that will prevent anything from this. The Ensong Inferno protected the Phoenix, but it will find nothing aggressively. So unfortunately, despite holding on to the Fate of Both Worlds, they do still burn an ultimate defensively. In this case, though, it just so happens to be the Ensong Inferno.
As Tuzi, though, it's like those moments with the Galactic Legend are usually so good at finding the timings and finding some picks, but Virtus Pro are very prepared for it. They have the Meteor M, Strangler Prison. They have enough to just slam down on a point as soon as Chops start to group up together. Now it's on the low ground. You have to be a little bit careful with where you want to be fighting. And that's the Strangler Prison from distance in the ground. The Invisible Bound is going to try and keep everybody up. And it does so through the Meteor M and the Kraken's impact. DRP goes down again. He's the only one that seems to be dropping in these fights and engagements. A player that was constantly punished by Virtus Pro in the MRC. He's now swapped over to Magneto. He wants to go for something different.
They're just going to try a little bit of hyper-sustain, no more aggression coming in, just they start to run all the way back. That's not a fast rotation hero, and Virtus Pro are at 96, 97, running out of time. If Chop will lose someone before DRP gets there, DRP makes it to the point, but Invisible Boundary, it's not enough to save Fincy though. This is Chop's opportunity, because they have to step onto the point, Soul Rejuvenation, to try and turn this round. Galactic Legend, right as the Invisible Boundary is expiring, and Virtus Pro are cleaned up here, but on 99%, and with all of the ultimates burned by Chopped, Virtus Pro are now one simple retake away from taking the lead in this map.
The Chopped have to sort of play a very high aggressive line into the faces of Virtus Pro, but they are just taking it a little bit more carefully. Now Tuzi, that's the kind of ultimates that we expect from him, just the multi-picks to allow Virtus Pro to fully reset. But this 2-2-2 composition with the Groot, with the Invisible Woman, and certainly with the Bucky, it means that DRP having to move off the Venom means that that dive can't really happen as cleanly as they want. It means that Tuzi doesn't have that much support going in for more offensive plays, so he has to be a bit more passive. It allows Virtus Pro the chance to sort of scale up, and there's a Strangling Prison in the hands of Nevix. Once his Meteor M drops, doesn't pick up anybody, now might be the time for them to go in and go for the hunt.
Kraken Impact at the ready to follow up on this Strangling Prison Ensong Inferno for the weakening. Will they wait for the rest of that Meteor M to be charged? No, they pull the trigger, Strangling Prison, but it finds very little. The Invisible Boundary will still be forced out from Chop to make sure that they can try and contest this. No flip yet for Virtus Pro, despite forcing them back onto the stairs. There comes the Bionic Hook, will not land. Blocked out and dodged perfectly. Blaster Barrage to weaken the Vertigos, keeping the damage boost up. Ensong Inferno, Meteor M, dodged out by Chop, but Crazy Kitty and Master Drop Flow having to force out the Fate of Both Worlds. Sonic Seduction from Beetle to get onto the backline, but Dridro is matching them both with one single Fate of Both Worlds. Means the Saipe still has Invisible Boundary. Tuzi goes down with the Galactic Legend, but the timer keeps ticking. Virtus Pro have the numbers advantage. Crazy Kitty refusing to let this flip, meaning Tuzi will have to rush back.
He's going to be pacey with it. It's just as he got that Galactic Legend that he went down, and the Invisible Boundary is being used already, and there's no Fate of Both Worlds available for Dridro. If he can get into this fight, if he can go for a flank and get into a good position, this could be the perfect moment. He's trying to go for the right targets here, but Virtus Pro have just scurried away. No picks have been found. There's enough of a crossfire to keep everybody alive. Vinci, just by the skin of his teeth, does go down eventually to Crazy Kitty, and the Strangling Prison for Nevix is going to allow a sweep up on these picks. The perfect time, the perfect chance, and Virtus Pro looking like they're going to be taking the first point if it's not for a little bit of a due from Chopped.
They try to hold it. Portal's coming on in. Beetle touches. They keep it delayed, but they need to wait for respawns. Everyone's coming back in. They can't afford to step off the point. They need to make sure they can test this. Invisible Boundary comes on out. DRP going to be the last one to spawn, but they can still touch the point. Tuzi makes it through the portal. Beetle shortly behind. Invisible Boundary expires counter portal from Fincy, but Sparker has the Kraken impact. Sparker goes down. Crazy Kitty takes him, but Beetle is the second to fall. The portals are still allowing the reinforcements. Fate of both worlds from Dridro keeps the fight going for Virtus Pro. The weaves from Fi in the choke point. The point has still not been flipped. I am Agamotto to stun out Chopped. Fate of both worlds and Soul Rejuvenation have to be layered. It's the only thing that kept them up through that fight. The one-time layering ultimates works, but Ensong Inferno might be enough to end this. Virtus Pro push on in. Tuzi with the Galactic Legend from above. Marsh takes out Sparker. Fi is down. Saipe is down. The overtime is down. And Chopped are trying to turn this with everything they can. Overtime expires. And Chopped with relentless push take the first round. Are you burning that much energy for that, Chopped?
Tetra, it's the first round. That felt longer than the last series, that first point from Chopped. Like, we still have potentially another 2 to go. But Chopped showing exactly why they are the most dominant team in this game mode and haven't lost it. And just when fights were not going their way, Tuzi comes in with the perfect opportunity for a Galactic Legend. There's no strategist ultimates on the side of Virtus Pro to rely on, but he can't get anything because of Virtus Pro's positioning. It was just DRP being able to come back. Crazy Kitty, he's only got 2 final hits, but those 2 final hits were Virtus Pro players like Sparker that just as he gets his ultimate, he gets taken down.
Virtus Pro surviving that first Galactic Legend from Tuzi was so much just down to their positioning in overtime, juggling the overtime timer to take evasive positions off the objective, but juggling who is on it and who is stepping out to get the healing was masterful by Virtus Pro, and it still wasn't enough. We're heading on to the second point, and already Chopped take the lead.
Compositional changes, it's the same for Virtus Pro. They're happy with what they're playing with. They don't think it's a fault in the characters. For Chopped, it is just the RP moving over to the Magneto away from that Venom that is the main change. But right now, because you have some of the ult charge being saved, notably not all because ultimates were thrown in just in that final fight, but Invisible Boundary for Vertigo might be nice, and certainly now that you've got the pick onto Sparker, who dies first again, means that they've set up to take this point first potentially.
Tuzi pressure applying on the grouped up members of Virtus Pro. Media M and Fate of both worlds both charged to the side of Virtus Pro. Chopp's going to be starting to get their ultimates up as well. Who's going to be the one to pull the trigger? Ensong Inferno dropped quite early for Tuzi, looking to get onto that Fate of both worlds to see if they can get the blow up with the Media M, but it's DRP who grabs Fincy and Nevix, and once again Chopped are going to be able to grab control.
Beetle having a silent seduction. One of the few characters actually that is just available for Chopped and not for Virtus Pro, so Nevix has to be on the group to work with. You can play some of the other characters as and when needed, but it just feels that the Groot is going to be good in these neutral fights, and certainly if they want Sparker to just be full-time on this Winter Soldier, that combination with the Meteor M and these silos that you put down with the Invisible Boundary, Ensong Inferno, it's all just a slam-down, concentrated fire into a concentrated objective. Chopped have a lot of ultimates that they're just really waiting on. They don't want to make the first move. They don't want to get baited out because they can win these neutral fights if needed. Nevix is the one that's taking the biggest beating, but it is providing more ult charge for the strategists, and Dridro is the only one that doesn't have an ult.
Trying to isolate Fincy, but they've got too much healing output here. The Invisible Boundary will come in from Virtus Pro, allowing Sparker to land the double. Silent Seduction comes on in, but this is just stemming the bleeding. Same with the Soul Rejuvenation, and once again Chopped, despite being down, members choose to take a fight, but that is Virtus Pro's territory. That is their intellectual property, and they get the flip.
Pretty much clears out all of those ultimates that they were sat banking on, and Beetle has moved over towards the group, wants to feel like he'd take on Nevix in this head-to-head. These tank lines have faced each other for quite some time, Peps versus Virtus Pro, and certainly for Chopped, it's about whether you can match up these players as best as you can. But while Sparker was able to get the multi-picks to start off that engagement, he had that Kraken's impact and just opted not to use it.
But they're already charged up, ready for a strike, especially if Match is about to expire with that Fate of both worlds. This could be the opportunity for Virtus Pro to go for a blow-up to keep control. Fi trying to make their way up to the high ground, but Tuzi is just so on point. There's that Kraken impact to try and look for the first reset. Fate of both worlds is going to be dropped from Dridro as well. Make sure the Sparker stays up to look for that reset. But even without a defensive ultimate, Chopped are able to sustain through it. They don't lose anyone. Vertigo finally goes down, but it's not a reset.
And the Ensong Inferno trying to go off of the left-click melee combination and burn somebody down, but Virtus Pro are just too tough to take down in these fights, and they're going to try and push and reset furthermore for Chopped. The aggression is pretty much even, but now trickling in favor of the Bears. Means that Chopped have to sort of give this one up. They have to wait for the characters that have their ultimates in hand for Chopped. Virtus Pro have looked comfortable, much more comfortable on this point in comparison, but then again, they were 99-0 on that first point, and they ended up losing it. It's not done yet.
It is doable. The flip can come in. Chopped. They have the Straggling Prison. They have Silent Seduction. They have both defensive strategist ultimates here. So they begin to make their way forward. You can see that Wild Wall being placed on the top there so that any of the backline can use it for defensive purposes. Here comes the Straggling Prison from Nevix, though. Meteor M for the follow-up. It's the double. And Virtus Pro continue to stagger Chopped with Beetle, the only person on the board. That one was a little more convincing, Ryan.
Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be any chance for a portal play here for Chopped as everybody went down. And for Virtus Pro, you can sort of see the win condition with the ultimates and the characters that they are playing. But the natural difficult part is the coordination to have an Ensong Inferno and a Meteor M work on the same target, that target prioritization. But this Virtus Pro team have been together for over a year, which is crazy because the game hasn't been out over a year at this rate. That's how good Virtus Pro are and how long they've been playing together. For Chopped, it just felt a little bit more of a mad scramble of Virtus Pro. That discipline, their protocols that they've developed over such a long period of time, showing fruition, I think, in that final, the last point that we just saw.
Team Cats honestly feels like an eternity ago reference at this point. It feels like nostalgia, but like
it's on the iceberg.
It's on the iceberg, and it's been less than a year. That's how much of an impact this Virtus Pro roster has had since getting that rebrand, since being picked up by the organization. And Chopped, in their short time being a roster, are already making an impact, making a stamp on the scene as being a team that has been together the least amount of time out of all of these rosters and are already 1-1 on the first map versus Virtus Pro in the qualifying game for Atlanta. But Virtus Pro just showed them why they have that rep.
Because they showed them so well, because that final fight was so dominant on the second point. It does mean the ultimates are plenty open. It is the Ensong Inferno that I'm keeping an eye on for Fine. Sparker, I think they're trying to see if they can force anything out. That wall is superb. No follow-up is really required or available for Beetle off the back of that. And the Bucky is pretty much reset, set down to earth from DRP that has the Silent Seduction. He's going to pull it out now. And it's Spider is the first one to go through. Virtus Pro were looking like the ones to be on the offensive, certainly after Beetle's bluffed up ultimate. But the trades are sort of making it a lot more solid for Chop to be able to take this first objective, and they do it cleanly.
Nicely done. Chopped once again getting themselves a first control, but Virtus Pro have shown they have more than what it takes to win these back, and with most of the ultimates being used on both sides, we start to enter a bit more of a neutral phase. But we're pretty close to some of these build-ups, 80% for Vertigo, Beetle, Nevix, and Fincy, all heading towards a bit more of an engage and defense setup.
People just grouping up together. It's almost death balling, really, in comparison to the dive that we saw before. Just a composition that's been used in all sorts of different games of grouping up and just brawling, looking for these fights and pulling Beetle into the fray, into an invisible boundary. He's slowed, he's taken so much damage, and he's still going. He's not afraid to take these fights head on. And a Strangling Prison is thrown in from downtown from Nevix, but because of the position of the map and also where the walls are, Virtus Pro can't follow up on it, and Beetle can't get anything off the back of Fizzle.
But once again, Virtus Pro have the ultimate economy advantage. They have the opportunity to move in as Chop just burnt everything for that initial setup. Fincy with Meteor M and 5 with Ensong Inferno, the classic combo of Kraken Impact, the setup on a reset. Ensong, Meteor Fire, it's Kraken, it's Spade of both worlds. But Sparker, once it goes down, they get a 2 for 2. Tuzi is just once again finding these picks through a Fate of both worlds. And Chopped continue to hold, but they're starting to get whittled down bit by bit. DRP is doing some absolutely insane work. Mash arriving back just in time for the heals, keeping them topped up.
He does have the fate of both worlds to rely on, but if you can get into this fight and stabilize, it's 85% on the board, and you've not used one of those big ultimates, whilst Virtus.pro have used whatever they can. Sparker switched away from the Winter Soldier to Wolverine to try and fight onto the Groot, and Nevix has changed. It's those only changes that we've seen from Virtus.pro's composition, really, so far, this domination. And they're doing it right at the end. Overtime, 99-0. It's all to do for Virtus.pro. Pretty much a flip on that first point, but Chopped are not really wanting to give this one up, and Virtus.pro are dedicating everything to keep this going, including the portal play from Strange.
They have to. They have no time left. This is the winning round of this first map. Portal coming in. Beetle going to be doing the same, but will arrive a little bit later. Overtime, trickling down. They touch it with just their tippy toes. But now numbers advantage is about to be in favor of Chopped for a couple seconds, and they're picked off the counter portal to allow reinforcements and to prevent Virtus.pro from touching Chopped. Are they chopping onions? Because that was a chef move, and it deserves a kiss.
Couple more swipes, and it's their game mode. And if you're going to take a swipe for Virtus.pro, you better not miss. Tuzi. It's not only the mechanics of that final fight that we saw from him, it's just the cerebralness, being up on the high ground, knowing the Virtus.pro need to get through this choke, get onto the point. He's up behind him, just throwing in free damage with the left click that's going to keep stunning him and keep racking up these hits. And then as soon as he feels that Spark is starting to develop as a threat, he goes in for that fight, happy to take it. If he gets low, he can Ensog Inferno to just keep re-engaging. And both times, Sparker was looking to be dangerous. Tuzi shoots him in the side of the head and takes him out. And then Fi goes down. It's the target prioritization for Tuzi that makes him one of the best duelists in the world. And it would be so good to see him on the international stage to prove that they're one step closer.
It's a crazy pickup that Chopped were able to get them in here, and it's working out so well for them. They have already taken more maps in this series than they took in the entirety of MRC versus Virtus.pro. Now the question is, can they keep that momentum up and earn their space in Atlanta?
For Virtus.pro, I think there's a pretty clear choice of map that you want to go to, and I think it's Convergence. You've got maps like Symbiotic Service, Jalia, Central Park that you haven't lost on the stage. And like I said, there are some maps, Tetcher, where we've sort of never seen the likes of Virtus.pro lose on them ever, at least in Ignite or just those kind of adjacent tournaments like Central Park, Yggdrasil, Spider Islands. We've never seen Virtus.pro lose in Ignite. Granted, they did lose Spider Islands against some of these players on Team Peps for the Invitational, but you could go to a map like Central Park where you've never lost on it.
And if you looked at the Team Peps roster that went to the Invitational, and then you looked at Stage 1 Peps performance, you just could see the steady improvement. But if you asked a couple people if you thought that some of the players from Peps would be 2 maps away from qualifying for Atlanta, a lot of people might have looked at you a little bit quizzically. But this just shows how practice, hard work, and sometimes just the right roster can come together in the perfect moment to create what is an enigma, a supernova of a team that continues to burn bright. Can they keep it going? We'll be finding out after this break.
I'm hunkering down. Judge, jury, executioner!
Chopped continue their form on the domination game modes, and Virtus Pro probably feeling like they have a bit of a chip on their shoulder or a bit of a curse happening on them. They do have the choice of map, at least. Sorry, I was quickly tuning into like their Moxie's watch party, and they were like, where is the gnome? And I was like, I don't know, he's sentient, he does what he wants, but he's not going to miss this series, I don't think. This is the choice of Virtus Pro for the game modes, and anything with a payload tends to suit them well, right, Tetra?
Yes, it does. Sorry, I'm a bit flashbanged by that, but payloads
terrifying, isn't it?
Them very well. Terrifying is a good word for it. Yes. You know what? I think I prefer Fisk if I had to choose. But in this case, like you say, payloads is something that Virtus Pro have been the kings of for a long time. This is where they get stuff working in their favor. There's just a couple maps where they haven't had as much success this stage, but overall, this is where they do their best work.
It just seems to be not only the experience of being playing these maps for so long, but also playing hero shooters since hero shooters became a big thing about 10 years ago or so. But the Jeff mirrored bans tend to sort of win out in this one as well. Jeff doesn't want to be in the server in either case. But the Invisible Woman Protect is something that we're starting to see a lot more from teams. And I think we did see a lot of value, certainly against like DRP that was on the Venom trying to go for these dives. Invisible Woman just makes your life a living hell.
Yes, she does. Being able to ground flying characters with the Sonic Vortex, slow divers when they try to dive in with the very slight pull as well, and then, of course, force physics when you try to swing away to get pulled back in can be deadly. So a very exciting character to be seen protected by Virtus Pro, and also a character they have lent on a fair amount, as well as a couple other teams just due to the amount of impact it has had against divers. Just the healing output being very good. The slow buff, of course, with the invisible boundary is exceptionally good at protecting objectives in those last overtime moments as well. So it's just overall a fantastic pick.
So far for the drafts, slightly different, I guess, in their approach. Virtus Pro going for the Ultron ban in the end, and then Emma Frost. So Chopped looking to make this a one-sided Emma, which on game modes where there's a payload like this one on Convoy, yeah, it's good. Sort of said it at the start of this series. This series, because we have Chopped looking so good on Domination and Virtus Pro looking so good on Convergence, this is the 50-50 one. Whoever wins Midtown, I think, is pretty much 1 foot in the door of the airplane towards Atlanta.
It is getting closer and closer to that global final state. We already have 3 teams decided, with, of course, Citadel joining Aconix and Over Ultra Gaming from China. This will decide EMEA's second. Americas will be decided next week, and Oceania will be decided over the next 2 days. Mantis, the last protect for Virtus Pro. It does slide through again. They're not a huge triple strategist team, but if it's available, might as well protect it.
So, in this case as well, Virtus Pro have access to the Adam Warlock because it was only banned out on the one side. I mean, I remember Spark having some moments where he's made the Adam Warlock work, but I guess they're just almost a little bit scared of using him, or it's just not really up to their wheelhouse. But also, I guess if you're attacking first, you know that triple strategist isn't really going to be the thing that Virtus Pro want to play full stop, but then attacking on these convoy maps, you need to tend to go towards like having the Storm, Moon Knight to just break these very close holds, most certainly on a map like Midtown.
And if you add even more damage to that with a Mantis, Moon Knight plus Storm plus Mantis equals, most things are going to get picked off pretty quickly, which can be exceptionally valuable if you're trying to break these, once again, triple Vanguard, triple strategist setups. And especially on this first point where there's so much cover for the defending side.
I guess the scary thing here, though, is that we haven't seen Chopped play this map so far this stage. I believe we did see it at the MRC, so it's not completely new territory for Virtus Pro to be playing it. But it's a 3-0 map for them. As I said, Chopped have not shown off their Midtown as of yet. And we know that plenty of these teams are holding out strategies on these big qualifying games. It's going to be the one-sided Groot, I believe, in the hands of Chopped, as Virtus Pro won't have access to it. And Sparker on the Psylocke.
This is not a familiar draft at all. Once again, we know there are two types of strategies when it comes to breaking spawn holds. One is overwhelming damage, usually with Moon Knight and Storm and everything, just to try and break through setups. And the second is to just run at the backline and take them out. Doesn't matter how many strategies you have if they're all back in spawn. And in this case, that's what Virtus.pro are going for, with Venom, with Psylocke, with Star-Lord, and with Captain America, all of them being damage boosted by that Mantis. And so far, they've got a little bit of distance, but they're not finding those pickups that really where the value started to come from.
I feel like they're the first couple of eliminations that we've seen so far in this map, and they've been scrapping for about a minute. Now all of the ultimates are starting to come through. Feast of the Abyss going to be used mostly to keep Nevix in that fight, but it seems to be the Vanguards on the other side that are finding the picks off the Yam Amplifier. Tuesday has found himself onto the Venom in the end. And Virtus.pro, I'm getting a feeling in my tummy, Tetcha, of like watching Virtus.pro on Araco against FaZe, where things did not look ideal. It's not too bad for them. They're able to get the payload moving, but I have that sinking feeling. And if Virtus.pro have that sinking feeling, I'm going to be even more worried.
They've mixed it up. They've brought out the Phoenix to try and break through this with a little bit of AoE. Invisible Boundary is forced out by Cypher's Mash with the Eternal Bonds, who's going to set up at least a pathway to get them onto the point. DRP is actually dropped low, but does survive, not needing the Battle Rebirth Beacon yet. Single person strangling Prison onto Drindro, but the healing output actually keeps them up. Fi gets the counter, picking off Beetle. Mash goes down, and finally Virtus.pro are creating an opening.
I'd say it's been a good job for Chop to stall this. I don't like the Ivagamo from Crazy Kitty, but I think it's more of a case of he's looking to switch off of it and go into something else. Might as well just yeet it out and hope for the best.
That's a penny. They're going to try and maybe contest this. Okay, there we go. Back to Strange. Do they have enough time for a portal? No. What are they doing? There we go. Yeah, they are portaling. They were just took a little bit of time for it. Group walls to see if they can trap someone. The portal actually breaks the walls, but they're going to be making their way through, and they prevented anyone from interrupting them with stuns with that extra cover. But this is going to be the last contest, at least for Chops, if they cannot take out Virtus.pro here. But already with two members down, Battle Rebirth Beacon, if it was placed, it does not find a revive. And this is Virtus.pro slowly wiping the floor with Chops. Nice cancel there with taking out the Seer. And that is Nevix with the triple.
That is tasty from him. Like one of the most versatile Vanguard players, just tank players, just in the history of hero shooters, making it work on a character. When you got Finzi on the Captain America, it almost feels like a bit uncanny valley watching them play these guys, but they know that they have to make those adjustments. They need to be more versatile as players, full stop.
Yeah.
But Chopped, yeah, the whole portal thing around Crazy Kitty there was like odd. It seemed to be a miscommunication or trying to work around it. But they're able to sort of stall out for a bit more time, which is the mainstay of this one, certainly on defense. Make it so Virtus.pro are not only fighting you, but the clock at the same time. And the switch over towards the Mantis brings us back to triple strategist on this defense.
Maybe trying to make some kind of extra sustain for Chops to hold the line, but they have got themselves one duelist in the form of Tuzi. Vinci pulling the trigger, trying to dive on through with the Captain America Freedom Charge, keeps everyone with bonus health and allowing Fi to just step up into melee range and do huge damage. The body blocks to actually prevent them from stopping that car. They finally forced their way through the doorway, but that was nicely done there.
Yeah, really well done from Finzi. He wanted a room, a closed door, an hour and no police interference, so Finzi could just go in and fight the triple strategists all grouped up. And before Chopped are able to use an ultimate, but because of the portal play stuff from earlier, there's no contest. This is the freest second point of Virtus.pro being able to get. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to push to the end and push to the Avengers building.
Tuzi moving over to Star-Lord, looking to see if they can just take some duels in this case. They're not finding these finishing blows on that Phoenix with Virtus.pro moving so quickly. Everyone is so split, they're not getting any AoE value, so it's time for 1v1s. Star-Lord, one of the best characters for that. But defensive tools. The Soul Rejuvenation should be enough to sustain through the majority of a Galactic Legend, assuming that the targeting is too scary. But the Invisible Boundary will certainly be enough. Dance of the Butterfly going to be the opener for the start of this fight. The healing output prevents anything from coming in and forces Drindro to drop Soul Rejuvenation. They need to get Spark up close enough for the healing. Media M looking for Drindro. Straggling Prince holds him in place. It finds nothing. Guardian Barrier and the counter pick up here.
Disappear!
The invisible boundary used from Chopped, but this fight is just feeling a little bit topsy-turvy for both sides. Virtus Pro aren't necessarily completely in this engagement, but they're not out of it either. The dive is going to come through from Nevix, and you see the follow-up from Sparker that wants to try to make that combination really work together, but you lose out one of the players. Finzi was low, and it forces out the invisible boundary off the back of this Galactic Legend. Tuzi has to dodge the Enzo Inferno that flies right past his screen. And for VP, they do have a freedom charge if they want to give themselves a little bit more overhealth to keep this fight alive for them. But honestly, things are moving forward. It's Chop to have to back off. Even though the picks are going their way, it still feels that they're falling back.
Vice just creating too much coverage, doing too much damage, chasing down onto Tuzi, but Matt is keeping them topped up, forcing out the afraid of both worlds, because Finzi put some extra aggression on with that bonus health, like you called. But all that's really done is forcing out some defensive tools from Matt, which is still going to be valuable, but it's not going to be enough for them to move the cart forward.
Now it's more of these neutral fights, certainly when you've got the Mantis in a 2-2-2 setup actually for Dreedra. He's been on it for quite some time. It's just been honestly fighting so much. We haven't had a chance to really sit down and smell the roses. 90 seconds left for Virtus Pro. Basically half that time that they had allocated on this third point is being used up. And Chopped have set themselves up nicely with these crossfires to keep things held down. I'm just looking at Sparky if he can get into that backline and force some stuff out. In fact, it's just going to be a blazing attempt with a Dance of the Butterflies, which is going to force out the Feast of the Abyss and the Soul Resurgence on the side of Chopped.
The healing coming in from both Mantises. Dreadro dropping this a little bit later. By charged up for that Ensong Inferno, as well as the Feast of the Abyss from Nevix. This could be the one-shot combo that could create the opening. If Chop group up once, it could be a blow-up. Ensong Inferno comes on in, and it does land. Tuzi unable to finish it off, forcing to spawn for the extra healing. Crazy Kitty not so lucky. Galactic Legend with no defensive tools, though, could be exactly what Chops need. Melting through Dreadro, chasing down the Invisible Woman. Blaster Mirage to reveal them. The final chase, Force Physics, Guardian Barrier, but they're forced to group up, forced to hide. Another jump, and Saipe is trapped.
He's still able to catch him even off the back of the ultimate, but now Virtus Pro going for a portal play, looking for the perfect opportunity, seeing if they can even isolate some of these players. They notice Mash. Bit of a lone deer on their own, and this hunting pack of bears is looking to try to catch them out before it can run back to the Dome Mother. Everybody now trying to scramble onto the point, and because Virtus Pro went for this play to get into the backline of Chop, they've had to scramble to actually make sure that they're touching it. By the time the overtime hits, it's right into the center of an invisible boundary, and then the strangling prison for Chop means that Beetle and the rest of the team might be stopping things here and now.
The Soul Bond was not enough for the sustain. Sparker is down, Finzi is down. Fi can, of course, revive with the Cocoon. They're only 68% towards that Karmic Revival. Finzi's on Captain America, and they're going for it. They're going for the delay, but there's no way that Fi can sustain this, and there's no way they can touch the point. That is Chopped with the hold. 2 points, 145 meters, 64 centimeters.
It's a good bit of distance, but it feels that it's either a full first point hold or you finish the map. Unless you're playing against Vice, who can just hold on for 5 minutes. So here for Chopped, it's really hard to gauge what their expectations are when they go onto the attacking side now, because we haven't seen it in play from them this stage. And yeah, sure, you can MRC, Fight Night, Night Shift, whatever, but like the meta is very specific to this week, it feels like, as teams have tried to evolve around what the Mantis and Jeff stuff has been. So there's not a good chance I think the Virtus Pro are able to full hold this one. They're very good at doing that with their own defensive stuff, but there is a really strong chance for Chop to double their lead here in this best of 5.
What does Chop decide to go for? They're currently hovering a Magic. They could maybe pick up a Doctor Strange and go for a backline dive. It's similar to what Virtus Pro did, but with a bit more of a hyper focus on grouping people together. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, they are going hyper revives. While there isn't going to be a Loki for the clones, they are going to be running with the Battle Rebirth Beacon, the Adam Warlock, and Saipe to make sure that everyone stays safe. And also Nevix, they are one of the few players who is more than happy to bring out the Thing, because oftentimes you'll see teams play Storm. Storm's a flyer, the Thing absolutely punches flyers.
I'd love to see if we see this Loki actually come through from Chopped. I was going to say it would be nice to try and go for the copy for the Adam Warlock ultimate, just a Karmic Revival stealing away from them, because it is one-sided. Virtus Pro have access to it. Chop do not. DRP's going to try and go in for the flank. You could see also Crazy Kitty setting up on the Star-Lord to see if they can dive in. And every single player that we're watching from Chopped is in an entirely different building whilst they try to go for this dive.
Master barrage from Crazy Kitty with the group up, and Tuzi is taken down. The high ground is going to be working in favor of Chop, but already they're getting melted through here. Tuzi forced to swap onto the Psylocke to try and get into that backline. Once again, they're not going to go for a spawn break. It's a backliner break here, similar to exactly what Virtus Pro did, and it worked out well for them, but they're not finding targets yet. Finally able to take out Spark, and the Rabid Raccoon will fall. Nevix dropped low as well. They have that fantastic ball straggling Prison on the group up, on the stairs. The strategists are eliminated.
This is really good for Chopped, and it's almost like 2C's running back the years by picking up the Psylocke. All of these eliminations that are showing up in the feed just seem to be the blue of Chopped. Virtus Pro looking to try and reset. It's not a bad fight for them to take. They have plenty of ultimates. They have the portal. They have a camera revival. It can give up these meters and maybe force out 2, even 3 fights off the back of this. And 2.5 minutes for Chop to try to push past his first checkpoint.
They've set themselves up quite nicely, creeping forward. Fi, though, has Eye of Agamotto. Dridro has Karmic Revival. They have all the defensive tools they need. Tuzi interrupted mid-cast with the Eye of Agamotto. Fi just set Virtus Pro up for a hold on defense at this first setup here with 2 minutes to go. They're breaking through Chops and forcing them back to spawn.
I almost spat out my drink then. Fi was just, all right, I heard that ultimate come in. The Dance of the Butterflies interrupted, but it does mean the 2Z's only going to lose 50% of the ult charge instead of it being completely used up. It's going to have it fairly soon, and so there's plenty for Chop to still work with. You got the damage boost that you can put onto the Dance of the Butterflies and also onto that Galactic Legend for Crazy Kitty. He's going to come in with it now, and 2Z seeing if there's anybody low enough. In fact, the focus has to go into the arm amplifier, which means that these gun dogs can't find their prey.
Trying to push on in. Fincy with the pickup onto DRP, and this is Virtus Pro setting up nicely. They haven't even had to use Karmic Revival yet. The question is, how close is Dridro to having that cocoon? Because if they get picked off like this, the dive comes in, Soul Bonds, the Stone Aegis, they put everything into protecting Dridro, but he still falls, but the cocoon is available. Crazy Kitty trying to chase them down. He's trying to hide, but he's been rumbled. Karmic Revival, the damage output, it's not enough. Dridro's finally taken down, but the revive is still enough. They come back in.
Oh my God.
They're down a member, but they're going to try and hold this with the invisible boundary. 1 minute to go. Bash with the fate of both worlds. Eye of Agamotto from Fi. Nevix returns at the BRB, keeping them in this fight. And Chopped are starting to be routed, but Spark is having trouble in the backline. 2Z continues to harass the freeze buys time. Vertigo falls. Fi is doing so much work on the point.
And there's just over 30 seconds left for Chop to fight this one. Is there going to be much of a change up? 2Z was so close to getting multiple picks there. It was a great Eye of Agamotto from 5, but it was the clobbering type for Nevix that really set it up. Everything around the camera revival, it's a mad scramble. It's chaotic. That's what Chopped do to thrive in these situations. But Virtus Pro are not afraid to get a little bit scrappy themselves, especially when Atlanta's on the line. The dive has to come in now for 10 seconds. You got the Feast of the Abyss for DRP. It's a case of focusing on the right target.
Keeping the team up, Soul Bond, Stone Aegis, but Dridro is still melted. The damage output is too much. Dance of the Butterfly, Saipe falls. Dridro returns from the BRB. They could try and charge up another Karmic Revival if the team can stay on the point here. Right now it's Fincy, but Galactic Legend into the backline. Dridro is taken out for the second time. Nevix is trying to reinforce. The portal is here, but one by one they cannot contest it. And like you say, scrappy fights is where Chops thrive.
Was Fi like in the middle of the fight, or did he portal back, or was he in the fight and portaled back to spawn, as in like the return journey?
I don't know.
It looked like he was just in the middle of it. I was like, oh, I was wondering if he wants to go down early, go for the portal. I think he was just like, I'm going to just bring you guys to me instead of me coming to you. But man, Beetle has found so much off of these strangling prisons. You've got everybody pretty much locked in to fight this for Chop. 2Z switching over now towards the Phoenix. And for Virtus Pro, they got this point seemingly for free on their attacking side. They can't afford to do the same for Chop. They have to fight this. If they can take a hold of it and buy more time, that's going to work for them.
They burnt through so much time already. 1 minute 46 left for Chopped. Virtus Pro, they burn through everything as we enter into the station, heading towards the basement, into the underground, and then into the basement of the Fisk building. DRP, Feast from the Abyss, at the ready to try and dive onto it as Dridro did burn that Soul Rejuvenation quite early, looking for anyone on the flank.
Visible boundary, playing both worlds. This is pretty much all 12 players just stood on top of each other, taking it outside like it's a Saturday night. But the picks are finding their way just off the back of it. Beetle having the Strangling Prison to just bring all these players a bit closer together in kind. But Virtus Pro might want to take and lose these players down in quick succession because the counter revival might allow them to keep contesting this. They still have a foot on the point. In fact, they've actually taken control of it and also have the advantage with the players in the server fighting around Herbie. The Chopped have to reset this up completely, and Tuzi's just waiting for the rest of the team to group up.
Lovely force physics by Cypher there, trapping DRP after they attempted to swing out, and they'd already used that symbiotic resilience. This is the power of Invisible Woman into stuff like a Venom that you talked about right at the start of this series. And it's making its effect known as once again Chopped running low on time. Last 30 seconds. They have Strangling Prison and Galactic Legend, but look at the counters. We have a counter Galactic Legend, a Meteor M to absorb some of that damage, and if Dripfy can stay safe, a Karmic Revival. Vinci taken down though, which means Tuzi is completely free to sail through the underground and find the backliners. Into the backline right now, find Sparker completely alone, but with that Galactic Legend up, Virtus Pro looks to try and contest this. They can't find Nevix though. He was picked off too far away.
He's going to come back with the Feast of the Abyss. Meteor M alongside the Galactic Legend is going to force that out. Crazy Kitty goes in for the Soul Resurgence, but they're just sent straight back down, slapped down into oblivion. As Virtus Pro, they have the firepower, they have the push of their own Soul Resurgence of Dridro to keep this fight going. If they feel that force of Chopped go for another swing, the Invisible Boundary might be able to keep people topped up because the picks aren't coming in for Tuzi. They're not coming in quite yet for Beetle. The fate of both worlds is going to allow some sustain in this engagement, and Crazy Kitty's even going to come back on the Strange to allow this brawl to happen just a little bit longer.
Giving everything they can because this is all they have left. If Chopped can take this map, then they are only one away from Atlanta, and they are going to make Virtus Pro work for it. Virtus Pro are cleaned off the point. The choke point is completely closed in on, pushed in by Chopped, strangling Prison to prevent any resistance. Invisible Boundary for one last ditch effort, Meteor M, and another Soul Resurgence to hold the line. Tuzi falls, overtime is ticking down. What reinforcements they have left? Feast from the Abyss, Dridro is taken down, but Karmic Revival is on 92%. Counter Feast from the Abyss from Nevix, taking out Vertigo, and the bodies on the point are starting to tick on down. Crazy Kitty's going to be picked up before they can even reach, and the force physics off the point, and the last stand for the finishing blow. That is going to be Virtus Pro evening up the score.
We at least make sure that we get more of a series with trading maps and not a 3-0 for a qualifying game of Atlanta. But that's Virtus Pro, a team that is pretty much built on good foundations, that like to play around the objectives, throwing their bodies at the payload to try to stop it. Vinci, it's the kind of expectations from him when it comes to a performance from a Vanguard, but you have to tip your hat to Nevix with the stuff that he was able to do over on the Venom, certainly towards the end. He had 14 final hits. I think 7 of them were in the final 30 seconds that we saw just then.
34k damage as well from Nevix, which is the highest in the game. They were doing so much for their team. That Venom was impactful. There's a reason Virtus Pro have been picking it so often, because Nevix is one of the best, but also just everyone put in the work. This was a team effort for Virtus Pro. 5 of the Ayabagamotos and the Portals did so much. Dridro with the healing output was insane. The Karmic Revivals, Vinci making sure the right people were protected at the right time. Cypher had the perfect invisible boundaries this game. This is a huge team effort coming in from Virtus Pro to even us up to a 1-1.
Yeah, there's so many just fine margins for both of these teams, I think, just to get the eliminations right. The focus on Tafai at the end from Chopped looked good because they managed to get the pick on Tafai. saw that he had Life Cocoon and had the expectation that he was close to a camera revival. So you just see Tuzi just hone in on him, just ignoring all of these other plays happening. But this pretty much, I think, was the moment and maybe just kept Virtus.pro in this map. The scrap, it was a 1 versus 3 for Nevix off of the objective whilst everybody else pretty much had to stay on it to stop it from hitting the second checkpoint and moving on to third. So yeah, like Virtus.pro continuing on that form that they have in these convoy maps, which is going to be the difference. Now it has to be Convergence, a choice for Chopped, and I don't think they've actually played any Convergence map so far. Maybe like they've had to be forced onto something surely, but
yeah, because they had like full 3 best of 3s, so they must have played.
Had to have done, yeah.
One at some point. Hang on, let me. My notes are a bit out of date, but let me have a quick look here. Yes, they've Hall of the Jarliad, and they've Symbiotic Surfaced.
Yeah, they've played quite a lot, but it's the fact that we haven't seen Virtus.pro lose on a Convergence map in Stage 2 that maybe brings them back into the lead of this series for the first time. But before we see exactly what map that's going to be, break time. We'll see you in a few.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly.
Welcome back. The score is 1-1 between Virtus.pro and Chop to decide who will be joining Citadel as the EMEA representation for Atlanta at those global finals. In the first round, Chop really made them work for it. It was very close. The second round, not so much. This was Virtus.pro in their element.
Yeah, and it still was down to the wire in how a lot of those fights went. Was it a complete clean sweep performance from Virtus.pro? Absolutely not. Were the chances that Chopped look a little bit floundered and out of control? Sure. It just really did feel that these teams switching either side in these kind of forms. But now that we move to Convergence, a scary map of a choice, I think, when it comes to Chopped that are able to pick this one, because they're 0-1 on this map, and Virtus.pro are 1-0, but in Ignite, they are 3-0. They have never lost on Central Park pretty much since it's been a thing. They might have lost it in like a night shift, or that's about it, because I don't think they've even dropped a map in MRC.
Well, we're going to find out if that stays that way as we are heading on in for map number 3 to see who will take the lead in this series. Jeff going to be taken out on both sides. Adam on one side, but Chopped will once again secure themselves a Mantis. Virtus.pro, they prioritize the Lunar Snow.
Do you go for... so... I can't ban out the Luna. What have they been going on the side of Chopped? Well, it's been like taking out the EMEA. There's been something that they have kind of gone for, but they're going to make sure that the Ultron isn't allowed in play.
Chopped.
Here, they probably also want to take out the Adam themselves, I feel.
Yeah, they're common bans. They've banned a lot of Mantis, obviously. They've banned a lot of Adam Warlock. They've banned a lot of Human Torch. So if they potentially want to do that, this is a pretty solid map for Torch. But obviously, the meta has shifted a lot since the start, where that Torch was a pretty consistent ban.
This Chopped also choosing to be on the attacking side first. Virtus.pro going to sort of set up and be comfortable with their whole style of play. There is a one-sided Mantis that is available for Chopped here.
If they go for the ban.
Yeah, that's the thing. Or do they want to try and take out something a little bit in between, like the Emma Frost, and that's what they do. So the Mantis, is still available for Virtus.pro. Do you protect Emma Frost here? I think that's a good move, because I do think that having that access there for Chopped before was a big deal, and yeah, they go for it.
One-sided Emma Frost. This does still leave Virtus.pro open to play stuff like the Venom that they've been so effective on. Virtus.pro, they'll secure themselves a one-sided Invisible Woman here. Susan Storm, giving them a little bit of dive protection if teams did decide to pick up stuff like that Venom or Captain America. And of course, the healing output has been game-changing for them. Already, MASH looking to hover on the Loki at the start.
I guess sort of makes sense, certainly when you have got the Mantis on your side too, because we have seen a bit of like Loki copying over the Mantis Soul Resurgence to just keep fights going. It might be needed, I think, when you're attacking on this first point, because these fights can go on a while. I mean, we've already seen it in the other game modes. Long contests, certainly into the overtimes, and just to get any form of progression on the board, it's a battle of attrition. And neither team, after winning this map, is going to go on and qualify for Atlanta just yet. We still have a couple more maps to potentially play. But here, it does feel like Virtus.pro are the favorites, because this is their game mode. They haven't dropped a map on it at all this stage, whereas it's been a bit more tumultuous for Chopped.
Chopped have definitely had some rough fights through this. Virtus.pro, they have obviously had some tougher matchups, but they have had quite a lot of success here. Chopped, on the other hand, they have had a little bit more trouble, and we are seeing that Torch. It was not banned on either side and will be making an appearance. This map is one of the best Torch maps. There's so much cover in the air, so many good positions where you can hide, and the ability to siege onto that first objective is invaluable. And of course, catching sneaky flankers like DRP there.
We've got 4 different Vanguards in the server again, and actually 4 different strategists. It pretty much is just the only thing in the server that is the same is the Torch. Every other character is different.
Very interesting here. Already, it's going to be Tuzi who will be the first to get taken down, as the little bit of early aggression starts to come in. Fincy leading the front line. And already, it's just quite a slow setup here. As such, Chopped, they're going to be moving it over. Vertigo on that Cloak and Dagger could set up for some great engagements by Beetle. If they get walled off into Terror Capes, then most people are going to end up falling, no matter how tanky they are. And Crazy Kitty on the Wolverine could look for a setup, but Beetle can't separate the team if they're already being set back to spawn.
Yeah, it seemed that like Chopped wanted to go for an initial divey kind of composition with the Venom, and then Crazy Kitty that would have been on the Torch. But they sort of realized that with this setup that Virtus.pro have, it's a little bit more like you could dig your heels in, fight in the neutral, brawl out a bit more. They need to try to fight fire with fire. But if Sparker's going to keep hitting hooks like that and pulling off the RP to switch character again, that's his 3rd Vanguard in 90 seconds, wants to try and find some semblance and control in this one.
Also a swap from Beetle. They were on the Groot, but they got pulled in a couple too many times, and they also swap off now onto the Angela to make sure that they can keep this going with the standard Angela Magneto frontline that we saw so much in the previous stage. Nevix has Straggling Prison, waiting for people to group up. Media M for the initial setup, trying to get through the doorway for the first engagement. They find no blow-up. Cyber with the Invisible Boundary. Eternal Bond, all speed drop. There's that Straggling Prison to set up for the Kraken Impact. Fate of both worlds for the escape, though. And we're starting to see Virtus Pro getting picked off. Portal maybe forced out as already Chop to take control. They lose Crazy Kitty because they just can't get onto Sparker. But with the chase down from Tuzi, wiping out the backline. This is getting a lot of percentage on the board for Chop. Fincy setting up the portal.
It was looking like a good fight for Virtus Pro. It was just the Chopped had enough about them to keep fighting in those positions. They have a last standstill, and the portal play is going to allow a couple of players from Virtus Pro to just jump in. Fies pretty much instantly deleted as players like Nevix that's on the Venom trying to scarper away and survive a little bit longer. Virtus Pro, oh, 3 players stunned out. Actually, Crazy Kitty carves through them. Chopped adding another one to the tally of picks that they've found. And that first point ends up being a pretty good time to actually take a move on to second.
Crazy Kitty was struggling a little bit earlier. They just didn't seem to be able to find much in these early fights. But once again, it seems to be feast or famine, where they finally, when it matters the most, get control of that last point. Sparker sieging it onto the high ground. They get the 3 cap on that first objective, activating Granatoska, meaning that we will see Chop beginning to push in towards objective number 2.
Look how far Virtus Pro are fighting up, though. They're not afraid to get very deep on this defense. Pretty much past this point, allowing 2C a chance to hop up onto this higher bit of ground. Even Sparker's been a bit more respectful of how he wants to go for these flanks. He's just sitting back and chipping away, keeping an eye on exactly where these players from Chopped are. But they're keeping an eye on Crazy Kitty that manages to find his way pretty much straight through the front line onto Finzy. They're forced to back out now that they have that main bit of damage mitigation lost. And Fi, Ensong Inferno in hand, he can use it to sort of keep himself alive if he does get pushed in a bit more offensive capacity. And Sparker with the Galactic Legend gets shot back. A lot of the damage eaten up by the Meteor M. The DRP's not afraid to just throw back a suppressive fire.
They push up onto the high ground here, making sure that they do not have that disadvantage of being attacked from above. Tuzi with the Galactic Legend, Invisible Boundary, forced out by Cypher to give them the contestation, but Fi is uncontested on the flank here. Couple shots come in, but they are still just not being found back here. It comes to healing, Fate of both worlds from Gridro and Mash, matching on each side. Sparker looking for single targets, Wolverine for the blow-up, Ensong Inferno to take out Luna, finds nothing once again. This fight's been going on for so long and no one's going down, Ryan.
It's just as Virtus Pro are trying to hold on to the point, but they keep being forced away from it, which means that these players are isolated. And this time it's Nevix, another Meteor M. We saw that start the fight. It's been such a quick build-up from DRP that moved over to the Magneto. It's been a good fix-up. But so is Crazy Kitty, the Wolverine, about to try and find another one. It's a clean wipe, and right now, Chopped are going to see if there's any other players from Virtus Pro in the older spawns. There were 2. That's why they jumped off the map for a quick reset.
Quick reset, make their way back to the first point. And that's going to allow Virtus Pro to try and defend on the stairs. Chopped, showing that they have a little bit of convoy potential in them. They've got something that they can start to make work. And this Wolverine is proving to be extremely helpful so far, catching Sparker as he attempts to flank. That will force them out onto the main choke point.
Sparker, these Galactic Legends haven't quite connected as well as Tuzi's have, and this seems to be another one. It mostly works, though, still into their favor, because they have forced back Chop to basically come from one choke point as the environment resets around them. You see Crazy Kitty, more so here, the ultimate come through, and I think that's what connects onto Fi that allows that elimination. But trades are plenty. 5 versus 5 on this objective means that Chopped, with 2 minutes, have to sort of give up a lot of space.
Nevix up on the high ground, looking for anyone out in the open who might be able to be picked off as they start to regroup. Chopped. 1 minute, 54 seconds remaining. They currently have Galactic Legends. They will very soon have Meteor M, Eternal Bond, Fate of Both Worlds, and Straggling Prison. They will have 5 out of 6 ultimates. On the side of Virtus Pro, they will have 4 out of 6 ultimates, as they will not have access to Invisible Boundary or Galactic Legends. This is Chopped's opportunity to make the play. If they can get Sparker on this flank, that would be huge. Master Mirage comes on out, Feast from the Abyss for the setup, and it is Sparker who is taken down. Galactic Legend for the capitalization with the Meteor M for the finishing blow, and the Ensong Endstock Inferno to burn through the burner's health, but they cannot turn it round. Virtus Pro finally finding a pickup of their own onto Mash, the straggling prison with the Eternal Bonds. They're pushing up onto the high ground, but Nevix is causing too much of a distraction for Chop to capitalize on this.
I'm looking at Crazy Kitty too, that you sort of mentioned all of those ultimates in play for both Virtus Pro and Chopped. I'm looking at the players that don't have the ults, because now they're going to have them once it's all been used and we still have these like deadlock fights still happening. They're the ultimates that might be the difference. But Chopped aren't really building them up as fast as they would like, and the time is starting to burn a bit low for them. Fi is not really that far away from having an Endsong Inferno, nor a Sparker for another Galactic Legend. Whilst they're not finding much, they're going to create a lot of space that's going to force them back, and certainly as we get into like the end of OT, you don't want to be forced off that objective of Chopped.
Time is running low. The extra damage coming in from that Phoenix, building up the sparks. You can see quite a few charged up, meaning the AoE damage is ticking higher and higher. Virtus Pro just got themselves a massive ultimate advantage, and with 20 seconds remaining, they pull the trigger. Mash is chased down. There was no hope. DRP falls. Crazy Kitty falls, and it might be forced a portal for Chopped to have any hope. But with 7 seconds remaining, they have to teleport out of the spawn before they can even portal. Is there time, Ryan? Overtime is activated. Portal will be rushing through the air right now from DRP and makes it. They touch in time. Vinci has Media M, Invisible Boundary on the point. Galactic Legend for Tuzi through the portal to try and make something happen, but Invisible Boundary comes on out. Tuzi finds nothing. Saipe may have kept their team in this fight for the last few moments. Vinci, though, is waiting for anyone to pull the trigger. Fate of both worlds, but Tuzi is down. Crazy Kitty is the only damage left. Gets Vinci. Meteor M used defensively to keep them in this fight. Looking for any of the strategies on the backline. Point blank onto Vertigo mid-air. Crazy Kitty falls, and so do the hopes of Chopped, as that is a fantastic hold for Virtus Pro.
It was a good sort of touch from Chopped. I think it was Vertigo that had to switch to something to try and touch the point right at the end to get it to OT, and then the portal play was allowed. But yeah, Virtus Pro, as soon as things started to go into a more bottlenecked position, had some really good like ult cycles to just keep all of those fights in favor. And whilst Crazy Kitty was superb on the Wolverine with finding those picks and stuff, on that final point, because there was such range between him on the low ground and Virtus Pro on top of the high ground near the throne, he's not able to build up that last stand until right at the end. So Chopped now have to have a pretty good defense here, but Virtus Pro, they know how to play this map. I think it is just going to be a case of how this first engagement goes. Chopped have to sort of pull something out that we've not seen much of from them. A full point hold.
We haven't seen it much. You're so right, Ryan. We're going to be seeing them going for a triple strategist, hyper defensive style here, and all that, once again, pressure is put onto Tuzi. Solo duelist on the Jean Grey, on the Phoenix, with the BRB in case they get caught, with the Luna for the Idle Aura, and of course, the damage boost from the Inspire from Crazy Kitty. This is, once again, Chopped, saying, Tuzi, help, please.
Pretty much. And I understand that entirely, because Tuzi is just such an eye for finding the openings. He knows what he needs to do. His role on this team is pretty laid out for him. But is this map going to be a laid out defense for Virtus Pro? Their composition, again, committed to that 2-2-2 as much as they possibly can. They prefer to sort of have this more balanced approach. And you have got the Rocket Raccoon, Mantis, and then Luna Snow triple strategist for Chopped, with just Tuzi over on the damage dealer of Jean Grey.
See what they can make happen with that extra damage with that huge AoE. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, they are going to be pinging in from the sky. Fi, once again, on that Human Torch, starting to set up, landing a little bit of siege onto the defensive positions, while Sparker is trying to be the siege breaker, trying to get onto Tuzi to punish them, to make sure that they can't get positioning.
He's not afraid to just go out on his own and take these fights if he's at a disadvantage, because he knows the rest of his team are going to use that in favor. If there's Sparker that's able to pull 3 enemies towards him to fight him, means that Fi has a bit more free reign opened up into the skies. He's even trying to go for the flank a little bit more. Virtus Pro, they could put progression onto the point if they wanted. It was contested ever so slightly, but they want to make sure that they just get into a good position to fight this for Chopped. They don't really have a leg to stand on.
Spy up to the high ground once again, flanking from behind Beetle, getting juggled. They have to use the Cosmic Yard Amplifier to get back onto the point to push out through the choke, but already almost there. Beetle falls, no one's close to the point anymore. That zoning from Virtus Pro, the choke point, working so effectively. Tuzi is just going to have to run off the side to get back to their team, as they would have been extremely isolated, but that was good time for Virtus Pro.
Wasn't the paciest dive that we've seen. It wasn't the most aggressive. It was just well delivered. Getting into position, keeping that pressure up, which is something that Human Torch does incredibly well on this map. And even with our ultimates, they just seem to fry Chopped to pieces. Vi, however, wanted to go for the Supernova, but Tuzi is just not afraid to go for the riposte, something a little bit more high tempo and aggressive, more so than Virtus Pro were expecting. They've had to sort of reconsider how they want to approach this. Now that they have ultimates, it's not a bad fight for Chopped to be winning, considering you're at such a disadvantage.
Every fight Chopped to win right now is important. You've got to burn through some of that 4 minutes that Virtus Pro have managed to build up in their time bank. Fincy trying to create a little bit of a bulwark, a front line, while Nevix is deep in the back line already. There is no invisible woman this time to lock them down. It's all up to Emma Frost to try and punish the Vertigo. Melted by Sparker here. Once again, we're going to be seeing the soul resurgences coming in from the side of Crazy Kitty. Dritro matching him with a fate of both worlds. Nevix will get taken down, but the Silent Seduction won't find much more than that, meaning it's time for 5.
As soon as he pulls up that Supernova, you've got Meteor M used on one side, and then you have got the Galactic Legend from Tuzi. That always seems to be good for one. It's not him that gets the final blow, but it's him that pretty much sets that up for DRP to knock him down. Virtus Pro now, they had 5 minutes on the clock, and it's about 2 wasted so far with these neutral engagements. You might start to look a little bit more worried. You have got such a big time bank, but Chopped have built themselves up a good defense and have set up themselves position-wise very well.
High time was delayed until future notice, as like you say, Chopped have a great defensive position and are timing these ultimates very effectively to buy themselves as much time as possible. They've just burnt through a whole minute of Virtus Pro's time with that cart barely moving. Once again, Nevix into the back line, Feast from the Abyss to try and see if they can get some damage, which they do. Tuzi falls. Even the fate of both worlds, not enough to hold on through. Cypher with the invisible boundary to try and capitalize through this, to push on through. Vertigo has gone for a clone, so they'll have another fate of both worlds through this. Crazy Kitty picks off Vi, but immediately goes down to Fincy, who on the Captain America is putting pressure onto that back line, trying to get onto Mash, but with Vertigo keeping the team topped up with the second fate of both worlds from the God of Mischief.
Finzi goes down in the engagement too. Chopped managing to just hold on off the back of a Fate of Both Worlds, a copy, and then another Fate of Both Worlds from Vertigo. He was actually wanting to leave it as late as he possibly could and even lose his Crazy Kitty in the process. But just that delay means that Virtus Pro run out of steam, and Fi, who was on the torch, then moved over towards the Phoenix, is back on the torch again.
Just pinging away, once again, trying to siege. You're going to force out defensive ultimates with Supernova, but the fact is, it's enough damage for finishing blows. Here comes the Galactic Legend from Tuzi, Freedom Charge from Fincy to pressure the backline and create that bonus health pathway for the rest of the team. But this is a group up. Make sure everyone is positioned together. We see Dridro and Saipe were both taken down this fight, staggered from each other, and with the lockdown onto Sparker, it looks like Chops may once again be controlling this and keeping Ratatoska on the stairs.
I'm a bit nervous for Virtus Pro now because it feels that they are trying to change around the options of what comp they want to play and how they want to play it, and it's just not quite working. Again, running this 2-2-2 with a Mantis and Invisible Woman, not the most ideal of options. But Dritro moving away, I think, from the Lunar Snow, wants to go for something that allows those duelists to find more of an opening through all of this healing. When you have Sparker with the Galactic Legend, it's going to be the Feast of the Abyss damage boosted, I think, that's going to try and see if he can catch out more from Chopped. But it is just a Silent Seduction that is forced out. It's the only thing that they had. So now Sparker's able to try to get going, and he's frozen out of the sky straight away from Mash. What a shot.
That delays a lot of the ultimate. There's no defensive tools, though, for Chop, meaning that Vi with Supernova, no freeze. Finally, Mash is able to charge up to that Fate of Both Worlds just in time. But in the meantime, Chops are starting to hold this line. They're holding through this fight. We lose Crazy Kitty. Mash's ultimate expires. Flaming Meteor to take out Vertigo right before they have God of Mischief. This could allow them the extra sustainment. The portal comes in for the last-ditch effort from Chops. If they hold Virtus Pro here, it could be over. We're at 21 seconds Ryan. They're controlling through this. Galactic Legend expires from Tuesday, and Virtus Pro are running out of bodies.
They're running away from this fight as well. Finzy's trying to go reset because you've got Sparker that's come in as the Strange to go for a portal play. With 5 seconds left, it has to be a touch straight onto the point. Chopped have actually spread out. They don't want to give away their positions here and try to go for a dive pretty much from the high ground all the way to the bottom. Virtus Pro have not found their way through the second checkpoint with 5 minutes on the clock, Tetcher, and Tuesday is still finding picks onto the back line.
Ridro is taken down. That's a large chunk of healing. Eye of Agamotto taking Fincy, stunning them out. Fire and Ridro both down already. And Virtus Pro, they're starting to lose pace. Fincy is able to be taken down, but Beetle falls. That's the main front line. But the front line of Virtus Pro is equally finished off. Nemix is unable to hold. They are unable to sustain. And this is Chopped taking the lead once again.
Pretty much throwing out the rule book that we expected from this one, that being that Virtus Pro and Convergence were pretty much undefeatable. Not only just in this game mode, they've never lost it so far in Stage 2 up until now, but in the history, Virtus Pro have never lost on Central Park at any point. So this is the first time as well. It's taken a lot of effort for Chop to hold that second point for 5 minutes. But when you've got players like Tuesday that's able to find those picks, DRP making the right adjustments on whatever Vanguards are playing, and then just this triple strategist, it's Virtus Pro going against the grain of the meta again, and it blows back in their face.
Chops, on the other hand, they just play very similar to how they usually do. They once again bust out the Wolverine, which they have done a couple times now up to this point, and it seems to be continuously working for them on their attack. They were able to break through Virtus Pro, who are so reliant on just how insane their tanks are. But Crazy Kitty able to break through that setup, even if it was individual ults at times, but the fact is the majority were doubles. Fincy put on huge work here. You can see Vertigo attempting to go for a from above Eternal Bond there to make sure that they weren't caught out on the ground, but unfortunately Fincy was mid-ult at the time and was able to land that Media M perfectly, hand delivered in this case. But Chopped, in the meantime, were controlling him when they were on the defense. The triple strategies, Emma, Magneto is so good for the extra sustain, and then they they had the sustain, that's all they needed. Then it was just a question of, can we out-sustain Virtus Pro and allow Tuesday to do their thing? And the answer is yes. With triple strategist, you can usually out-sustain.
It makes this series very scary, I think, for Virtus Pro full stop, because now all of the game modes are available to them. You don't want to go to Domination because it's just Chopped have not lost on it. But even if you take it to sort of Convoy or Convergence again, and you then have the choice, so it's 2-2, that final map is going to be in the hands of Chopped, and they would pick Domination, right? So it's like, you have to sort of break some of these trends that we're seeing, but to see whether Virtus Pro have enough about them to do that, we're going to go for a break before we get back into this best of 5. Qualification for Atlanta is still on the line in this best of 5 as Tetra. We head to Game 4.
Game 4 is where we are going, and PlayStation 4 is where Rivals is heading, as is now available on the PlayStation 4 as well as all current available consoles and PC that it was on before. One more additional way to play. You have everything that the PC players have access to as well as the main consoles. Heart of the Dragon is live there as well. And of course, cross-platform progression will be coming in very soon. We'll be doing a little bit of a test run in the next half season before releasing it to the general public, assuming everything is working fine in Season 5. But 5 is a map we could be going to if we see Virtus Pro bring us back here in map number 4.
Yeah, and they pretty much have an open choice of what map they want to choose. They're not really pigeonholed by the game modes as such. We just can't go to a map that we haven't seen, we've already seen so far in this series. So it has to be something a little bit different for Virtus Pro. I'd imagine a Convoy would be a good choice for them in the end. But Arico is a scary one. That is a scary option because it's not a bad map for Chopped. I think they're 3-1 on it, and you're 0-2 after choosing it twice, Virtus Pro. Oh, this could backfire monumentally.
The faith, I want to believe in myself as much as Virtus Pro believe in themselves going to Araco here. I stride for that level of self-confidence, and you know what? I'm kind of backing them because of that, and definitely not because I want to see a 5th map. Jeff is protected for Virtus Pro. They've been playing it quite a bit this stage.
An Invisible Woman was banned out first from Chop. They're still going to be able to get the Mantis ban in, so it's not too much of a different factor. But it is going to be Jeff either side. So we've gone from seeing pretty much none of this critter that seems to be really controlling the meta, more so the Mantis. But now we're going to see it in full play and both teams building around it. Chopped, if they play the Jeff well, they're off to Atlanta with him.
Legitimately so. They could be heading to Atlanta with a Jeff right here, right now. Emma going to be taken away. Virtus Pro this time looking for a little bit of a tank disparity.
But now it is just the bans either side. I think that's the sound of one of them being locked in. So one of the teams feeling a little bit more confident on their choice. It's the Adam wall being banned out. And yeah, no, Emma Frost is going to be available on the Convoy game mode. Feels very apt because of the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Emma Frost pretty much is anchored right in the center as a good piece of dive and anti-dive.
They're setting up for the last protect for Chopped. They protect Ultron, Jeff and Ultron. Very sensible. Jeff, of course, when you go in for the It's Jeff, needs to be sniped, and Ultron is one of the best characters for tracking Jeff before he gets to one of the many environmental hazards, especially at that first point on this map.
We've even seen some instances of Chopped banning out the Groot, Torch, Venom, Invisible when we get to those 4th bans, and there's Torch actually showing up in the draft for the first time, I believe. Virtus Pro actually taking it out as their final option, which is pretty in line with it, right? Because Mantis, Adam, Ultron all not involved. Jeff, they already have a hold of. It seems that that's going to be the thing to go for. And actually, I think that's the first ban for Virtus Pro taking out anything other than a Vanguard or a Strategist.
So now the question is, do Chopped want to ban out the Ultron to secure themselves at one side? Do they want to ban out an Adam to make sure that it is even? Because currently Virtus Pro have the opportunity for a Jeff and one-sided Adam with Luna for that light and dark karma. And if they were planning on it, they might get it because it is going to be Ultron that will be taken out as the final ban by Chopped.
So again, the bans for Virtus Pro aren't non-mirrored, which means, you know, they have Jeff, the other team has Jeff that was protected, and they have Luna, which wasn't banned out either. It is pretty much just that there's no Adam available for Chopped either in that case, and there's no Torch available for them too. So it does take out some of those more offensive capabilities, but there's one thing that we know about Chopped is that they're flexible. And I see Spark has already locked in the Psylocke, which would be interesting. We're starting to see her pick rate start to rise just a little bit more after some time off, I'd say.
That will certainly change in the next patch as the patch notes were released, and Psylocke and Venom both receiving a bit of a buff, which is going to be good news for Citadel. I'm sure they will be well chuffed for that. And Virtus Pro, who have started picking up the same strategy. So we'll see if that works out. They choose to run this strategy as, once again, take out the back line before you, instead of going for a front to back with, say, a Moon Knight Storm.
This could be it for Chopped. One more good showing, one more underdog performance, and they put themselves in pretty much a first-class seat to an international event, which teams suspected that they might have a good shot at. But to be beating Virtus.pro in this fashion, well, that would be a whole nother story. It is Virtus.pro that have to attack first, their choice with the choice of map alongside. And Chop trying to go for this defensive hold. Not going for something like the Angelo, which we saw a tad of, but it is still a scrap heap.
Fi took out the BRB. That's insanely useful, putting it on such a long cooldown. Jeff is getting bullied right now. Beetle trying to chase them down. Not able to find any finishing blows, but the fact is, that Groot, the Flora Colossus, is barely moving. We're at 8 meters, 54 centimeters right now. Virtus.pro tried to find openings. The same issue they had when it came to that Midtown. Well, they did win that map. They were very slow at getting off the mark.
As the dive that's going to come in from Nevix. He has won a 1v3 earlier, as we saw in this character, but this is taking a little bit more out of him as the strategist's not afraid to fight back and even pull him back into the scrap as he tried to leave. He has got the Feast of the Abyss, which is usually a good answer for the go time. He's trying to follow along, but that bulwark from DRP is exceptional. He's had such a good day with how this Magneto's been playing, and with the help of Tuzi and this Rage of Ultron, it means that Chopped haven't lost out on anything. The Eye of Agamotto's going to hit onto Crazy Kitty, but it's going to force out the Amplifier and the Invisible Boundary, which means that Chopped, again, hold on tight.
But they layered strategist ultimates. It does mean they sustain on through, but they now have no defensive tools left outside of Meteor M. Virtus.pro on the other side, they have Dance of the Butterfly, and it's Jeff. If they can sustain and try and bake out, for example, that Iron Bulwark from DRP, then they may be able to try and wipe out some of those backliners.
Dive goes in all the way onto the back end. You can see the Chopped have to actually switch around to try and catch it. Yeah, they do get Nevix, but it's pulled away some of the numbers that Chopped had really conspiring on the payload to try and keep it contested. But somehow the payload hasn't moved all that much, and they still just win the fights anyway.
Yeah, in the last minute, we have gone from 8 meters to 25. That is not great. Virtus.pro do need some more distance on the board, or Chopped are potentially going to Atlanta if they can beat that distance. And that's not a hard distance to beat. Tuzi going to get chased down by Sparker, but the team is grouped up once again. Dancing the Butterfly into the backline, finding an incredibly isolated match. Sparker with that absolute executioner's instinct, but the BRB brings them back, keeping this fight going as the Freedom Charge for Chopped. The last one to turn around. It's Jeff, grabs 2, trying to go for the spin off the side, trying to get rid of Doctor Strange. They're just going to have to take them down. Go for the spin. Cloak of Levitation says no.
It just sort of bounced off of the rim there, so yeah, he wasn't able to actually get the pick and send the packet, but Virtus.pro, more time has been lost. They have a minute and they've barely moved out of spawn. This could be the biggest own goal in history, and Virtus.pro, we don't want to see more of these moments in the qualifying games. But they've barely moved this objective. They chose this map. They chose to attack, and Chopped have pretty much full holding them unless something amazing comes out of Virtus.pro here.
Up to the high ground, Crazy Kitty looking to melee. Fi takes them out with the Maelstrom of Madness, pushing on in. Invisible Boundary coming out from Chopped. They've lost Tuzi, they've lost Vertigo, but they're trying to hold, they're trying to delay. The Invisible Boundary buys them some extra time as the backline harass is coming on in. Sparker takes out Beetle. Crazy Kitty may need to fall here just to give their team time to come back in, as they are finally going to be taken down, allowing their team to portal back in. Portal being set up by Fincy, potentially for a counter portal.
He has to try and stop him somehow. This is a long way for this payload to move. You're in overtime and you've just got to hit past the 50-meter mark. It's multiple corners that you have to hit and multiple chances for Chop to actually keep fighting this one. There's the portal play to try and counter to really stop Chop from re-engaging here.
That's a disaster.
Yeah, Chop to spread out though.
Fincy just dropped a portal to try and stop Crazy Kitty from portaling, but Crazy Kitty knew how far back the cart was and came in on foot. Fincy has burnt their only re-engage tool just to try and counter something that was never happening to begin with and didn't even get an environmental off it. Sparker, though, is trying to pick up something in exchange. They take out Mash. Crazy Kitty falls. Now we're going to see the portal back in. If Chops can actually hold it in enough time. The Rage of Ultron to try and get onto Fi. The tracking is good, but the healing happen is better. Supernova for the damage on the ground. The freedom charge from Beetle is buying some extra time, allowing Crazy Kitty the portal back in. It's Jeff onto the back line. Finds Strange. Drindro trying to get out of there to keep their team topped up, but that overtime is ticking down, and Virtus Pro are giving everything they can. Portal to reinforce. Beetle trying to hold the line, trying to delay. Dropped low, finished off, and Virtus Pro through the portal, through the delays, are creeping forward at a snail's pace, but the snail still gets there.
Can Bears have panic attacks? Because Virtus Pro fans are going to be feeling that all the way. It was just a long time in overtime, pushing that first point onto second. So at least a sigh of relief. Virtus Pro are not pretty much embarrassing themselves by being full held again like they were against FaZe earlier on in the group stages. But Chopped, it has to be an adjustment. We have seen a lot of these second to third checkpoints go past too quickly, frankly.
We only have 1 minute and 55 seconds left, but Virtus Pro are already halfway through the second point. Chopped unable to group back up and really start contesting until quite late here, but it's this top of the ramp where the holds usually start to come in. Dancing the Butterfly to the backline, the Guardian barrier gives a little bit of sustain, but Ayamoto for the follow-up is going to open up that ramp for Virtus Pro.
Now they're starting to build some momentum potentially, but it's still good from Chop to actually just keep that point contested. Stall things out, but it means that whilst we see the defenders of Chopped reset with about a minute on the clock, the payload is going to be able to move uphill, up this big incline for free. So really now it's just on this final little lip that Chopped can fight for second checkpoint and stall things out. A Supernova is going to be used to block the entrance.
It's Jeff, Supernova, trying to hold every choke point. Jeff trying to find something, get Star-Lord, but that's friendly. Just going to be, sorry, not friendly. Drindro is going to try and get out of there with the Venom. Not able to find any finishing blows. It was actually a trade out. Got confused with both Jeff's ults simultaneously there. Cypher with the fate of both worlds, force some extra sustain onto the point as Nevix with the Feast from the Abyss. Takes out Mash. Vertigo and DRP fall. And once again, we see Virtus Pro continue their march. Galactic Legend once again, we see Chopped dropping ultimates to try and delay, to try and sustain, to try and pick up people off, but usually just burning the cooldowns here.
Burning it to maybe overtime yet again. A Freedom Charge and the Galactic Legend, you still have bodies in, and it is going to force out the Dance of the Butterflies, which isn't too bad of a trade, I don't think, if you're Chopped. Maybe you're going to look to move over to some different Vanguards and Duelists anyway. So Sparker forcing out a big ultimate like that, it's a full team wipe. But you buy another 30 seconds, 45 seconds, and you make sure that the Dance of the Butterflies isn't available for this next fight.
1 minute and 30 seconds remain for Virtus Pro. They're sticking with the same characters. Chopped, on the other hand, also going to be looking on the same side here. They've got themselves a Psylocke for their own Dance of the Butterflies onto the back line. Vertigo keeping the healing up on that Jeff. Mash with the same. So far, these compositions are pretty similar. It's just going to be a Magneto and a Captain America versus a Doctor Strange and a Venom.
Able to sort of fight out. The Ember Frost isn't available for either side, so you don't have that team up with Magneto and Psylocke, but you're still going to make it work no matter the cost. Crazy Kitty finds himself a little bit of a duel, trying to find where these flanks from Virtus Pro are coming from. Sparker was the first one that went down in that fight, just in these little alcoves and hallways trying to get in behind. But Fies found himself at least one of the strategists on this side for Chopped, as they're only working with two. The last one alive was Mashed. It is going to be the fate of both worlds and it's Jeff trying to grab it alongside the Dance of the Butterflies from 2Z, which was built up very quickly.
Able to get out of there, taking DRP off the edge. The magnetic descent is just slowing the inevitable. DRP falls, Beetle falls, and Virtus Pro continue the slow, inevitable march of the machine to shut it down with the power of nature.
10 seconds left, pretty much getting towards the end of this map. Dance of the Butterflies for Sparker is available. There's the portal that's going to come in from Virtus Pro, I think. Let's just try to get those reinforcements back as quickly as they possibly can. The Dance of the Butterfly is going to come through. The Meteor M is blocked very nicely in the end from Finzi, who's able to actually get a couple more for his cost. Vertigo trying to get out is going to get caught by Sparker and the Doctor Strange to stop this one from really getting too out of hand with those grabs in. And I don't think there's going to be much touch that allows touch from Chopped.
Yeah, they do not make it. No one was spawned in time. No one had a character available that could reach there. Maybe if someone had been able to swap to Angela to rush it, but that would have had to have been the strategist. Either way, Virtus Pro looking to try and break the streak. They take a 3 on the first point of this map.
Which, considering how close it could have been to just a 0, a goose egg with actually hitting those checkpoints. Virtus Pro finding some momentum and maybe Chopped looking at it and going, okay, we've got them down to a minute. We've got them to overtime on this first point. And just they're already thinking about what suits and like clothes they're going to be taken to Atlanta. They want to try and rush it to get it over the line. And Virtus Pro just find not only a way to bounce back and take that first checkpoint, but to finish out the map wholeheartedly.
Sparker is currently 15-2. That is more than the entire opposing team put together. And that's just final hits. In terms of actual KOs, they are 30-2. They are putting in work right now. And they, once again, move on to their relaxing pick. Something a little bit different, as we found out in the interviews yesterday, as they brought out the Rabid Raccoon.
So, like, such a disparity with the KD now as well from Chopped. We've seen so many instances where these kind of payload maps, because there's a lot of vanguards and strategists in play, that the elimination count total is pretty low. But you've got a 3-9 DRP, a 3-9 like MASH. That's a lot of deaths to have on these characters, and it goes to show maybe how much they're being staggered here. That's a hell of a throw to actually try to catch onto Finzi in that front line, but he's able to get out mostly unscathed, but not if Crazy Kitty has anything to say about it. Good lord, he's going for him.
Burning through these hit points. The thing has come out as well to give them that cosmic fastball and also that Stone Aegis for a little bit of extra protection as they push on forward. Tuzi is in the backline, causing pressure for the strategist, but they're all healing each other. There isn't enough damage until they've set up and stacked up those shurikens. In the meantime, Crazy Kitty is just continuing to take advantage of the fact that the strategists are busy.
Oh yeah, and the grabs. The Bulwark is going to stop some of that damage coming through, but you can see the Nevix in the UI is just taking an absolute chunk. Dredro gets a bit more focus in from Beetle that's on the thing, hoping to sort of not be moved out from some of the CC that Virtus Pro have available to them on this defense. But so far, getting towards like the 50 meters mark where Virtus Pro was stuck for a good portion of it, it was very clean from Chopped.
That was super clean. They set themselves up there. You also saw Nevix attempt to buy some time by trapping in a couple people inside a room with Groot walls so that he could just get the maximum damage, but it just wasn't enough. Overwhelmed, outnumbered, and the portal is forced out from Virtus Pro to buy extra time, but this is already going significantly quicker for Chops than it was for Virtus Pro, but finally Crazy Kitty will fall.
Down to the butterflies, Feast of the Abyss all used together, clobbering time, 4 ultimates all stacked on.
Oh my god.
Chop, they want to go for the fight, and that's 4 people grabbed up from Vertigo. God. He's going to take him down with him. The cleanup from Chop, they use pretty much 4 ultimates, catch 4 with the It's Jeff, and Virtus Pro fully wiped out. I don't think there's going to be much chance to touch, even with the portal available for Phi. It's just too close timing-wise, and 4.5 minutes for Chop to push on.
Vertigo forgiven. That being picked by the Media M earlier, forget about it. That is Chopped breaking point number 1 with significant time back. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left as the Flora Colossus makes its way through to the second point, and they keep the pressure on. We see Nevitz moving over to the thing to try and stop that Wolverine. Of course, it is undisplaceable, can be stunned, cannot be knocked around. So they can try and utilize that Wolverine just percentage damage through. But if Nevix is able to keep the crowd control up, then they may be able to punish Crazy Kitty even more.
He managed to isolate at least one of the Vanguards. Finzi is just kind of getting himself rocked a lot. Nevix switching over to the thing to avoid that happening. And the last stand onto the strategist is going to sort of set up Dredro to actually pick up them to keep themselves alive more so. It really seemed the Crazy Kitty was maybe able to get a couple more eliminations off the back of that, but now Tuzi's having to jump in. The Pansy Cake is required to keep these strategists alive off the back of this dance to the butterflies, and it's ended early as the rest of Virtus Pro are turning around to face them.
Susie tries to 1v3. It was a little bit too aggro. Will get taken down, and he does the butterfly, finds nothing. Pushing on.
I got interrupted.
Pro with the numbers, pulling on in, trying to get into the backline. Counter dance to the butterfly from Sparker. Also finds nothing. Meteor M onto the point to try and get the shark. Finds nothing. Only gets the thing. Meaning Vertigo just gives Beetle a little bit of bonus health. They keep the fight going. Tuesday's taken down once again, as is Crazy Kitty. Cypher is doing work for Virtus Pro right now.
He's had to, but there was a moment there where I was going to bring out the Galactic Legend and he got CC'd out of it. Look at all of the changes that are coming in for Chop. There was that protection that went onto Ultron earlier. Would consider using it, but no, Crazy Kitty's actually moved over away from like the Duelist, moved over towards the Jeff to go for the triple strategist, and Tuesday's over on the Winter Soldier.
Let's see if they can just get some lockdowns, some better shots to just punish Nevix. Make the most of that large hitbox. A Punisher could have also been an option, but the Winter Soldier's going to be better at dealing with Phi. Take them out of the air. They can try and lock down Sparker if they go into that backline. Trying to make the most of the crowd control. Crazy Kitty now already charged up onto it's Jeff as Phi is taken out of the sky by DRP. It's Jeff from Dridro and Crazy Kitty, but it's going to be a defensive one coming in. Dridro is taken down quickly, and Crazy Kitty unable to find much at all. Tuesday, Kraken Impact, reset 2, wrap around all the way through the door, but met by the thing.
Yeah, Nevix wasn't shifting, but he's still pretty low HP. It's just the strategist of Dredger that was alive. Saipe's going to come back into the fight now, and so far this defense is holding just a minute, under 2 minutes on the clock. 4 meters distance for Chop to try to push beyond. Agamotto connects onto Sparker, but the fate of both worlds from Saipe is going to come out to keep people alive. You also have that Dance of the Butterflies is now available. They might set up Virtus Pro to go for something a little bit more aggressive, but they don't want to let anybody get off this point now that Mash has brought up the fate of both worlds on the other side.
Trying to find Mash, but catches the wall, won't land anything. Sparker's in the backline, but immediately the invisible boundary comes on out from Vertigo, so they hold off, waiting with that Dance of the Butterfly. But as such, Nevix and Fincy both fall. Phi is melting, meaning it's up to Sparker to make something happen. But Guardian Shield lives up to its name. A Guardian Angel for Chopped to break point number 2 and keep the dream of Atlanta alive.
A 2.5 minute hold for Virtus Pro. Otherwise, Chopped are going to bring us to round 2 of attacking sides where there's not much time on the clock for Virtus Pro. But I'd imagine here with how this like under area goes on this third checkpoint, Virtus Pro have plenty of places to try and take a fight, and if they can regain control of the payload, it's going to be really hard for Chop to go in on the aggressive nature. Speaking of which, I think that's the sound of a portal that Fincy's coming in with to try to push back Chop to go for these fights quite early on.
Dridro, it's Jeff. Phi takes out DRP. Tuesday looking for anyone to target on the flank. They've gone for a little bit more of a wombo here with Sparker sticking with the Psylocke, but Nevix onto that Venom. Tuesday looking to see if they can find anyone on the isolation, but look at the positioning. Great use of the portals coming in from Virtus Pro to completely negate that ultimate with no defensive tools used.
Beast of the Abyss, it was attempted to be blocked there from Beetle. He might want to be a little bit more coy with his positioning because he has got the Eye of Agamotto. Does get caught up in the It's Jeff for his teammate, and it is just the Venom that's in the hands of Crazy Kitty. Nevix is not going down though. No, he really is able to pull himself back into the fight, but the other Vanguard goes down whilst this engagement is happening.
You can't do that to Venom. Too much sustain. Nevix is able to escape, but it does buy time. Like you say, Fincy has fallen. Nevix was separated from his team for a bit. As such, the Flora Colossus moves forward.
Nothing.
What? Beetle? That was very far away from everyone was seeing they could maybe catch Sparker if they were on the flank, but unable to get anything as the Dance of the Butterfly comes in from the backline. Sparker trying to make stuff happen, but Mash is countering it with the fate of both worlds. The healing output a bit too much. Counter Eye of Agamotto from Fincy. Finds nothing. No one can see the future today. No one knows what's going to happen. Fate of both worlds from Cypher is met by the invisible boundary to keep the push going. But this right now is Dridro looking for the back line, and Phi trying to take out the front line. This is the delay that Virtus Pro needed.
And there's no portal play, I don't think, for Chopped either. I'm not too sure on the timings here. I think it was Virtus Pro that used it before, so maybe the fact that Beetle's staying on it would suggest to me that everybody else is able to group up, but you have got a staggered Mash. This is going to be the fight, and Fincy's already prepared with the portal play. There goes Beetle. He's shut it down as he goes through. He's sent packing, but the portal is able to come through to allow Chop to try and engage this one in LT.
but they're down 2 people. Vertigo now falls as well. The staggers are huge for Virtus Pro. Feast of the Abyss to take them down. Tuzi with Galactic Legend, the last-ditch effort. He finds one. He's looking for more, looking for Sparker, but Sparker will not go down so easily. The portal is expiring. Beetle is expiring. DRP is expiring, and the Trickster God cannot solo. The hope of Virtus Pros stays alive.
Seeing some of the player webcams there, you got DRP switching his off whilst they go for a break and decide what that final map is going to be, the choice of for Chopped. But also seeing Nevix looking stressed. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Just a big sigh of relief as that defense comes in. But a full best of 5 is going to be required between Virtus Pro and Chop to see who's going to be the team that actually attends an international event for the first time with Atlanta.
2-2. And it comes down to this. Chopped could, in theory, take Virtus Pro back to domination to try and continue the streak. Tuzi 13 and 12, 25 and 12. Sparker significantly more. The last hits just showing how much value they got back on the Psylocke. We're heading back to Season 0 and Season 1 here, but just showing how deadly that character can be in the right hands.
This was a hell of a map. It was a bit of a blowback maybe for Virtus Pro. Going for Arako as a map choice when it hasn't gone your way every single time that you've chosen it. It's just not been working for them, which is weird because it was so good for them back in Stage 1. But here, almost held on that first point, able to finish out the map and just having a good enough defensive side to keep Chopped on the back foot consistently, even when you have some amazing curveballs like the Crazy Kitty Wolverine, this Jeff 4K that Vertigo is able to get, Beetle switching over to various different vanguards, including the Thing, and even like Tuzi right at the end, bringing out this Winter Soldier. I love how Chopped are trying to play this game. The good news for them is you have map choice, and if I'm them, you go to domination, flat out.
I would agree. They have some of the most dominant setup on it. We've seen that a lot of these team fights is where they're finding their wins. It's just in the staggering and the actual map control where Virtus Pro are claiming advantages. They do win team fights themselves, but the positioning is showing how good and how much experience Virtus Pro have. Because again, they've been around since before this game was officially released, and Chopped was created for Stage 2.
It's not been together as long, fair to say. But it's also just a case of like Virtus Pro going, we don't want to make any roster changes. We have the team that's good enough to attend an international event. Going up against a squad that was just ragtag put together right at the end of like Ignition Stage 1, MRC, then playing into this stage. But one more map is going to separate either one of these two teams from that international grand finals in Atlanta. I'm going to throw to break instantly so we can get to that game. Let's go, 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 go. We'll see you in a few.
Citadel are going to Atlanta, and we don't know who else is going. There are 2 spots left available. The winner of this final map will be joining them. The loser will have to continue their journey with so many incredible teams like FaZe, Insomnia, and of course, the current world champions Na'Vi waiting in the lower bracket. It comes down to this.
It's pretty much the best way that you can set it up. You've got the world champions of Na'Vi that might be knocked down to the losers bracket if they don't win out this next game mode. It is the choice of Chopped. It can't be a Convoy. It would have to be Convergence or Domination. When you look at their form, the maps that they like to play, and what Virtus.pro struggle with, it has to be Domination, surely. That's where you need to have this series finish. And Virtus.pro need to do something that nobody else has managed against Chopped ever at all this stage. Beating them on a King of the Hill map.
We are heading to Celestial Husk, the home of Null, a world made up by the King in Black, created from the symbiotes and the darkness energy to trap Null by the symbiotes themselves. Venom could be a strong pick, as both these teams have been utilizing him as heavy dive to try and create room and create space. But first, we start off with Chopped taking out the Jeff. While they are the ones who seem to get a little bit more impact on it, Dridro still put on quite the show on the Shark.
Seems to be the main thing. Virtus.pro, it seems like it's going to be Luna, Invisible Woman, just making sure that you can have a pretty strong strategist backline and not rely too much on the 2-2-2, but it's taken out by Chopped this early. That's a nice ban in the end. You can have a one-sided Jeff if you really want to. What's the pivot going to be for Virtus.pro?
It's a good question. It's time for their next ban. So far, they already have themselves a Luna Snow, and they choose to make it one-sided. If they could get their hands on their Invisible Woman... No, Invisible Woman, sorry, already banned by Chopped. I missed that earlier. So where does that pivot go? They've already been taking out Adams and Ultrons pretty consistently, and we are in the double ban phase with Ultron left available. If we will see that Ultron taken out by Chopped, but Virtus.pro choose to allow themselves a neutral Invisible Woman as it's taken out on both sides, and a one-sided Luna.
Are you going to go for a one-sided Ultron here if you're Chopped? Because you've got the ban in already. You can go for the Protect to make sure that Virtus.pro can't take it out. You're going to actually protect the Emma Frost too. Interesting. So I guess here, like, you ban out the Adam, you ban out the Ultron. Is that still pretty much available? Or does Virtus.pro want to take out something that's not in that strategist composition, those group of characters? Cloak and Dagger. They are wiping out the backline right now. It's all about taking out any of the main healers. They are just trying to force Chopped onto the third healers, basically. But this is going to allow Virtus.pro to grab themselves an Emma as well. Now, Chopped, they are forced onto off healers. How do they counter that? I think it's time to take out the Venom, at least try and prevent yourselves from being dived as aggressively. You still have to worry about Cap, but you might have at least a little more freedom. Decision is Star-Lord.
Sensible.
Which is, like that. Yeah, sensible, because even if it's not quite going to be in a triple strategist lineup, this is a good map. It's a good game mode flat out for Star-Lord, so having that non-mirrored is only going to suit you. So Sparker locking in the Psylocke 5 might be on the Adam. So when I was saying before, Virtus.pro kind of want to play 2-2-2. So far, granted it is just locking it in the spawn rooms, they've locked in triple strategist.
Well, they have themselves an Adam Warlock. They have themselves Mantis for damage boost. This is Virtus.pro choosing to be a little bit more aggressive with the Adam Warlock as a little bit of a backup. This is a different drafting style. This is not something that basically anyone has done versus Chopped. Is this the key to doing what has never been done up to this point, and that is beating Chopped on domination? And how do Chopped choose to play this? Are they going to go with triple strategist to make up for the slightly weaker healing output that they have? Or are they going to hyper commit, go for 2, and just commit to more DPS?
Aesthetically, I think the going all in seems to approach Chopped's just mantra of playing, but it makes no surprise that they picked this map and this game mode. They're currently 8-0 in domination. Half of those wins have been on Celestial Husk. 4 wins, 0 losses. Virtus Pro have it all to do if they want to attend Atlanta from the upper bracket.
If you exclude the Star-Lord and the Captain America, Chopped have one of the most banned compositions of all time in Stage 2. They've got Jeff, Adam Warlock, Ultron, and Emma. That is an insane draft if you look at the overall ban stats.
Virtus Pro, I mean, their whole way of drafting has been like, we don't care too much what you do, we just focus on getting our characters. But Saipe's the one that goes down first as Virtus Pro try to up the ante, go for an aggressive engagement, but it's a complete team wipe. Nobody has gone down from Chopped. Virtus Pro go on the aggressive and it blows back right into their faces.
But they do build a little bit of ult charge. Virtus Pro will get Fi up to 40% of the Karmic Revival, but Vertigo's on 49, and Chopped start to get themselves on the board. They are so good at this matchup. Virtus Pro, they have some aggression of their own. They have damage boost. Once they start getting into these ultimates with Dance of the Butterfly and the Venom, there's not really a counter. Chopped do not have the tools to deal with that. But until then, if you're committing to only winning fights with ultimates, then how do you intend to hold the point?
Now, also have the non-mirrored Mantis on the side of Dreedro. So another very burned out character that is actually just being let through from Chopped. Rage of Ultron for Mash. You've lost Vertigo. Now is the time, I think, to pull it out because Vertigo's going to be back in a second off the back of this passive that Adam Warlock has available. But still, you lose Beetle just before you have that Camera Revival available. Crazy Kitty, the It's Jeff is going to come out pretty much as soon as it became available to them. Don't think it catches on to much. It was just mostly to get out of dodge whilst Virtus Pro go on this more aggressive vantage point off this Soul Resurgence too. But they lose Nevix just as it gets to Feast of the Abyss. Doesn't matter. BP take the first point.
To get the flip, we're at 55-6 right now, but Virtus Pro hold control. Tuzi goes down, but it's more just to try and prevent themselves from being too staggered from their team. Vertigo is moving up very far forward, despite the rest of their team not being fully respawned yet. Beetle is, in fact, being the one to create a little bit of space and make sure that Virtus Pro don't go for a spawn hold.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
Two Vanguards having their ults for Virtus Pro. Nevix has been spotted though. It wasn't necessarily the cleanest of hiding positions, but he gets taken out completely. DRP off this Emma Frost just gets the Carbon Crush on him and then the Silent Seduction to follow up. It just seems that, like Virtus Pro were trying to set up for the Karmic Revival for Fi, but the Silent Seduction flushes him out. He is going to be back in a second though, just off of this passive, but he might also choose to like reinvest. It seems that it's taken a while for him to actually choose that position, but he doesn't need the Karmic Revival now.
He's come back. He was very nearly caught out as Tuzi was trying to hun him, but Fi does stay up. But this does mean no Cocoon. They are not able anymore to come back, so they have to now position differently to stay safe. Virtus Pro, they've taken the lead, though. They are actually being able to hold these fights very effectively, and a lot of that is down to Nevix and Sparker. They are, even without ultimates, creating space by creating pressure onto those backline strategists.
You don't want to get caught out by some of the CC options that Chopped have. It really is just the Emma Frost, but DRP is capable and good enough on it to make it work. Vertigo is playing very passively in this approach. He's not even going to take part in this fight just in case that Camera Revival is going to be needed. DRP just running into the backline on his own. The Silent Seduction is going to be used in behind, and Sparker's going to use that as a chance to find the first elimination in this engagement. Camera Revival brings back 3. Even Tuzi's going to go down and be brought right back up. So Chopped have had this forced out early just as Virtus Pro hit 99%.
Yeah, this is messy. Chopped aren't able to find control. They just burn Karmic Revival because their initial engage didn't work. Virtus Pro, though, they're burning resources at a much slower pace. We're going to see the It's Jeff and the Rage of Ultimate come out in exchange for a Fate of Both Worlds from Cypher. Sparker takes out Vertigo, who has Cocoon. No Karmic Revival, though, so he might just have to revive or swap to Portal to try and bring his team back in. But in the meantime, Virtus Pro haven't lost barely anyone. The Karmic Revival comes out, will bring back 2 as they finally get taken down. But Virtus Pro have been in control of this fight from the start, and it's not changing anytime soon.
No, it was held on nicely for Fi. He's even able to bring back Sparker, and the point was just not really held on to at all for Chop. They couldn't keep a foot on this objective. And now this is an interesting test, right? Virtus Pro on qualifying point. If they're able to win on Celestial Vault here, Chopped, they're usually the favorites in this game mode. It's such a good look for them, but through there, it just seemed to be Sparker was the one that was cutting on through. And anytime that Chop looked like they took that fight and took the engagement early, Virtus.pro just cleanly disengaged, waited for everybody, and went in for a fight. They're playing around this Adam Warlock triple strategist to a T, which we're not used to seeing, really, because they opt against it so often.
Sparker has 9k damage, which is 3k more than the next highest in the game. A literal 30% increase because they are so uncontested. Normally, you'd expect to see someone like a Luna, like an Invis, like a Cloak, to be able to protect the backline and allow you to trade heals with the other strategist. But in this case, Sparker just has so much freedom. The healing output from Mash, in particular on that Jeff, is good, but the other options they had just didn't seem to be able to keep up. And as such, they're adjusting. They're going for the Zootopia backline. They're bringing out the Jeff and the Rocket.
I'll be ship-shaping.
I mean, it's worked so far for other teams like Citadel, I think, were the ones that were trying it recently. Nevix does have the Feast of the Abyss up early, so that dive with Sparker has been one of the main differentiating factors of what's made their lives. Why Virtus.pro honestly looks like a whole new different team in domination. It's been hard for Chop to try to match them with this engagement. But there's the Feast of the Abyss trying to go onto the back line, trying to hunt onto the Jeff. The connection is good enough and it is solid enough to go there. And the point hasn't been taken on either side.
Virtus.pro continuing to keep the momentum going. Mash wasn't even brought back into BRB, wasn't even placed yet. Vi does get taken down to the other side. That's just Dridro, but Crazy Kitty is picked up on the counter as Vi revives himself with the Cocoon. This is Sparker pushing on up. Mash returning to the point quite quickly. Jeff is, of course, a very quick rollout character. He's pressed on the point, but once again, Sparker's in the back line, barely contested, and is putting on so much pressure.
These fights are going well for Chopped. It was a long one. But it reminds me of what we saw against FaZe yesterday with just these long delayed first point takes. Virtus.pro have banked up quite a lot. Ultimate-wise, in fact, both teams have really managed to grab a lot that haven't really feel too comfortable to use them in taking that fight head on. But Chopped, usually when they take this point, they're very good at holding it on till the depth. The Virtus.pro actually throwing two ultimates together. Silver Surge's a Silent Seduction to try to force back Chopped. It's Jeff is going to be used from Mash as a response, but no eliminations from either side as this scrap has been coming through. It's Tuzi that starts us off though.
Tuzi already finding a good pickup. Mash actually grabs one as well. Cypher with the fate of both worlds to try and delay this, to try and get Virtus.pro onto this point, but with Sparker being the one to create the main engages here, how much can they do against Crazy Kitty, who has full control over the sky with their Star-Lord, and with the combo of the Rocket, they can teleport to safety if they get in danger.
This point is still in control of Chopped, however, so Virtus.pro having numbers here and even having a couple of picks, it's not really mattered all too much. Uncontested now. And Virtus.pro, you have the camera revival. I think Vi's had it for quite some time, but you want to sort of use it when you have like the advantage play-wise over Chopped, and it just hasn't really come up. Tuzi's actually matching Sparker really nicely on this Psylocke, and it's just a case of who has the cleaner dive. If DRP's going to come in with a Feast of the Abyss on Dridro, this fight is over.
Vi not going to be able to revive yet, or at least she's probably going to choose not to, because how can they safely? At this point, they're going to head back to spawn. Might be worth either running back in just due to you being able to get there probably in time, or attempting to portal in a little bit later. Save those emergency re-engage tools just in case. But Virtus.pro, they're basically forcing themselves to fight on 99 and just hoping they sustain through it.
And been a couple of eerie moments, I think, for Virtus.pro. Flubbed lines when it does get onto this stressful part of the map. Sparker starts them off well, but it's just to be right back that brings back Mash, and Truzy raids two on the other side.
The interrupt! The Fetch Karmic Revival does not get activated, meaning Sparker and Nevix have to pull the trigger, but the Cosmic Yard Amplifier buys time! It's Jeff for safety. Beedle takes out Sparker, that's the main damage output. Who's got Portal? It's emergency, all hands on deck for Virtus.pro. Vinci is taken down, no delay for Cap. Nevix falls. Dridro is trying to rush back in, but no one's close. It's even, and we are going to a final point.
You'd want to see that, right? With domination, Virtus.pro at least making it a little bit closer against Chop than we've seen typically from them. But the Codex, this strand of the latest domination map, is going to be it. All of the maps previous, all of the records, seeding, how they did at MRC, it's irrelevant now. It's just this final point on this final map as a chance to qualify for your first international event. And it's just 2Z versus Sparker for me. Which duelist can find those openings whilst Virtus.pro is still trying to commit to this triple strategist? Chopped with that composition, like you mentioned, with a Jeff and a Rocket Raccoon, it didn't look close. Whoever takes this point first is such an advantage to work with here.
Not just who can find these openings, who can create them. We know just how important Psylocke can be to force out defensive ultimates, and that's going to be more important for Chopped than it is for Virtus.pro, due to the fact that Chopped don't really have any. They're kind of limited in terms of their defensive tools by that Freedom Charge, which is a great swap by them onto Beetle, and of course that Cosmic Yard Amplifier for a little bit of bonus HP. But on the side of Virtus.pro, they have the Soul Resurgence and they have Fate of Both Worlds. If 2Z can force those defensive tools out, it opens the opportunity for Crazy Kitty to make the opening plays.
Yeah, the opening is so key with how this fight is going to go. By switching over towards the Bucky means that if this dive goes a little bit sloppy for Chopped, it's going to be a hard punish onto them. In fact, you see them disengage completely from Crazy Kitty as that fight really starts to look good for Virtus.pro. Nevix finds one onto DRP, but the be right back means that it is going to be a short stay away from this engagement. Finzi now, as both these like Captain Americas are going to start to come into play, is able to sort of win out the fight. Feast of the Abyss is going to be used from DRP, and a Freedom Charge in the back pocket for Finzi if he wants to bank on it. Not needed. It's been a clean fight for Virtus.pro with this small change of a fire on the Bucky.
Good news, 2Z was able to bait out the Fate of Both Worlds. Bad news, everyone is in spawn because they all got taken out. Beetle's being forced to portal back in so they can try and contest. They don't want to allow Virtus.pro points on the board, and they know they'll have portal back if they use it early, so they choose to contest it. Freedom Charge going to get forced out. This is harassment. Chopped diving in and out, waiting for them. They go in, force out tools like the Freedom Charge, retreat into spawn, and then come back. No defensive tools available. Galactic Legend trading Mash for Sparker, trying to get onto those backline members, forcing the chase. Cypher falls, looking for that Winter Soldier. Blaster Barrage, but crack and impact from Vi allows the turnaround, but Cypher is still down. Numbers in favor. BRB brings back Crazy Kitty, so they keep this fight going. 2Z's on the point, looking to try and get rid of Captain America, trying to chase them down. Vi will now go down. 2Z's making space. Sparker with Dazzle the Butterfly of their own to try and turn this round, but finds nothing. Virtus.pro, they've delayed this a long time though. 48% on the board before the swap is finally forced.
But it was costly for the ultimates. That dance the butterflies at the end, especially from Sparko, just as everybody else goes down. And Chopped only really using the Yarm Amplifier and the Galactic Legend from Crazy Kitty. The portal play could be the difference for Chopped. If it works out in their favor, it was a brilliant play for them to just keep tempo, go for a Galactic Legend, whilst Virtus.pro were trying to work out exactly what was going on and where everybody was. But Chopped still have so much to sit back on ultimate-wise. It's still whether Virtus.pro can get the picks and string them together into retaking this objective, or Chopped are holding on to this.
Mash once again being flanked, chased down by Sparker, who's just being a menace on the shark. Dritro, Soul Resurgence already going to be utilized. Bagamoto, Beetle creates the opening. It's a double, it's a triple, and suddenly Chopped are trying to turn this round. We will see the It's Jeff utilized defensively just to get out of danger and get that extra healing. Nevix is being routed on the Benjamin Grimm as Chopped catch up and overtake Virtus.pro.
He's able to survive, and he's even built up a clobbering time. The problem is, however, is that Chopped characters can all sort of have some verticality and get out of the way. They're not going to be grouped up on top of each other. Whereas Virtus.pro, all 6 players strapping themselves in for this as we hit 2/3 of progression on the point for Chopped. They don't have many ultimates. In fact, it really is just that Feast of the Abyss to rely on. Might need to be used from DRP to keep himself in that engagement. But Dredro gets picked off first again.
77% over 3/4 of the way to Atlanta. Dridro goes down, but they are on that cloak and dagger. If they can get back into that fight, it could be a game changer. DRP revived at the Battle Rebirth Beacon onto the point. Here comes the thing, trying to keep some pressure onto 2Z to prevent the mobility, but Nevix is melted here. Down to the butterfly from Sparker onto the backline, takes out Vertigo, and Chopped are losing members. Enzog Inferno from downtown by Fi, and the members of Chopped are starting to melt in the overtime. Virtus.pro looking to turn this round. It's Jeff coming out. Can Mash find a target as 2Z falls? Looks like Mash will find someone, but will get taken out.
This is only going to sort of benefit Beetle. Like, he's, what, 3 seconds away from having a portal play. I think this is going to be given up in the end for Virtus.pro. It does mean that you have some way to stall out this engagement. A reset is required from Chopped, but they bring it to 99%. Virtus Pro, they know these protocols. They know everything that they should be doing in the back of their head. It's just whether they can access that memory with all of the adrenaline and fear kicking in. It's pretty much this final fight for Chopped as the time is ticking up. There's going to be OT, there's going to be portals involved, but a switch away for now as Beetle's back on the Captain America.
Beetle just made one of the toughest decisions probably of their tournament life, giving up on the Eye of Agamotto to get Captain America, to get onto the point and let whoever goes down first pick up Doctor Strange for the last second portal, because that's what it's going to come down to. Dance of the Butterfly from Tuzi finds nothing and then dropped low. No ultimates available for Chopped, but Nevix has the Feast from the Abyss. Mash already falling. BRB brings them back, but everyone's dropping low. DRP with the counter, trying to bring out a Feast of the Abyss of their own. The members are getting dropped down. Beetle is building up towards a freedom charge. Spark against Mash. Tuzi gets by, and both teams are trading blow for blow in overtime to see who goes to Atlanta. Fizzy with the freedom charge. American colors for an American land, but Beetle falls on 99% of freedom charge. It's over to Mash on the Strange to try and portal back in, but it means Tuzi is going to have to body this and touch, giving their life potentially for this, but they're delaying. Portal for the last possible fight. Overtime, a sliver left. If Chopped can delay this, they keep Beetle on the Doctor Strange for the freedom charge, on the Captain America for the freedom charge, but Mash falls, Tuzi falls, and Virtus Pro are creating the opening galactic legend to try and flip it. Spy falls, Virtus Pro giving everything, numbers in their favor. Vertigo self-revives, but it's a last gasp. Virtus Pro are going to Atlanta.
It's about time that we saw the Bears on LAN. It's been a dominant run from them throughout EMEA, but when it matters in these big games, they just tend to flounder. Here they were pushed to the limit by the dark horses of Chopped, but to beat them on domination, to right at the end, certainly when you've got Sparker on the Psylocke, he's running it back. The team that is the winningest of EMEA is going to represent EMEA in Atlanta for the Grand Finals.
Virtus Pro break the prophecy. Last time they missed out by one series. This time they are locked in early. They do not let it go that way again. They secure their spot minimum of third place by getting themselves to that upper bracket final. Guaranteed a spot in that global championships. Virtus Pro will finally be representing EMEA.
It feels like it's honestly due. Like, I think a lot of people were expecting this Virtus Pro team to flounder in some areas, certainly when they lost that best of 3 2-0 against Na'Vi, and some of the moments that they even had yesterday against OGC left a lot to be desired. Dropping 2 maps today, it looked iffy, but it's just a case of like they didn't have to worry about that thought in the back of their heads of like what happens if we lose. It feels like they were like, we were just bad on the days for the qualification days for the mid-season finals. We don't want to change up our roster. There's nothing wrong. We just need to get used to this kind of draft. We need to get used to this kind of style. We are good enough to get there. And so they did it off their own backs and were able to actually prove against tough competition, new competition as well with this team of Chopped, that they were still good enough to maintain a top 3 finish.
This means that Citadel Gaming and Virtus Pro will be representing EMEA in Atlanta. They will be joined by either Chopped, Insomnia, Na'Vi, or FaZe. One of those 4 teams will be our last representative, but we still also need to find out our second ever EMEA champion, as Citadel have taken it once before, and they now await for Virtus Pro in that upper bracket final.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if we do see what those qualifying games and elimination looks like tomorrow. But we do have an interview with somebody that's finally getting to go to an international event. It's Finzi from Virtus Pro. First of all, congratulations. That was down to the wire. Like, we'd never seen Chopped actually lose on domination. What was the difference for you guys to be able to beat him right at the end there? Because there was a change in draft. You guys were trying out the triple strategist a bit more. What was the different factor that allowed you to win that map?
Well, Fight came with a good idea at the beginning of the map to just ban all their trances like Luna, Mantis, Cloak, in this, whatever. Sorry, I'm still in shock. But yeah, we just changed our bans a bit. We'd never done that before, and we knew that we would just maybe surprise them a little bit. And we saw that on the first round, they weren't really sure what to do, so we just took that one easily. But then they adjusted really well on the second round. But on the third round, we adjusted back and just decided to, we just took over. And it was obviously really close, but we just clutched it up.
How do you deal with the potential of like the PTSD from getting so close the last stage and then being taken all the way to a game number 5, round number 3 in map number 5, and having to keep a solid head on your shoulders in that last setup?
Yeah, I mean, we were probably all thinking about it, because last time we were on map 5 as well, and it was like a last fight. So I think we just all thought we're not going to choke this again, and this time we're actually going to do it right, and we managed to do that. So thankfully, we did that this time.
What was it like on Araco as well? Because you picked that map and you were almost full held on that first point. That must have been a little bit stressful to deal with too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were just playing it completely wrong in the beginning. And I think I should have been on the Captain America as well, not the Strange, since I was just sitting on point shooting Captain America for like 3 minutes, and that doesn't really do much. But we just figured out we were playing it wrong. We had to shoot the Ultron more, and we just adjusted and managed to snowball the rest of the map and finish it, yeah.
So before I ask you about potential international opponents, there is still the very small matter of EMEA champions for Stage 2. You are going up against, in your next matchup, the current EMEA champions in the form of Citadel. How confident are you feeling in that matchup?
I mean, they definitely look better than they did in the group stages, but we also haven't like scrimmed them in a while or played them in a while, so I'm still pretty confident. But they definitely played well today against Navi. I was really surprised to see them stomp Navi like that. So I think it will be a close game tomorrow, but I'm still confident, of course.
So you guys made a decision like after stage 1 where you didn't qualify to like, we're not making any roster changes. We're good enough. We just weren't good enough on the day. I guess it's more of a question of when you're looking at the fact of like where you were then and now, like what has been the thing that's helped you glow up to this point? Because we always knew that you were good, like undefeated and stuff like MRC, dropping maps and stuff, and you've got a lot better with this draft system. What has been, again, this like across this stage, what's helped you out the most?
I think it's just a lot of WOT reviews and obviously improving our draft system and expanding all of our hero pools. But EKO, our coach, he's been doing a lot of work like since our last tournament, and everyone else. So we just made sure that we're not gonna lose on draft again, and then we just made sure we can play every hero in the game, so we can't be out drafted or out banned or anything like that.
And the last question before we let you go. You are finally getting your opportunity to play on the international stage. We know you guys have scrimmed internationally before, but who are you looking forward to playing against?
Maybe FlyQuest would be fun, since they're like the best team in America at the moment. FlyQuest and Envy, I'd say. Because we saw Envy play in China, they were insanely good. And we get to play Navi, but we never get to play Envy. So it'd be fun to play against them as well.
All right, well, thank you very much. We'll let you go prepare for that upper bracket final tomorrow. And congratulations on qualifying for Atlanta.
Thank you.
And with that, Ryan, we are done with our games for today, and 2 out of 3 of our representatives are locked in. Citadel and Virtus Pro will be going to Atlanta. We, tomorrow, will be finding out one more, but also we'll be preparing ourselves for what is going to be some incredible games on Sunday as well, but also we're going to have to say goodbye to several more teams.
Yeah, pretty much it is just going to be down to those final 3 from EMEA by the time that we get to Sunday, which is the grand finals of EMEA as well. We can have a look at the teams that we have locked in so far in this region, as well as a bracket, because the likes of Chopped and also for Navi that failed to qualify today, they do have a second chance tomorrow, but they have to play up against for Chopped, Insomnia GG, and then for Navi, FaZe, before they potentially run into each other a little bit later. We also do get to cast that upper bracket finals. There's a bit of a break in between those elimination games. We have the upper bracket final, and then that qualifying game for Atlanta, that final spot. I'd say most people are probably expecting Chopped versus Navi, but you never really know, because coming down to the losers bracket could do a lot to wreck a team's mental.
These are teams that have also played each other. They're in their own groups in those lower bracket games as well. So we've already seen Chopped versus Insomnia in the upper bracket finals of Group A, where Chopped took a 2-1. And we also saw Na'Vi versus FaZe in the upper bracket quarterfinals in Group B, where it was a 2-0. Here are those matches for tomorrow. We'll be starting off with those elimination games, and then we'll be moving on to those upper bracket finals, followed by that final game will be deciding the last qualifying team. It will be the winner of Chopped versus Insomnia versus the winner of FaZe versus Na'Vi to decide who will go on to face the loser of Citadel versus Virtus Pro.
It's a scary game, but the teams that have just lost have to adapt to it, and the teams that also won earlier get a good look at their opponents and have a chance at least a few more hours, 12 to 15 hours to prepare. In about 24 hours, we'll know exactly who our third and final EMEA team is going to be for the send-off towards Atlanta and the grand final.
Yes, we will. Obviously, America is going to be displaced by 1 week, but also we'll be finding out our representatives for Asia this week and Oceania. So there's so much rivals for you to watch, but make sure you are back here tomorrow, where we will be deciding the third team to represent EMEA at Atlanta, while also finding out our grand finalists for those EMEA matchups. So make sure you're back here tomorrow. A goodbye from myself and Ryan, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Trapping the